Praful Patel, who is also here at the residence of Sharad Pawar. Now, what it appears is that we were earlier expecting that there would be post 2 o'clock a meeting of opposition leaders inside the parliament. That is what was scheduled as of yesterday, as of this morning. But now, given the sudden developments in Maharashtra, it appears that Mr. Pawar is consulting with all of the opposition parties, and it appears that this meeting could be, what he has to say as far as the opposition presidential candidate is concerned. The name of Yashwant Sinha was proposed at yesterday's meeting, is what sources have indicated to us. And now, of course, with Yashwant Sinha himself tweeting that he would want to work for a larger cause of the nation, for opposition unity, is what we understand is the meaning of that. And therefore, in fact, the name of Yashwant Sinha being proposed, something that perhaps the TMC also might not have objection to, given that Yashwant Sinha has been a vice president Trinamool Congress. So how things transpire at this meeting remains to be seen. But in the midst of this crisis, Sharad Pawar, of course, was in the national capital to actually host and invite all political parties for that all-important opposition meeting. But it does seem that opposition leaders who met yesterday, and now, of course, another meeting that is currently underway to decide on what the opposition strategy as far as the presidential candidate is concerned.
Now, Ashok Chavan, the Congress leader, is chairing an emergency meet of the Congress camp. Like I said, the top brass of the Congress, the Shiv Sena, the NCP, all in a hurdle now, in a damage control mode as well. Sanjay Raut claims they are in touch with Eknath Shinde. So does Nana Patole of the Congress. And now there's an emergency meeting taking place as well. Let's listen in.
This may not be any reason for any worry for us.
Sir, after the MLC poll results, you also said that this should be looked after and looked upon very seriously. How does it look for the Maharashtra government now?
As regards cross-voting of any party is concerned, we should introspect and see how the things can be appropriately settled.
Sir, the Member of Parliament from MVA, Sanjay Raut, stated that there is a conspiracy to topple the Uddhav Thackeray government.
See, BJP is making these type of efforts in every state wherever Congress is ruling or oppositions are ruling. It is they who engineered Operation Kamala, and they don't believe in democracy. This type of activities, they are fully involved. And now people have started understanding that. I don't think they will dare to do again the same wrong, same bad tactics in Maharashtra.
So last question, how are things going to be from now on, and also considering that NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar also called upon an emergency meeting?
Repeat the question.
Sir, NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar also called upon an emergency meeting. How are things going to be from now on, and you are considering that you are also in charge of the Maharashtra as IICC?
Yeah, any leader, every leader will call for immediate meeting. They will take stock of the situation, because we have to discuss and take precautions if there are any to be taken.
Opposition's presidential candidate, and the decision that is expected to be taken on that as far as the meeting, the second round that was going to happen today. We're given to understand that Yashwant Sinha's name has been finalized by the opposition. 17 parties were invited. They were supposed to be part of this opposition meeting. Yashwant Sinha this morning took to Twitter. He said he is hoping that a larger responsibility is entrusted on him, and his party's chief, Mamata Banerjee, approves of that. Looks like it's not just an approval from Mamata Banerjee, but from a united opposition as well, because Yashwant Sinha is now the consensus candidate as far as the presidential election is concerned for the opposition. Remember, this also comes at a time when 3 candidates declined the offer. Gopal Krishna Gandhi, Sharad Pawar and Farooq Abdullah were the 3 picks that the opposition had made, all 3 of whom denied to take them up on the offer. They had different reasons for it. Madhav's Gopalakrishnan, senior editor, with me for more on this. Madhav, it looks like Yashwant Sinha is the consensus candidate now.
Well, yes, it is all but confirmed. Just a formal announcement is what is awaited at this point of time. And just a few moments from now, an opposition press conference is going to begin, where, in fact, a formal announcement is going to be made. Sharad Pawar, of course, chairing this meeting called by opposition leaders. Leaders of the Congress party, leaders of various other opposition parties, including the left, are present, and TMC also present at this meeting. The SP, the RJD, CPI, ML, the National Conference, amongst the parties that are present, along with the AIDF, the RSP, and other political parties. The NCP also present over here. The MIM also attending this meeting, as is the IUML. So we are expecting these 15 political parties, and at this particular press conference, to make the announcement of Mr. Yashwant Sinha formally as the opposition candidate.
By the Eknath Shinde camp, the first letter had the signature of 34 Shiv Sena MLAs. 3 short of the magic number. 37 is the magic number. After 37, the Eknath Shinde camp can avoid the anti-defection law. But in that letter, they had clearly made this point that Eknath Shinde is our group leader. He was removed as yesterday, but that was unconstitutional. That's what they had said. And we have alienated, we have separated from the CM Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena because we feel that Hindutva has been majorly compromised. That's what they had pointed towards, and also said that the new alliance partners that CM Uddhav Thackeray had made, that is the Congress and the NCP, they have been poaching our voters. They have been creating trouble in our constituencies, and that's why we cannot compromise Hindutva. For the sake of Hindutva, we have appointed our new leader, that is Eknath Shinde. And then came another letter from Eknath Shinde to the Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra, basically saying that yesterday the new appointment of group leader was made by CM Uddhav Thackeray, replacing Eknath Shinde with Ajay Chaudhary. Remember, a group leader enjoys a certain kind of authority and power in the floor of the assembly, and that's why that decision was taken by CM Uddhav Thackeray. Obviously, after having a conversation with Sharad Pawar and the other MBA allies, but Eknath Shinde over there saying that only 16 MLAs were present in that meeting. With only 16 MLAs, you cannot remove a group leader and appoint a new one. So we are appointing a new whip. That will be Mr. Gogawle from our end. So clearly rhetoric has been said by the Eknath Shinde camp.
Out from that letter, just stay with me, Arunil, where the letter said, the resolution, there has been great dissatisfaction prevalent among members of our party, the Shiv Sena, and our party cadre at large on account of corruption in government. Then they say our party cadre faced tremendous harassment and distress on political as well as personal grounds from opposition ideological parties who are now part of the government. Then they are saying that these parties, of course, the NCP and Congress is what they are talking about, are using their office and power to undermine the base and foundation of our Shiv Sena cadre. There is enormous discontent among the cadre, and there has been a compromise on principles of our party, the Shiv Sena, which has a fierce ideological base, which is why many are now wondering, Sharon, whether it is only the Shiv Sena and independents who are seeing a defection, or is there trouble in Congress paradise as well? Sharon.
Well, as far as the NCP and Congress is concerned, it seems that they have taking a step back as far as this whole MBA Vikas Aghadi crisis is concerned, because Congress have been saying that we have 44 MLAs and those MLAs are in fact intact with us. They had a meeting today. Yes, the problem concerning the cross voting is something that they are looking into, but as far as the MLAs are concerned, they are very much with us. But as far as Shiv Sena is concerned, this is their onus, this is their responsibility to get the house in order, and they have been saying this. Not just the Congress but the NCP also maintains the same line, that the Shiv Sena needs to get their house in order. Now this is a serious allegation that has been pointed out in this resolution by the Eknath Shinde camp, that the opposition like parties are part of this alliance. So clearly they are in fact hitting out at Congress and the NCP. Whether the Shiv Sena, whether Uddhav Thackeray was very much aware about this discontent within the MLAs, that they were not very much happy with this alliance. Was there something that was discussed before, or this is happening now? All this is something that Uddhav Thackeray really needs.
Well, the interesting thing is that a lot of Shiv Sena MLAs are now saying, we wrote you a letter. Pratap Sarnaik wrote a letter 1 year ago in June 2021 saying, We must go back to our roots. We must go back to our ideological ally, the BJP, that was ignored. There is also, in fact, a statement that was given at that time by members of the Shiv Sena saying that we are facing harassment at the hands of guardian ministers of the Congress and NCP. The question now being asked is, and let me take that across to two senior journalists who are joining us now, Ashutosh and Shekhar Iyer. Do you think, Ashutosh ji, that Uddhav Thackeray ignored signs of discontent much to his own or rather to his party's loss now?
See, it seems that Uddhav Thackeray seems to be an immature leader. He forgot that he is not running a Shiv Sena, but he is running a government which is standing on three crutches. And Shiv Sena has just only 56 MLAs supported by NCP in the Congress. And it was evident from the day one, when the Thackeray government was formed, that the BJP will not let this government continue for 5 years. It was very, very evident, it was very, very clear, and everybody knew. Despite that, if Uddhav Thackeray could not keep his flock together, if he remained inaccessible to their own senior leaders, if a senior leader like Eknath Shinde had to feel marginalized in the party itself, that shows that Uddhav Thackeray remained a prince who could not become somebody who had to understand that the dynamics of the politics has changed in India, and it is now either this way or that way. So, and secondly, I think Uddhav Thackeray, more than Uddhav Thackeray, where is the master strategist named Sharad Pawar? When in 2019, when the Uddhav Thackeray formed the government with two allies, everybody said, look, what a great politician, what a great Chanakya Sharad Pawar is. And today,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are getting more news right now from Mumbai. Ajit Pawar, and that's the big news breaking at this point. Ajit Pawar is having a meeting regarding the future of the Maha Vikas Aghadi. It also bears mention. I will go across to my colleagues on the ground on this, but before we go any further, a quick look, even as the Chief Minister is about to speak, on where the numbers stand right now in the 287-seat Vidhan Sabha in Maharashtra. There are 32 Sena rebels and 2 independents who are currently in Guwahati. There are 2 more Sena MLAs who could be on their way to Assam. So MLAs who right now are in the Uddhav camp are only 16. 5 remain non-committal, and if indeed Eknath Shinde wants to stake claim to be the real Shiv Sena, or as some people are saying, he'll in all likelihood call his faction Shiv Sena Hindutvawadi, he needs the magic number of 37 to duck the anti-defection law. This becomes significant, keeping in mind that you have only 34 signatures, including one Nitin Deshmukh, who subsequently came back to Mumbai on that letter, on that resolution that was eventually sent to the speaker. So right now, 37 is the magic number, 33 is the actual number which Eknath Shinde has in black and white. Arunil, coming across to you, Ajit Pawar holding a meeting. What's going on behind the scenes? Because yesterday, as Shiv Sena was in the midst of the worst crisis, Ajit Pawar was hosting an administrative meeting, almost as if nothing had happened.
Well, that is right. In the morning, Ajit Pawar indeed was hosting an administrative meeting, but in the evening he had come over here along with Jayant Patil, another NCP senior leader, and they had a meeting with CM Uddhav Thackeray over here. But now Ajit Pawar individually having a meeting with the NCP leaders regarding the future of the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. Where does the NCP stand now? What all options the NCP party will have now? All those things have been discussed by the Deputy CM of Maharashtra, Mr. Ajit Pawar.
Arunil, because you follow the Maharashtra politics so closely, yesterday when Sharad Pawar was asked, could you go with the BJP, he said, kuch sensible sawal to pucho. But the fact is, Ajit Pawar just 3 years ago actually took oath along with Devendra Fadnavis. Is there even the slightest of chance that there could be a coming together of these two parties? If it is needed, that is.
Well, if we actually look at it, coming together of Eknath Shinde and of Devendra Fadnavis is actually the possibility now, because the kind of attacks that CM Uddhav Thackeray has made on BJP or vice versa, the kind of attacks that Devendra Fadnavis has made on CM Uddhav Thackeray, it becomes extremely difficult now, Padmaja, if one has to look at it, because Sanjay Raut every day used to write in the mouthpiece of Samna against PM Modi, against Devendra Fadnavis, and they used to call their decision of breaking away from BJP as a masterstroke, saying that they were in fact they were punished when they were being with the BJP. The Hindutva of the BJP is fake. That's all those things they used to say that time. So whether CM Uddhav Thackeray will merge will make an alliance with the BJP, that looks extremely bleak, extremely difficult. But yes, Eknath Shinde is somebody who can basically float his own party or say that our Shiv Sena is the real Shiv Sena.
Okay, we're just hearing that Uddhav Thackeray's address has been delayed. It was supposed to be at 5. It's already 11 past 5. Sharad Pawar likely to meet the Chief Minister also in the evening. Why the delay, Radhika? What are you hearing? Okay, we seem to have lost that line. Arunil, why the delay? What are you hearing?
Well, CM Uddhav Thackeray was expected to speak at 5 p.m. Now, whether his team is also in two minds, whether they are also playing the wait and watch game, whether they are also going through the technicalities involved with respect to sacking of the rebel MLAs, all those things have been studied by them. That is the big point of question that comes to the fore. I was pointing towards the fact that Ajit Pawar himself is having a meeting. Obviously, he must be having a conversation with CM Uddhav Thackeray as well. So everything that will be decided by CM Uddhav Thackeray, that will be in accordance with his alliance partners also, that is the Congress and the NCP. And if we go by the cabinet meeting which I attended some time back, the other Mahavikas Aghadi leaders, the Congress and the NCP leaders, seemed a bit confident on the technical grounds. However, the two letters that Eknath Shinde has sent now, that basically again opens a Pandora box.
Okay, the two letters that Arunil is talking about, one of the letters, in fact, is the one that has been sent as an ultimatum to the Rebel Sena MLAs. Before I come across to you, Shekhar Iyer, the letter that was sent was a whip of sorts, which said that the MLAs have to come to Varsha Bungalow, which is the Chief Minister's residence, at 5 p.m. Barring this, if this does not happen, if the rebels do not turn up, then they are going to be removed from the party. If we can go ahead, that is what the letter says. You will not be exempt from attending this meeting unless valid reasons are given, and if you fail to attend meeting, it will be assumed that you have left the Shiv Sena willingly. And finally, they say action will be taken against you in accordance to the law of the land if you leave party. Shekhar Iyer, explain to us, this is a whip of sorts that was sent by the Sena. Subsequently, a letter was sent back by Eknath Shinde's faction saying, you aren't even the real Sena, we don't even recognize you, your whip is illegal. Now what happens? 5 p.m. that meeting, 34 of these people did not come. Can they be disqualified? What happens then?
Well, Padmaja, what we are witnessing now is a lot of posturing, I would say, because both sides do not have a ready-made way forward. So you can see that, both the official Sena as well as the rebel Sena are giving out statements or sending across messages to their own supporters that they are, firm on their line of approach. But the whole problem here is things are not exactly moving forward, because for Uddhav Thackeray to take action on his MLAs would also reduce the number of his MLAs.
Exactly.
And other thing, the whole thing has to be decided by the chair. Chair in this case is Deputy Speaker, because Maharashtra Assembly doesn't have a full-fledged Speaker. So there are a lot of procedures to go through before you actually act against the MLAs. That is little far off. I think what is happening right now is each side is seeing what can best be done to appear to be very tough, bring pressure on the opposite side. And also what you mentioned about Ajit Pawar, holding his own meeting, because he may not be sharing his Uncle Sharad Pawar's approach of, in case the government collapses, he would sit in the opposition. Ajit Pawar, I'm sure, would be looking at the alternatives before him. You mentioned about what happened in 2019, because nobody at this juncture would like to stay out of power. Therefore, you can see a lot of permutation, combination.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether BJP is going to, do anything immediately, because they are once bitten, twice shy, because what happened in 2019, we know very well. that early morning swearing in and subsequent the drama that happened. So this time they are very cautious. I find everybody is caught in a jam with actually no forward movement happening. Each one trying to appear that, they are firm, they are doing all kinds of posturing, Padmaja.
So this is posturing from both sides, but the big suspense still remains. And Arunil, I'm sure you've got 100 people asking you this question, but I'll ask you anyway. Could Uddhav Thackeray resign today? All right, sorry to interrupt you. We've got a senior jurist, Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, also with us. Sir, looking at the legal situation in Maharashtra right now, do you think with 34 MLAs, with Eknath Shinde, Uddhav Thackeray has ceased to enjoy the status of being the head of the real Shiv Sena?
Look, there is no doubt that the government has lost the confidence of the House. The government is not in a majority, it is in a minority. Therefore, the next step is that the Speaker should be asked to summon the House, which should have only one agenda, namely whether the government enjoys the confidence of the House. So ultimately, the litmus test is conducted on the floor of the House. On the floor of the House, if out of 287 people who attend, MLAs who attend, if the government can muster a majority of more than 50%, it can legitimately claim to be in power. But if it does not have more than 50% of 287, then certainly it loses its majority and it has to go. Now, the next step thereafter...
If I can just interrupt you for a second, Maharashtra does not have a speaker at present. So who will appoint the speaker? Which faction or which party will appoint it?
No, it doesn't make a difference whether there is a speaker, and if there is no speaker, then you have a deputy speaker who will conduct the floor test. And if there is a situation that there is no deputy speaker, then a pro tem speaker, that is a temporary speaker, is appointed by the House, who is usually one of the senior most MLAs. But in our case, we have a deputy speaker. So the deputy speaker must summon the House, must have an agenda as to whether the government commands majority, and on that a voting must take place only on the floor of the House. There can be no voting anywhere else, including the governor's residence. It must happen only on the floor of the House. That will determine whether they have 50% or not. If not, they must go. And then the governor must invite the opposite claimant group to form government, give them time when he sees prima facie that they have more than 50%.
But
that is the next step.
But sir, before the voting takes place, the rebel faction has to show that they are a separate party, but without the number of 37, won't they immediately invite the anti-defection
bloc? So as I told you, the first step is whether there is majority or not of the ruling party. The second step is, if they do not, then the party who claims to have a majority or a group who claims to have a majority must be given a chance to form government. The third step is that if government is formed with less than 2/3 of the Shiv Sena who break away, then the issue of anti-defection will arise. When issue of anti-defection arises, then the speaker will have to call them, give them a hearing and pass a ruling. But that is a later step. And the last step would be the election commission would decide who will have the right of a symbol. That is how this is a structured position. First position, vote of confidence, government or no government. Second, defection or anti-defection. Third, if there is an issue of a symbol, that will be decided by the EC. That's how it goes.
So if Uddhav Thackeray does not quit today, the BJP can now move a no confidence motion against him?
Obviously, move a no confidence, wherein the speaker will be obliged to summon the House and have a vote of confidence on the floor of the House. The Supreme Court has repeatedly said that whether government has majority or loses majority can be tested only and only on the floor of the House, not while parading members before the governor or any other authority. Therefore, the idea is that if the BJP was to give a list of persons who are now voting with the BJP, belonging to Shiv Sena or erstwhile members of the governing party, then obviously he will call the speaker or the deputy speaker will call the House and put the motion to vote. It's a very simple vote. Either you have 50% of 287 or you don't have.
Sir, is there a time frame within which Uddhav Thackeray has to prove that he has the confidence of the House?
Well, there is no time frame provided by the Constitution, but since the matter is of utmost constitutional importance and may involve the fall of a government, you need a government to be in place to run the state in accordance with the constitutional principles. The governor must do it ASAP. ASAP does not mean morning or evening. It can certainly mean in the next couple of days. That should happen. Also, unfortunately, we have seen cases where it has not happened. When I was a counsel in the Supreme Court for the Bangalore Karnataka issue, if you remember 2-3 years ago, the governor was, the speaker was ducking the issue. We had to move the court, etc. So I hope that such an ugly situation does not happen. I hope nobody has to move the court, and the constitutional the principles must be followed. The governor is a very high-ranking authority in the Constitution, supposed to be unbiased, even though he may belong to one party. His job is to ensure that the government is run in accordance with the Constitution.
Mr. Guwahati, one final question to you. Today, a whip was issued by the Shiv Sena to the rebel MLAs saying, either present yourself by 5 p.m. or you will stand disqualified from the party. Can they issue a whip like this, and do the MLAs, by virtue of not turning up at 5, stand automatically disqualified?
There is no question of disqualification. If they don't obey the whip, they can tell the speaker that we form a separate group, and therefore, as I told you, the ultimate thing is the vote of confidence on the floor of the House. Calling a whip or not calling a whip is an internal party issue. It is not on the floor of the House. So whether they call or they don't call, the only test is the speaker to summon the House.
Okay. Finally, if Mr. Thackeray today quits, he offers his resignation, what is the most obvious next step?
Obviously, the people who break away and join another group who claim to have more than 50% will stake a claim before the governor, and the governor will prima facie have a look at the numbers they have, and then he will ask a House to be summoned, and then the vote of confidence, the party who claims will have to prove a vote of confidence, because the government would have gone on resignation. That's it. That can happen in a couple of days.
All right, Mr. Guwahati, really appreciate you having laid out all the facts there very lucidly and helping us understand. Thank you very much. And in the meantime, many developments have taken place. Aditya Thackeray, we are learning, has been on the phone. He's been dialing numbers. He's trying to reach out to rebel MLAs, bring us up to speed on who he called Arunil and what was said.
Well, Aditya Thackeray and several other close confidants of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Basically, this can be seen as the last emotional appeal by CM Uddhav Thackeray and his people to the rebel MLAs to come back to CM Uddhav Thackeray's fold, come back to the original Shiv Sena, as they want to call it. However, it seems like till now there has been no proper communication that has been made with these rebel MLAs. In fact, the close party members, party workers or close supporters of these rebel MLAs have also been reached out by the Shiv Sena's high command or Aditya Thackeray's men, the Yuva Sena, to convince them, to tell them to convince the rebel MLAs to come back to the original Shiv Sena, as what they have been saying. One more important development, Padmaja, is that by 7 p.m. today, Eknath Shinde will be addressing a press conference in Guwahati. That will also be extremely important, but that will happen after CM Uddhav Thackeray addresses the people of India via his social media post. And what exactly he says, all eyes are on it. Yes, it is around 15 to 20 minutes late now. What is the exact reason that we will be able to find out in some time. But why this delay is happening? Probably because they are still working out on the several technicalities with respect to how they can sack these rebel MLAs, or what are the other permutations and combinations that can be worked out.
All right, last-ditch efforts, some permutations and combinations being worked out, says Arunil. Phone calls are being made to the rebels. Ashutosh ji, do you think Uddhav Thackeray can still hang on?
I don't think so. Uddhav Thackeray has a chance. The only chance is that if he decides to align with the BJP to form the government, because 34 MLAs is a pretty big number. Though under anti-defection law, these 34 MLAs, if they vote on the floor of the House against the whip of the government, that is by the Thackeray government, then they stand to disqualified. But in that scenario, the Thackeray government will be voted out. And along with them, the MLAs who had defied the whip, they will also lose the membership. So in that case, I think that Thackeray has to choose. My gut feeling is that sooner or later, Thackeray government would like to have some kind of understanding with Eknath Shinde. And if they could have a kind of some understanding with him, because if losing 34 MLAs, which I still doubt, because it might go to 37, 38. And if that happens, then in the in the assembly, the Eknath Shinde group will be recognized as the real Shiv Sena.
Okay, I'll have to come in at this point because I believe Radhika has an update. Yes, Radhika.
I'm at St. Regis and all the 15 MLAs who were stationed here have left for Varsha for that particular meeting. So there is a likelihood it would be post that meeting that Uddhav Thackeray may address, or it could be before the meeting that Uddhav Thackeray will make that address. But because there had been an ultimatum issued to the other MLAs, of course, there was a meeting called in of all the Sena MLAs, and as a result of that, these 15 MLAs who are part of the Uddhav Thackeray camp have left for Varsha for that a crucial meeting of the MLAs. However, despite ultimatum being sent to those around 40 MLAs, 35 to 40 MLAs with Eknath Shinde, of course, they did give out that resolution letter in which their discontent, their dissatisfaction with the Sena was made very clear, which means obviously they won't be attending it. And now we are waiting for Uddhav Thackeray's emotional appeal to the public. Whether he will put out the resignation remains to be seen.
Interesting, because a lot can be gauged from the kind of reaction that the MLAs would have given, or what their general demeanor was when they left for Varsha. That perhaps could give us an indication of what we are likely to hear from Uddhav Thackeray. So what was their demeanor like, Radhika? The million-dollar question of the body language. Huh? All right, I don't think we can get through to Radhika just as yet. We'll try and establish contact again, but the big news coming in right now is that Devendra Fadnavis is also likely to speak in a while. Eknath Shinde is going to speak in Guwahati at 7 p.m. These are going to be very, very fast-paced developments. If there is one thing, Shekhar Iyer, that seems to be quite clear by now, is that the NCP and the Congress have decided since yesterday, this is the Shiv Sena's battle to fight. Our flock is together. Congress today morning said we have our 44. Sharad Pawar yesterday said we had no cross voting. Now you deal with your own demons. Do you agree, Shekhar Iyer?
Indeed, Padmaja, the purpose of Kamal Nath's visit to Mumbai was also to ensure that there is no desertion from the Congress camp. And naturally, Sharad Pawar has realized that this is too much of an implosion in Sena, in which he can, try to assuage the feelings. Because if you recall, even in 2019, the question of making Aditya Thackeray as Chief Minister had come up at that time. And Uddhav was very keen that Aditya Thackeray should become CM at that very juncture when this coalition idea was mooted. But it was Sharad Pawar who prevailed and persuaded Uddhav that there would be difficulty in accepting Aditya Thackeray, who would be seen as a political novice.
Okay.
And finally, Uddhav Thackeray himself took charge. So you can see, whatever firefighting had to be done, it was done then. And subsequently also, Sharad Pawar, I believe, tried to convey to Uddhav Thackeray that there are problems with his style of functioning. There are problems in terms of access of the Chief Minister with the MLAs. And not just with Sena. The problem was there with among NCP ministers, NCP legislators, as well as Congress ministers. You know, it's a scenario where none of the partners were very happy with the way things were functioning.
Okay, the partners are not happy with the way things are functioning. Shiv Seniks are not happy with the way that the partners are trying to muscle in on their ministries, on their constituencies, on their municipalities. Also, we are learning now, Member of Parliament Bhavna Gavli has written a letter to Uddhav Thackeray. If you can quickly take us through, Arunil, what it is that Bhavna Gavli has said. Apparently, she has told Uddhav Thackeray, requested Uddhav Thackeray to take a big decision, quote unquote.
Well, this is the letter that Bhavna Gavli had written to CM Uddhav Thackeray. It is in Marathi. Basically, if we can read through her letter, she is saying that आपल्या सेवेशी नम्रपणे निवेदन करते की सध्याकरिता निर्माण झालेल्या राजकीय परिस्थितीमुळे आपण basically you have been emotionally disturbed with the kind of political proceedings that have happened in the state of Maharashtra. And this is a big challenge in front of you, and I request you to take a very big decision per se. Now, what that big decision will be, that only Bhavna Gavli will be able to say, or CM Uddhav Thackeray will be able to say. But if we look at the indications, the Shiv Sena MLAs who were staying at the nearby St. Regis Hotel, it is around 20 to 25 minutes from CM Uddhav Thackeray's Varsha residence. If they come over here, then obviously the Shiv Sena, CM Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena is following the protocol which was set by Sunil Prabhu, the close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray, who had basically sent out a letter to all the Shiv Sena MLAs, including the rebel MLAs, basically telling them that by 5 p.m. you have to be here at Varsha, communicate with the hierarchy, basically CM Uddhav Thackeray and his close confidants, and if you don't follow that protocol, then you tend to lose your
Interesting though,
MLA
considering
post.
that Bhavna Gavli is such a senior member of parliament of the Shiv Sena, a 5-time MP, somebody who is one of the senior most MPs from Maharashtra altogether, the language seems to suggest, Arunil, that almost she is mirroring what Shinde camp is saying. That take a decision in the interest of Hindutva, take a big decision, etc. Would you say so?
Well, that is what in the second paragraph she is writing about it, that for the sake of Hindutva, why our MLAs have gone away from us is because they believe in Hindutva. They feel that our party has deserted Hindutva. So I request you not to take any punitive measures against these MLAs who have left us. In fact, I request you that you should adhere to their demands, accept their demands, and change our party stance. So
almost
now,
as if there is a sort of emotional pressure being built up on Uddhav Thackeray, this whole issue of Hindutva being revived again and again. It was first raised by the Shinde camp, now other MPs, members of the Shiv Sena also saying similar things. Radhika, I believe, is back with us. When they left the hotel for Varsha, what was the mood like, Radhika? In the Shiv Sena camp, the original Shiv Sena as it were. Radhika.
As far as these legislators are concerned, as far as these MLAs who are part of the Uddhav Thackeray camp are concerned, they are saying that they have the numbers. Of course, they do not know what the numbers they are talking about. Of course, there were different versions that were coming out, that there are 15 of us, there are 17 of us, there are 22 of us. They themselves are not entirely certain of the numbers they have in Uddhav Thackeray's favor. But they were seeming confident. They said that they will be going for this meeting, they will be attending the meeting. They are Uddhav Thackeray loyalists, and nothing can break this particular alliance, nothing can break this particular government. So that was the mood of the staunch Uddhav Thackeray supporters, Uddhav Thackeray's camp's MLAs who were at St. Regis, who've gone to Varsha, where they will be attending that particular meeting. Unfortunately, though, that meeting will only be attended by that many MLAs. 30 odd MLAs are still in Guwahati, who have of course shown.
So if we were to just zero in on the number of people who are still with Uddhav Thackeray, and since they left from the hotel, it's safe to say they are anywhere in the vicinity of 15, maximum 20, Radhika?
Yes, absolutely. Anywhere between 15 to 20, not more than that, is what we have assessed from what we saw. Even yesterday when they were entering and today when they were exiting, what we could gather is that it is not more than 20. So it is anywhere between 15 and 20. We saw perhaps about 12 to 15 of them. So yes, so that's the number that we can look at, not more than 20. So easily, okay, so we have more cars actually exiting at this particular place, but these are not of, all right, so there are more cars that are exiting from this particular place. We'll try and all right, so yes, so MLAs are still exiting from St. Regis. We saw a few of them who had exited some time back. Now more number of them are exiting towards Varsha. So that
what did they tell you? You've been speaking to them, Shivani. Pardon me, Radhika. You've been speaking to them. What exactly are they saying? What are they headed towards? Are they headed to a government that still exists, or are they headed towards a resignation? Are they headed towards president's rule? What exactly is their mood right now?
You know, as far as these MLAs are concerned, they'd like to believe that they are going to survive. They'd like to believe that the government exists. That's the kind of sense that we got. That they are not entirely certain about the numbers. They say that, you know, we have the letter in hand with several signatures. Obviously that doesn't prove the majority. We are talking about just about 15 to 20 of them. Yet somehow, even without numbers, they are seeming very confident. So clearly, they do not want to, express their defeat as yet. That's the sense we got from them, that they do not want to express their defeat as yet. Okay. They want to go and sit for that meeting and try and understand what the plan of action is and what the strategy is.
All right, the plan of action and the strategy would be very, very interesting. It's maybe a little premature to ask this question, but many are left wondering if the breakaway group, Ashutosh, is taking the plank of Hindutva being betrayed. Post this rebellion, what will happen to the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray? I think you're muted, sir.
See, I think this is not the first time that the Shiv Sena has seen a vertical split in the party itself. If you remember when when Balasaheb Thackeray was there in 1991, Chhagan Bhujbal walked away with 17 MLAs. And then Narayan Rane and Raj Thackeray and Ganesh Naik. So this is not the first time. The point is that the Shiv Sena is recognized by the Thackeray family. And it's only Thackeray family which will be given credence, if at all a party is there. The issue is that Eknath Shinde, if he walks ahead, if he...
भगिनो आणि मातानो, नमस्कार, जय महाराष्ट्र. बऱ्याच दिवसांनंतर किंवा बऱ्याच महिन्यांनंतर आपण भेटतो आहोत. पहिल्यांदाच एक खुलासा करतो की आजच्या माझ्या या फेसबुक लाईव्ह नंतर काही जण टीका करतील किंवा टिप्पणी करतील की मुख्यमंत्र्यांचा चेहरा पडलेला होता, त्यांचा आवाज असा भारदस्त किंवा नाकातला येत होता. साहजिकच आहे. त्याला कारण आज सकाळी माझी जी कोविड टेस्ट केली ती कोविड टेस्ट पॉझिटिव्ह आलेली आहे. त्याच्यामुळे हा काही इतर कशाचाही दुष्परिणाम नाही, तर तो कोविडचा जो काही एक दुष्परिणाम असतो तो आहे. बऱ्याच महिन्यानंतर मी आपल्या समोर आल्यानंतर नेमकं बोलणार काय आहे, बोलण्यासारख्या गोष्टी बऱ्याच आहेत, थोड्याफार मी आता बोलणारच आहे. हेही आपल्याला माहिती आहे की कोविडचा विषय निघाल्यानंतर कोविड काळामध्ये जी काही आपण लढाई कोविड बरोबर लढलो, प्रसंग बाका होता. मला तर प्रशासनाचा कसलाही अनुभव नव्हता आणि तशा त्या कठीण काळात म्हणजे कोणीही तोंड देऊ शकलेलं नव्हतं. कोविड आला नव्हता. प्रशासन माहिती नसलेल्या माणसाच्या वाटेला पहिल्या 2-3 महिन्यातच कोविड आला. मला जे काही करायचं ते मी प्रामाणिकपणाने त्याही वेळेला केलं. कोविड पासून सावध कसं राहायचं, काय काय करायचं हे मी तुम्हाला का सांगतोय, कारण त्या दरम्यानच्या काळात जे काही सर्वे होत होते त्या सर्वेमध्ये देशातील सर्वोत्तम 5 टॉप मुख्यमंत्र्यांमध्ये तुमच्या सगळ्यांच्या मेहनतीमुळे आणि तुम्ही दिलेल्या सहकार्यामुळे महाराष्ट्राच्या मुख्यमंत्र्यांना तो एक त्याच्यामध्ये ती गणना केली गेली. साहजिकच आहे. आत्ताचा विषय मी आलेलो आहे काही वेगळे मुद्दे घेऊन. जे काही मुद्दे गेल्या काही दिवसांपासून प्रसारमाध्यमातून आपल्यासमोर येत आहेत, मग ते शिवसेना आहे, ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची आहे का, शिवसेनेने हिंदुत्व सोडलं आहे का, मग ही शिवसेना नेमकं कोण चालवतंय,
the media the last couple of days about whether or not Shiv Sena is the same party that Bala Saheb founded. Have they strayed away from the Hindutva plank?
याचं कारण जी माझी शस्त्रक्रिया झाली होती तो अनुभव काय होता, त्या अनुभवाचं एक वर्णन नाही मी करत बसणार, पण त्याच्यानंतरचे 2-3 महिने हे फार विचित्र होते. मी कोणालाही भेटणं शक्य नव्हतं, म्हणजे भेटू शकत नव्हतं, म्हणून तो जो काळ होता तो मुख्यमंत्री कोणाला भेटत नाही.
I underwent surgery for the 2-3 months that followed my surgery. I was not in a condition to meet anyone or speak to anyone, so I could not dispel that narrative.
ते काम काही होत नाही. मी माझी पहिली कॅबिनेट मीटिंग ही हॉस्पिटलमध्ये बाजूच्या खोलीतनं अशीच ऑनलाईन केली होती.
My first cabinet meeting was conducted when I was in the hospital.
शिवसेना म्हणाल तर शिवसेना आणि हिंदुत्व हे दोन घट्ट एकमेकांमध्ये गुंतलेले जोडलेले हे शब्द आहेत. शिवसेना कदापि
are synonymous to each other. We cannot stray away from that.
कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो स्थानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे. म्हणूनच गेल्या एक 8-15 दिवसापूर्वी आदित्य, एकनाथ शिंदे, त्यांच्याबरोबर आपले काही आमदार, खासदार, मंत्री हे अयोध्येला जाऊन आले. हिंदुत्वासाठी काय काय केले.
Aditya, Eknath Shinde and many of our other representatives went to Ayodhya a few weeks ago. Is testament to the fact that we haven't strayed away from our Hindutva plank.
विधिमंडळात बोलणारा कदाचित पहिला मुख्यमंत्री असेल. मग नेमकं झालंय काय, ही शिवसेना कोणाची आहे,
chief minister who has openly spoken about this in the assembly.
किंवा असं फसवण्याचा प्रयत्न करतायत की आता काय बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही. ठीक आहे ना, बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना आणि आत्ताच्या शिवसेनेत फरक काय नेमका, असं काय मी नेमकं केलेलं आहे की शिवसेना ही बाळासाहेबांची त्यावेळेला जे विचार होते तेच आपण पुढे नेतो. बरं, त्याच्यानंतर म्हणजे आपल्यातून बाळासाहेब 2012 साली गेले, 2014 साली आपण एकाकी लढलो होतो, तेव्हाही आपण हिंदूच होतो, आत्ताही हिंदूच आहोत, उद्याही हिंदूच राहणार आहोत. मुद्दा, विचार,
our ideology of Hindutva has stayed the same in 2014, stayed after that and will continue to be so.
याच्या ताकदीवरती प्रतिकूल परिस्थितीत 63 आमदार निवडून आणले आणि ते 63 आमदार आल्यानंतर त्यातले काही नंतर जे मंत्री झाले ती सुद्धा शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांच्या नंतरची शिवसेना होती. आणि त्याच्यानंतरची आतापर्यंतची वाटचाल सहकारी ते सुद्धा त्याच बाळासाहेबांच्या शिवसेनेतले सहकारी आहेत. म्हणजेच काय की पहिल्या प्रथम शिवसेना हिंदुत्व, शिवसेना कोणाची, शिवसेनेने हिंदुत्व सोडले का, शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची राहिली नाही का, मग आम्हाला ती बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना पाहिजे. मग मधल्या काळामध्ये जे काय सगळं मिळालं ते बाळासाहेबांनंतरच्या शिवसेनेने दिलं, हे मी म्हणेन कृपा करून लक्षात ठेवा.
I request all those people who are talking about this not being the party that Bala Saheb left behind, that all of what they have achieved in the last couple of years is also given by the same party and was given to them after Bala Saheb.
गुवाहाटीला गेले, आता त्यातल्या काही आमदारांचे आपल्याला फोन येत आहेत, आम्हाला इकडे आणले गेले, आम्हाला परत यायचंय. आपल्यामध्ये इथे असलेल्या आमदारांना काही फोन येत आहेत, मला त्याच्यामध्ये जायचंच नाही.
Many MLAs have called us that they want to come back, but I don't want to get into those specifics.
आणि ते एवढ्यासाठी की काल परवा जी आपली एक निवडणूक झाली विधान परिषदेची, त्या विधान परिषदेच्या निवडणुकीच्या आदल्या दिवशी हॉटेलमध्ये सगळे आपले आमदार होते. मी तिकडे गेलो आणि म्हटली काय परिस्थिती, ही कोणती लोकशाही ज्यांना आपण आपलं मानतो, शिवसैनिक
MLC elections, I went to the hotel where these MLAs were there. I went and asked them what kind of democracy is this? These are the people that are of our party. Why are we holding them up in one place?
अरे हा कुठे गेला बघा, तो कुठे गेला बघा, मग मध्येच कोणतरी गायब होतो, कुठे गेला होता.
Why were tabs being kept on the MLAs?
बाथरूमला म्हणजे असं म्हणतात की शंका ठीक आहे, पण लघुशंकेला गेला तरी शंका. ही कुठली लोकशाही, ही अशी लोकशाही काय मला आवडणारी आणि पटणारी. आणि मला वाटतं बाळासाहेबांनी पटत नव्हतं आणि आपल्याला
representative went missing for a few minutes or had to excuse himself, there would be doubts about his whereabouts.
जे काय घडलं,
that's not the democracy that Bala Saheb Thackeray wanted or even I want.
असो वा नसो, पण एकदा जबाबदारी अंगावर आली तर ती जबाबदारी मी पूर्ण जिद्दीने पार पाडण्याचा प्रयत्न करतो. आणि त्याच जिद्दीने मी शिवसेना प्रमुखांना दिलेलं वचन पूर्ण करणारच हा निश्चय मनाशी बाळगून रणांगणात उतरलो.
I will deliver on the promise that I made to late Bala Saheb Thackeray.
कोणताही अनुभव नव्हता. आपल्याला तेव्हा नाईलाज झाला, वेगळा मार्ग पत्करावा लागला. काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी हे गेले 25-30 वर्ष आपण त्यांच्या विरोधात ते आपल्या विरोधामध्ये विशेषतः पवार साहेबांनी ती बैठक आमची तिन्ही पक्षाची झाली. त्या बैठकीमध्ये सगळं ठरलं आणि ते ठरल्यानंतर मला त्यांनी सांगितलं की उद्धव जरा 1 मिनिट बोलायचे. म्हटलं काय बोलायचं, आता ठरलंय सगळं, नाही 1 मिनिट. आणि बाजूला खोलीत गेल्यानंतर त्यांनी सांगितलं की उद्धव हे सगळं ठीक आहे पण जबाबदारी तुम्हाला घ्यावी लागेल. म्हटलं का?
When the three parties sat down after elections, Pawar pulled me aside and told me that you have to leave this government.
पवार साहेब काय मस्करी करता का? मी आतापर्यंत महापालिकेत सुद्धा महापौर जिंकल्यानंतर अभिनंदन करायला जातो. म्हणजे साधा महापालिकेत न गेलेला माणूस मुख्यमंत्री कसा होणार? नाही, तुम्हाला हे करावं लागेल.
I haven't even been a mayor in the city. How can I be a chief minister is what I asked Sharad Pawar back then, but he was confident that he wanted me to leave.
मध्ये कधीतरी आपुलकीने फोन करत असतात, विचारत असतात. एक गोष्ट लक्षात घ्या की कोणताही अनुभव नसलेला माणूस इकडे बसवणं, त्याच्या मागे नुसता स्वार्थ हा विचार नाहीये. पण एक राजकारण म्हटल्यानंतर राजकारण कुठेही कसंही वळण घेऊ शकतं, पण त्या वळणाला सुद्धा अर्थ पाहिजे. उगाच काहीतरी रडकुंडीचा घाट जो म्हणतो ना तिकडनं पोलादपूर पासून महाबळेश्वरला जाताना रडकुंडीचा घाट जो वळण म्हणजे गाडी चालवता गाडीचा चालक हा रडकुंडीला येतो. तसं हे वळणदार राजकारण कोणाच्याच उपयोगाचं नाही. आजपर्यंत ह्या सगळ्यांनी मला खूप सहकार्य केलेले आहे. प्रशासनाने तर कमाल केलेली आहे.
For the last 2.5 years, all of these people, including from the NCP and Congress, have helped me immensely in administrating.
आज मी नेमकं काय बोलणार आहे? मला दुःख कशाचं झालेलं आहे, आश्चर्य कशाचं वाटलेलं आहे, धक्का कशाचा बसलेला आहे की काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी म्हणाली की आम्हाला मुख्यमंत्रीपदी उद्धव ठाकरे नकोच. तो त्यांचा विचार आहे. दोन्ही पक्ष स्वतंत्र आहेत.
Upsets me the most today is that if the NCP or the Congress would have said that they do not want me to lead the state, then it would have been understandable.
साठी आपण एकत्र आलो होतो. पण आज सुद्धा सकाळी कमलनाथजींनी मला फोन केला होता. कालच सकाळी शरद पवारजींनी फोन केला.
मला म्हणाले and the NCP have told me that they want me to lead. Sharad Pawar called me yesterday, Kamalnath called me this morning.
माझ्यावरती ठेवल्यानंतर
their confidence in me has not wavered.
नको असेल तर काय करायचं हा मोलाचा प्रश्न आहे. माझीच लोक म्हणत असतील की ते ठीक आहे त्यांना हवे असतील पण आम्हाला तुम्ही नको. मग मला हेच म्हणायचं आहे की समजा माझ्या लोकांना म्हणजे मी माझं म्हणतोय ते मला आता माझं आपलं मानतात की नाही मला माहिती नाही. तर तुम्ही इथे येऊन बोलायला काय हरकत होती? सुरतला जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा सरळ समोर यायचं आणि सांगायचं की उद्धवजी तुम्ही कारभार करायला नालायक आहात. हे कोविडच्या काळातले टॉप 5 वगैरे सोडून द्या. आम्हाला तुम्ही मुख्यमंत्रीपदी नको. ठीक आहे चला मी उठतो. मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत तर मी आता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरनं मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे. मला कोणताही मोह नाही. मी ओढून ताणून खुर्चीला चिपकून बसणार नाही. कोणताही मोह मला खेचू शकत नाही, अडवू शकत नाही, थांबवू शकत नाही. पण हे माझ्या समोर येऊन बोला. उगाच काहीतरी शिवसेनेशी आम्ही गद्दारी करणार नाही. शिवसेना आहे आमची शिवसेना कशाला तुम्ही हे करताय?
Don't hide behind these comments that you're making about Shiv Sena straying away from the Hindutva plank and this not being the Shiv Sena that Bharatiya Thackeray left behind.
कुऱ्हाडीचा दांडा होताच टाळ. तीच परिस्थिती ही आहे की काही जणांना ही म्हण माहिती आहे पण त्या म्हणीमागची गोष्ट नाही माहिती आहे. ती गोष्ट अशी आहे की एकदा एका जंगलामध्ये एक लाकूड तोड्या झाड तोडत होता. म्हणजे त्याच्या कुऱ्हाडीचे घावच घालत होता. सगळे पक्षी त्याच्यावरती राहणारे हे कासावीस झाले की आपला आसरा असलेले हे झाड आता तुटणार, कोलमडून पडणार. पण त्याहीपेक्षा हे घाव घालत असताना या झाडाला वेदना किती होत असतील म्हणून ते पक्षी त्या झाडाशी बोलायला लागले. आपल्याला निसर्गाची भाषा येत नाही पण निसर्ग एकमेकाच्या भाषेत बोलत असेल तर पक्षी त्याच्याशी बोलायला लागले झाडाला की दादा तुला खूप दुखत असेल ना रे, खूप वेदना होत असतील ना रे की तुझ्यावरती हे कुऱ्हाडीचे घाव पडतायत. झाडाने काय उत्तर द्यावं? की मला वेदना होत आहेत, दुःख होतंय पण ते घाव पडतात म्हणून होत नाहीये. तर हा लाकूड तोड्या ज्या कुऱ्हाडीने घाव घालतोय त्या कुऱ्हाडीचं लाकूड हे माझ्या फांदीचं लाकूड आहे, त्याच्या मला वेदना जास्त होत आहेत, त्याच्या वेदना जास्त होत आहेत. हेच आज चाललेले आहे, हेच आज चाललेले आहे. कुऱ्हाडीचा दांडा हा आपला जे बोतास काळ म्हणजे आपली जी राजकारणातली जन्मदात्री आहे, शिवसेना आहे, तिच्यावरती तिचंच लाकूड वापरून घाव कोणी घालू नका. या समोर बसा, मी देतो राजीनामा. चला, मी तुमच्या हातामध्ये आज मी माझ्या राजीनामा.
Come sit down with me, have a conversation with me. You want me to resign? I will quit. I will submit my resignation with immediate effect, but have the conversation with me. Come to the talking table.
मी का नाही जात? कारण मला कोविड झालंय. त्यातून राज्यपाल महोदय म्हणाले की उद्धवजी को खुद को आने दो, चलो मैं भी आने के लिए तयार हूँ. मी यायला तयार आहे. म्हणून मी पुन्हा एकदा सांगतोय की ही कुठेही आगतिकपणा नाही, हा कुठेही अगदी लाचारीचा प्रसंग नाही किंवा मजबुरीता अजिबात नाहीये. कारण आजपर्यंत अशी अनेक आव्हानं बिनसत्तेची आपण पेललेत. हे काय मोठं आव्हान आहे? काय होईल जास्तीत जास्त? परत लढू.
This appeal is not out of desperation. We faced many challenges in the past as well. We'll fight again.
जोडून दिलेला सारा शिवसैनिक आहे. तोपर्यंत मी कोणत्याही संकटाला भीत नाही. मी आव्हानाला सामोरा जाणारा माणूस आहे. त्याच्यामुळे कोणतेही आव्हान
I am not someone to cow down to these hurdles.
हे जसं मी मुख्यमंत्री पदासाठी बोलतोय तसंच मी आज माझ्या शिवसैनिकांना सुद्धा आवाहन करतोय. कारण का तरी शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही असं काही जे आरोप करतायत त्याला सुद्धा माझ्याकडे उत्तर आहे. माझ्याकडे उत्तर आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, त्याला मला सांगा की हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे. मी शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुख
come and tell me that I am incapable of leading the party as well. I am ready to give up that position too.
त्यांच्या सांगण्यावर किंवा त्यांच्या त्या काय ते ट्रेंडिंग ट्रोलिंग ट्विटर ह्याच्यासाठी मी काय त्यांना मी बांधलेलं नाहीये. मी माझ्या शिवसैनिकाला बांधलेलं आहे. आणि शिवसैनिक सुद्धा या भानगडीत पडणार
tells me that I am incapable, incompetent of leading the party, then I'm ready to give up that position too.
दोन्ही पदं सोडायला तयार आहे. पण मी मुख्यमंत्री पद सोडल्यानंतर जर शिवसेनेचा मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल मला आनंदाने मान्य आहे. आनंदाने मान्य आहे.
I am ready to give up the position both of the Shiv Sena chief and of the chief minister, and I would be happy if the chief ministership is with the Shiv Sena.
तेही मला मान्य आहे. पण एकदा मला समोर येऊन सांगा. हे इकडून तिकडून नाही, आमचं तुमच्याबद्दल काहीच म्हणणं नाहीये. पण तसं नसेल तर जोपर्यंत मी खुर्ची अडवून ठेवले तोपर्यंत काय होणार? काहीच होणार नाही. म्हणून एकदा ठरूया, तुम्ही या किंवा आणि सांगा की तुमचं आम्ही फेसबुक लाईव्ह पाहिलं.
We will have a conversation and we'll come to a decision.
आम्हाला तिकडे यायला संकोच वाटतो, पण तुम्ही म्हणालात त्याच्याप्रमाणे तुम्ही आम्हाला नकोत हे स्पष्ट सांगा. मी या क्षणाला मुख्यमंत्री पद सोडायला तयार आहे.
Tell me clearly we do not want you and I'm ready to give up the chief minister's chair.
म्हणून बांधवांनो आणि भगिनीनो एकच सांगेन, शेवटी पदं येत असतात, पदं जात असतात. आयुष्याची कमाई काय? पदं नसतात. पदावरती बसल्यानंतर जे तुम्ही काही काम करता त्याच्यानंतर जनतेची प्रतिक्रिया काय असते ही आयुष्याची कमाई असते. आणि या 2.5 वर्षामध्ये जे प्रेम तुम्ही मला दिलं,
they are not your legacy. What you do when you're in a position of power is what decides your legacy, and in the last 2.5 years I think I have given the state and the party that.
कुटुंबातला एक माणूस आमच्याशी बोलतोय असं वाटतं. हे भाग्य मला नाही वाटत ह्याच्यापेक्षा आणखीन काय असू शकेल. ज्यांची ओळख पाळत नाही, दूर कुठेतरी राहतात, अगदी मुंबईत राहिले तरी भेटीचा कधी योग येईल असाही भाग नाहीये. पण या माध्यमातून जेव्हा मी तुमच्याशी बोलतोय तेव्हा तुम्ही आमच्या कुटुंबातले वाटतात. हीच तर आयुष्याची कमाई आहे. आणि आयुष्याची कमाई माझ्यासाठी तरी भरपूर आहे. मुख्यमंत्री पद हे तेव्हा अनपेक्षितपणाने आलं. आता सुद्धा मी यायला चिपटून बसत नाहीये. जर तुम्ही सांगाल
came to me unexpectedly and even today I have no intention of hanging on to it. If you come to me and ask me to give it all up, I am ready to do so.
करायचं होतं. नाही, मला काय म्हणायचंय की तुम्ही संख्या किती कोणाकडे आहे हा गौण आहे विषय आहे माझ्याकडे. शेवटी ही जी काही लोकशाही आहे त्या लोकशाहीमध्ये संख्या ज्यांच्याकडे अधिक असते तो जिंकतो. मग ती तुम्ही संख्या कशी जमवता? प्रेमाने जमवता? जोर जबरदस्तीने
numbers is not what I am interested in. It's a democracy. It is a number game. But how have you come up with those numbers?
आणि अविश्वास करून
have you gotten those numbers out of people's free will and because they want to be with you, or have you forced them? Is what is needed to be looked at.
किती जण तिकडे गेलेत, किती जण माझ्या विरुद्ध मतदान करतील? नाही. एकाने जरी माझ्या विरुद्ध मतदान केलं तरी ते माझ्यासाठी लाजिरवाणी गोष्ट आहे. आणि म्हणून मला एकही मत माझ्यावरती त्यांना अविश्वास ठराव दाखवण्याची वेळ येऊ नये म्हणून त्यांनी मला सांगावं. मी कुठेही त्या नावाचा उच्चार
करणार नाही. If any of them, anybody from my party votes against me, even if one person does, then it's a matter of shame for me. Instead of that, just come to me and tell me clearly that you do not have confidence in my capabilities anymore.
तुम्ही आजपर्यंत दिलं. उद्या मी सांगितलेलंच आहे की मुख्यमंत्रीपदी माझी राहायची अजिबात इच्छा नाही. पण त्याच्यानंतर सुद्धा जेव्हा जेव्हा आपली भेटगाठ होईल ती मात्र जसा मी फिरत जाईन तशी प्रत्यक्ष होईल. तेव्हा मात्र तुम्ही हे दाखवत असलेलं प्रेम हे सदैव असंच कायम ठेवा.
I do not care about the Chief Minister's chair, but the love of the people, the confidence in people is what I care about. Even if I'm not the Chief Minister, if you continue to have that confidence and love for me, then that's all that I want.
पण त्याच्यानंतर सुद्धा जेव्हा जेव्हा आपली भेटगाठ होईल ती मात्र जसा मी फिरत जाईन तशी प्रत्यक्ष होईल. तेव्हा मात्र तुम्ही हे दाखवत असलेलं प्रेम
Well, we're going to try and cut back to that press conference, that address to the state that has been telegraphed by Uddhav Thackeray over Facebook, viewers. But he's quite clear that as of now, there's no question of him quitting unless and until, of course, the dissenting rebel MLAs come up to him, stand in front of him and tell him on his face that they don't want him as the Chief Minister or the Chief of the Shiv Sena. Once he hears it from their mouths in person, he will go because he doesn't love power. He's also sent out a message, direct message to all the cadre, including the rebels, that as far as he's concerned, the Shiv Sena has not strayed from Hindutva. Hindutva is the ideology as well as the beating heart of the Shiv Sena. Let's try and go back to that address and pick up. Okay, we don't quite have that feed. Let me go straight across to Arunil now on the ground. Arunil, quite expected. Many people had thought that Uddhav Thackeray would actually call the bluff. He had made his intention clear by issuing a statement saying that if the rebel MLAs don't show up at the meeting that he has called at his residence, they will be sacked. So he's been consistent there. As of now, not quitting.
Well, Rahul, first Uddhav Thackeray applied force. First, he sent out that aggressive letter.
Okay, well, one second, just hold your thoughts. Arvind Samant, Sena MP, is with us right now. Mr. Samant, I want to come straight out to you. Thank you for speaking to Times Now. Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is saying that I'm ready to quit, but only if the rebels come and tell me to my face that they don't want me to continue. That means you don't have the numbers.
It's not the question of number. Try to understand again and again. It is not the question. He said it in the that while addressing that. I am not bothering about the number or other thing. Issue is that the opposition, other parties which are in alliance are saying we believe in you, we trust you, and our own people. He has used the Marathi slogan for that, Surat is a land of Guwahati. That means the X is has a handle of wood of the same tree. And that X is applied on the same tree. That is what he is saying. Who are these people? Let them come forward and tell me that we don't want you to be a leader of our party.
Mr. Shinde has said that he's going to be holding a press conference very shortly. What if he says that you've heard our message, we're not interested in coming to meet you face to face? You have to accept the reality. What happens then?
That is the issue now. If you are really by heart that you don't want that leadership, you should have a courage to come and tell him that we don't want to follow you. They should show the courage instead of going away, running away, staying at Surat, staying at Guwahati. That's what he said. Why you ran away so long?
Well, Mr. Shinde said that he made desperate attempts to contact and raise issues with the Shiv Sena at the top level, but he was not heard. Therefore, he's had to do what he's had to do. You know his response.
Never ever. This cannot be. He is so openly speaking on the Facebook. What would you want? So transparent. And it was really disheartening to listen to that such a thorough gentleman BJP Maharashtra has never got. But the Chief Minister of the Maharashtra, and he's being treated like this. Our own people, not the others, not the opposition. That is why he's heard for that. Okay.
But supposing, Mr. Sawant, they say, no, we are not coming. Will you expel them? That's the fundamental question. How long will you give them? Okay, we've lost Arvind Sawant there. Let me go back once again to Arunil. Arunil, Sanjay Rawat has come out and tweeted saying that, yes, we'll continue to struggle. Our struggle will continue. How do you interpret this, Arunil?
Well, Sanjay Raut's tweet says, Sanghas Kara. That means our struggle will go on. Now, this is again contradictory with the press conference or the interaction, social media interaction that his party supremo, CM Uddhav Thackeray of Maharashtra basically gave in, because there that aggression could not be seen. What everybody was expecting was that according to the letter that Sunil Prabhu had sent in to the Shiv Sena MLAs saying that if by 5 p.m. they don't communicate with the Sena hierarchy, with CM Uddhav Thackeray, then they have a chance of losing their MLA post as well. But here it was an emotional appeal that CM Uddhav Thackeray he hinted towards. In fact, he made an emotional appeal to the Eknath Shinde camp, basically saying that you should watch. You have watched my Facebook interaction. You have watched my social media interaction. Now you should call me or my people and tell me on my face, come over here at my bungalow and tell me that I'm not good. I'm not good enough. I'm incapable in handling the CM post. Then I will be happy that somebody else from the Shiv Sena takes over the CM post on that front. But clearly what was expected as per the letter that CM Uddhav Thackeray had made his close confidants sent to the rebel MLAs, his entire stance was completely different. It was rather emotional, one can say, emotional appeals being made to the Shiv Senics, emotional appeal being made to these rebelling MLAs, and that also showcases that he doesn't have the numbers, because only
now, very
16
clearly,
MLAs
viewers,
were
the
there.
ball very clearly. Let me just break this down for you. There are 4 scenarios that are unfolding. Shireen is also joining us on this broadcast. We're also going to connect to Guwahati, because the ball right now, viewers, is very firmly now in the Shinde camp's court. Shinde and his 32 or 34 MLAs, as he claims, give 1 or 2, now will have to respond shortly to Uddhav Thackeray. We've already been told that at 7 p.m. Shinde, the rebel, is going to actually be holding a press conference. What he says, one doesn't know, but one can hazard a guess. He might turn around and say that, look, I have been sending messages to you about the fact that you are reneging on your commitment to Hindutva, but you haven't paid me any attention. Today, I've decided now to pursue the own course, my own path to save Hindutva, to save the Shiv Sena as it is straying from the path of Hindutva, and therefore I will continue my struggle to ensure that Balasaheb Thakeray's legacy is not squandered by his heirs. And he may refuse, viewers, to meet Uddhav Thackeray in person. If that happens, the question then, of course, is, will Uddhav Thackeray escalate matters by issuing expulsion orders? Now, if he does so, viewers, that will trigger some sort of a constitutional crisis, because fundamentally these people will stand to be disqualified. The Speaker remains loyal to the Shiv Sena. He might convene the House and, of course, take note of the expulsions. The halfway mark of the House will come down, and it is quite possible that the Shiv Sena might be 1 or 2 short of the halfway mark, or might just be placed with a wafer-thin majority. Will Uddhav Thackeray take that chance? Will Shinde stand up to Uddhav Thackeray, or will he say, okay, let's have it out face to face. I remain a committed Shiv Sainik. I think we can work together to resurrect Bal Thackeray's legacy, and we can continue this conversation elsewhere. That would mean a temporary halt to these hostilities between the 2 camps. Those are the scenarios that are evolving. The 3 main takeaways from the Uddhav Thackeray press conference: he's not quitting. He's defended very, very stoutly his commitment to Hindutva. And he has come out and very clearly put the ball in the Shinde camp, saying that if you are true courageous Shiv Sainiks, if you're all tigers, you will come, stand in front of me with the gumption of telling me what you think to my face, and we will have it out. And if I feel that you're right, I will quit. That's the gauntlet that has been thrown down. Let's open this up because we have our reporters all across. I want to go straight across first to Nibir, who's in Guwahati. Nibir, this is going to be an interesting conversation. Arunil is there also in the frame. We also have Radhika, who's also making her way now to the house of Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, because at the end of the day, if the BJP doesn't stand behind the Shinde camp, then this entire mutiny will have come to no avail. Also with us, Sherin. Let me first come out to you, Nibir. Nibir, where is Mr. Shinde right now? Where are the MLAs right now? And what are they expected to do next?
The dissenting MLAs here are lodged at the Radisson Blue Hotel here in Guwahati since morning. They landed in Guwahati airport and straight away came to the Radisson Blue Hotel. And very important questions that are going to be answered in the media briefing that Shinde is going to be held within an hour, because there are questions firstly about the decision whether he wants to stay or whether he wants to move away, whether he wants to follow his own ideals that he has said that he is going to follow, late Bharatiya Janata Thackerays Hindutva ideals. Secondly, there is also the question of the BJP footprint that was visible today, because we saw the BJP grassroots workers at the airport. We also saw a few of the BJP leaders addressing the dissenting MLAs at the airport, and also their entry at the hotel. So these are the key questions that are going to be answered by Shinde, and also his decision whether he wants to continue dissent or whether he wants to rethink about his decision. So big questions are going to be answered today at the media interaction that has been done by Shinde and his camp that has now been camping here at the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati.
Okay, 7 o'clock. We had been told, viewers, that's going to be the most important press conference of the day. Let me tell you, 7 o'clock we will hear from the Shinde camp. I want to go back to Arunil. Arunil, who's outside Barsha. Arunil, Uddhav, is he a fighter? How far will he take this? You know him very well. Is he going to, in case at 7 p.m. Shinde says nothing doing, I'm not coming to meet you, is he going to pull the plug?
Well, Rahul, the question is whether the train has actually left the station, whether these rebel MLAs have taken that plunge to move out of CM Uddhav Thackeray's Sena camp. And that is why, obviously, this cannot be a one-day's game. This was a pre-planned thing from Eknath Shinde. He must have spoken individually with all these MLAs that went to Surat, then all the way they have been taken to Guwahati. So all these, whatever CM Uddhav Thackeray will be throwing at them, they must be prepared for that as well. This was an emotional appeal, because if CM Uddhav Thackeray would have directly removed them as the MLAs of Shiv Sena, probably it wouldn't have given a very good signal to the Shiv Sena party workers, because all of them have been speaking on the Hindutva lines. All of them have been attacking CM Uddhav Thackeray and his close confidants on Hindutva lines, saying that they have compromised Hindutva by joining hands with the arch rivals of late Bal Thackeray, that is the Congress and the NCP. So basically, first he defended himself.
More news coming in, and I want to bring in Radhika on this. What we are being told is that more Sena MLAs, after hearing Uddhav Thackeray perhaps admitting to the fact that he is facing a crisis, a deep one, have decided to decamp. 4 to 5 more Sena MLAs are turning rebels, and they are going to go to Guwahati. Radhika, you have been speaking to a large number of these MLAs, and you know that the party has been making an outreach to some of them. What have they been saying in return?
You know, as far as these MLAs are concerned, we did interact with a few of them who are in fact leaving for Varsha. In fact, that meeting is also set to take place in a few minutes from now. These are obviously Uddhav Thackeray loyalists. They were quite confident. They kept talking about certain numbers which they themselves were unsure about. They were talking about the fact that they have more than 20 MLAs. They have more support of several more MLAs. They will go with a letter. But unfortunately, though, they don't know their numbers as yet, especially the loyalists of Uddhav Thackeray. And it is on the expected lines that more MLAs are...
Just give me 30 seconds. I want to go across to Amit Rajput also, who's got this input. Amit Rajput, आपको कहां से पता लग रहा है कि ये 4 या 5 और सेना के जो भागी हैं वो गुवाहाटी जा रहे हैं?
जी देखिए, जिस तरह से अभी 2 MLAs जो हैं शिवसेना के, योगेश कदम और दूसरा जो नाम मैंने बताया है, ये 2 MLA जो हैं और निर्मला गावित, योगेश कदम और निर्मला गावित, ये 2 ऐसे विधायक हैं जो फिर से सूरत की होटल में आज पहुंच चुके हैं। कल ये दोनों वहां पर मौजूद नहीं थे और आज ये अभी कुछ देर पहले ये पहुंचे हैं और इनको भी गुवाहाटी भेजने के लिए एक चार्टर प्लेन की व्यवस्था जो है वो सूरत के एयरपोर्ट पे की गई है। तो अभी कुछ देर के अंदर ये दोनों विधायकों को भी गुवाहाटी भेज दिया जाएगा और ये भी कहा जा रहा है, जो सूत्रों के पास से हमें जानकारी मिली है, बाकी के और कुछ जो विधायक हैं, 3 से 4 विधायक जो और हैं, वो भी सूरत आ सकते हैं और सूरत से
Well, this is quite a fast, viewers, a big fast. We are being told that those pictures on your screens are of these MLAs that have arrived at that Surat resort, and from there they're going to be taken to Guwahati. But the great fast now that is playing out, viewers, is that Uddhav Thackeray, who doesn't have the numbers, is still clinging on. He's decided to stay on. Political instability continues in the state of Maharashtra. Maharashtra is no ordinary state of the Indian Union, viewers. It's one of the most industrialized states. At a time when there is economic uncertainty, can we afford a government distracted by a crisis? Can we actually afford a government that's not in control? Can we afford, viewers, most importantly, a government that is only clinging on to power, forgetting about the people? Fundamental questions tonight. Fundamental questions. If Uddhav Thackeray doesn't have the numbers, he should quit, or he should immediately call for a floor test, end the uncertainty, instead of going through the hoops of suggesting that Shinde must come, stand in front of him and tell him what he thinks of him. That's putting ego above the welfare of the people and welfare of the state. I want to go across to Shireen. I want to go across to Madhav. Madhav, it will all come down at the end of the day to what the BJP has to say. And let's be honest, the BJP has kept its cards very, very close to his chest. Arunil, I'm there with you. I can see you in the frame. Just hold your camera straight and turn around. I'm coming right out to you. But Madhav, this is really fundamental, isn't it? It is really fundamental. The BJP needs to come out and also tell us what it's thinking.
Well, absolutely. And Rahul, the central leadership of the party has been extremely tight-lipped. We've not seen the BJP even come out and participate in panel debates over the last 24 hours on this issue. They're not expected to do so today because clearly they have taken a position that all of this is happening organically from within the Shiv Sena is when the split is happening. However, one person who certainly knows exactly what's happening is Devendra Fadnavis. He is the person who Sharad Pawar has and Agadi members have alleged is orchestrating this. Well, that may or may not be true. The fact is that the Sena MLAs are in a BJP ruled state at this point of time. There have been BJP leaders who have in fact visited the hotels there as well as in Gujarat when they were lodged in Surat. So the BJP in the background certainly of course will have an important role to play, and it's very clear that Eknath Shinde on his own cannot form a government. He will need the support of the BJP. Whatever deal may have been struck between him and the BJP is something that is not extremely clear at the moment. Certainly there is talk of him being offered the Deputy Chief Minister's post, but what exactly is it that has been worked out? And at this point of time when Uddhav Thackeray is making such a fervent appeal, a party known for its strongman image kind of politics, for Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister, virtually appealing, making that emotive appeal, saying that come to me, talk to me, and I will even step down from the Chief Minister's post. If that was indeed the case, the question that many are asking is, did the Thackeray's not have their ear to the ground? Now, of course, as the ship has sailed, as the train has left the station, as Arunil was saying, now is it a bit too late in the day for the Thackeray's to be making that kind of an appeal? That's the question that many are asking. And of course the numbers earlier in the day when the letter was sent out, the numbers of course were short of 37 is what we were told. With more MLAs now reaching the fold of Eknath Shinde, will he become that much closer to that number of 37, which virtually makes him immune from any kind of anti-defection law or proceedings? The battle of course for who will be the leader, who can issue a whip, the speaker, all of that of course playing out on the sidelines of this entire controversy.
Arunil, what's happening behind you? A lot of movement outside Varsha.
Well, Rahul, she was the car was of Dipali Syed, the Shiv Sena leader. She is, however, not an MLA. All are expecting the bus of the Shiv Sena MLAs to reach over here in some time, and that's why a heavy police deployment has been done at the entrance of the road of Varsha, that is the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. A meeting with these Shiv Sena MLAs who have decided to stay back with CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp. Around 16 or 17 of them have decided to stay back. Is scheduled to be held with CM Uddhav Thackeray, and also we understand that Sharad Pawar is expected to have a telephonic conversation with CM Uddhav Thackeray as well. What will be the future course of action? What will be the next plan of action if Eknath Shinde agrees? If he doesn't agree, then clearly it is a big trouble for CM Uddhav Thackeray. And what should be the next course of action then? What technicalities CM Uddhav Thackeray and his team should opt for? Everything will be decided after coordinating with the Mahavikas Aghadi stakeholders, mainly Kamal Nath and Sharad Pawar. They will be coordinating and giving out a piece of advice to CM Uddhav Thackeray, because in today's media interaction as well, CM Uddhav Thackeray pointed towards the fact that I wouldn't have mind if Congress or NCP would have told me that I am incapable, but it is my men who have deserted me, and that is extremely hurtful. Very emotional plea being made by CM Uddhav Thackeray. Now, what will be the retort or response from Eknath Shinde and his camp? That we will be keeping a close eye on.
That is very critical, viewers. It's all coming down now to the ego of Uddhav Thackeray. It's now all in the mind. He's lost it on the ground. It's now in the mind. Radhika, this is now coming down to ego, and I'm going to open this up right after you respond to me. Also, of course, Shireen there with us. Shireen, who is tracking the NCP and the Congress. I want your input on this, but first, Radhika. Radhika, what do you expect happening after 7 o'clock? When? And I can write this down. Shinde says, I am not coming to meet you, Uddhav Thackeray. What's going to happen next?
You know, as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, we know for a fact that in that resolution letter, he has written very categorically, he's spoken about his dissatisfaction and discontent of all those 34 MLAs who signed it. So that is something he'll reiterate at the meeting, at that press conference, is something that we can expect. Their dissatisfaction, their discontent, the fact that Mahavikas Aghadi itself was formed despite differences within the Sena, despite ideological differences with the Congress and the NCP. So yes, you know, the resolution, the content of the resolution letter will be something that will be spoken by Eknath Shinde, and in most likelihood he will say that he may not be meeting Uddhav Thackeray. A face-to-face meeting may not happen. Not entirely certain if they will appeal to the Chief Minister to put in his papers, but there is a possibility that he could speak of what the next step is, because dissolution is something that no party wants at the moment. They do not want re-election. What they want is the formation of a government. So in most likelihood, what could happen is perhaps a pact that may be sealed with the BJP. Will that be revealed in that press conference? That remains to be seen.
Okay, that's very interesting. We're also being told, of course, viewers, and we've reported this earlier, that Sharad Pawar will be meeting Uddhav Thackeray very shortly. We're going to have to see what happens. Sherin, this is really also a matter of grave disappointment to the Congress and the NCP. They invested a lot in Uddhav Thackeray. They feel that Uddhav Thackeray let the site down.
Absolutely, and that is what the opinion of both the Congress and the NCP has been. Though they are not openly blaming Shiv Sena or Uddhav Thackeray, but they have hinted that it is in fact an internal matter as far as Shiv Sena is concerned, and the onus lies on Uddhav Thackeray himself to put the house in order. Now, till yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray, it seems that he thought that things would in fact come back to normal, things would in fact be sorted out, but we have seen how at 1 p.m. cabinet meeting as well, there were only 3 ministers from Shiv Sena. Even at 5 p.m., the MLA meeting that was in fact called, there has in fact been no turnout of the MLAs, though the 15 of the MLAs who were here last night are in fact on their way, and this is the road that is in fact leading towards Uddhav Thackeray's residence, and you can see there is in fact a lot of chaotic situation. There is a lot of movement that is happening. We are expecting the MLAs to come here.
Okay, the BJP has responded, viewers. The BJP putting out one of its first tweets, really, via its national spokesperson Amit Malviya, saying Uddhav Thackeray inherited the party power in Bala Sahib's legacy. He became CM by deceit and has been one of the worst performing chief ministers today. Despite being in power, he has no control over his party. Legislators disapprove of his government. Classic case of incompetence. The first salvo fired by the BJP straight directly at Uddhav Thackeray. This really changes equations, doesn't it, Madhav? This shows that the BJP is not even going to accept in case Uddhav Thackeray decides that, look, the time has come that we come back to the fold, etc., etc. At this moment, there is no question of it. Yes, Madhav.
Well, we do seem to be point that past of no return, Rahul, and clearly the BJP making its position very clear with this one tweet, as you rightly mentioned, Amit Malviya, who's head of the social media department of the BJP, coming out and saying that Uddhav Thackeray has inherited the power party and Bala Sahib's legacy. He became CM by deceit and has been one of the worst performing CMs. Despite being in power, has no control over his party. His
One second, I just need to go across to Deepak Kesarkar, Sena MLA, who is backing Shinde, the rebel. So he's part of the rebel faction. Mr. Kesarkar, thank you. हमसे आप बात कर रहे हैं. मुझे बताइए कि शिंदे साहब क्या उद्धव ठाकरे को पर्सनली मिलने जाएंगे जैसे उद्धव चाहते हैं?
देखिए, आपने जो मेंशन किया, मैं शिंदे साहब का सपोर्ट मैंने नहीं किया अभी तक.
ओके.
लेकिन मैं मुंबई में हूँ. मेरी कल भी उद्धव साहब से बात हुई थी और हम लोगों का उनको कल भी कहना था कि यहाँ पे कुछ पैचअप होना चाहिए. आखिर वो लीडर है, वो जो भी डिसीजन चाहे ले सकते हैं, उनकी पार्टी है. लेकिन जो विधायकों का कहना है वो हमने उनको ब्रीफ किया था कल भी.
नहीं तो देखिए, उद्धव साहब कह रहे हैं कि भाई सीधा सीधा उनको संदेशा है शिंदे साहब को कि आप मेरे पास आइए और मेरे मुंह पे मुझे बोलिए कि आई डू नॉट एक्सेप्ट यू एज माई लीडर और मैं रेजिग्नेशन दे दूंगा. नंबर वन, क्या उद्धव ठाकरे इज ही प्लेइंग फॉर टाइम? ही इज एडमिटिंग ही डजंट हैव द नंबर्स. शुड ही नॉट जस्ट क्विट?
I'll not be able to make any comments on this, but what has happened till this date, I can tell you about that. Whatever decision he wants to take, he is after all leader of a party, so he can take his own decisions. But whatever has happened, I briefed you about the causes why the entire thing happened.
Okay.
तो उसके ऊपर जो भी डिसीजन उनको लेना है. अभी आपने सुनाया कि बीजेपी की तरफ से क्या ट्वीट आया है, तो उस हिसाब से वो उनके साथ.
मगर नंबर तो है नहीं केसरकर साहब. यू ऑल्सो नो दिस. यू डोंट हैव द नंबर्स. इससे तो अच्छा यही है कि आप क्विट करें और महाराष्ट्र की जो जनता है, यू सेव देम फ्रॉम द ट्रबल ऑफ नॉट सर्विंग देम. देयर इज नोबडी सर्विंग देम राइट नाउ.
Yeah, but this decision should be there within 1 week. I should have the picture would be clear.
So you mean to say one of India's most important industrially advanced states will have no government for 1 week as this sort of game of thrones plays out?
It is the government is already there. The government which
it's not working, sir.
Will continue to rule.
Sir, Shiv Sena's MLAs are sitting in Guwahati. You yourself are, sorry to say, but fighting a crisis. How are you going to serve the people, sir?
The cabinet, it had a meeting today. They have taken several decisions. So basically the cabinet runs the state.
With no ministers. The cabinet had no ministers. It had only 2 ministers. That's what we are being told. Even Aditya Thackeray was not part of that meeting.
I'm not aware of this, but
sir,
when the cabinet was called, the briefing is given.
That is the fact. So you are having cabinet meetings and the chief minister is addressing empty chairs. Now that is a sign in itself that he has lost the perhaps respect, I don't know if I can use that word, but certainly the support of a large number of his own MLAs. They don't want him to be chief minister. They believe he's incompetent, that he's drifted away from the core ideology of the Shiv Sena. How can a man who is not being able to serve his own father's legacy serve the people of the state of Maharashtra?
No, this is not, the issues are being mixed. There is no rebel against the CN. Actually, it is based on an issue, the issue of giving support to one party or the other party. When it's coalition, it is for the party to decide with whom they want to go, because none of the party have a majority in Maharashtra.
Well, visuals coming in. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Kesarkar. We are none the wiser after that conversation, but let's just hope that Shinde clears matters up for us in the next 45 minutes. I want to go straight across to these pictures. These are Uddhav Thackeray's residence pictures. Varsha, there's the Chief Minister's home. Arunil is there. Arunil, what's happening? Supriya Sule, Jitendra Awad, a large number of other people showing up there. NCP.
Well, Rahul, more significantly, it was Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, the person who had basically weaved this unnatural alliance of the Shiv Sena, the Congress and the NCP, ideologically different political parties. Sharad Pawar has come to the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Basically, one can say that this is the first time that Sharad Pawar has come to CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence after this entire issue had cropped up. He had spoken from Delhi, basically saying that this mess is Shiv Sena's internal problem. CM Uddhav Thackeray has to sort it out. But now one can say that Sharad Pawar has joined in the fight. Sharad Pawar, somebody, a veteran politician, a senior politician who's also been called as a Chanakya in the state of Maharashtra at least. Now, what help he can provide to CM Uddhav Thackeray, that we will be keeping a close.
Just lost the signal there, but it's quite clear that the NCP rushing now. The NCP rushing. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray said on his live address to the state that it was Pawar who was instrumental in really giving him the support, encouragement to become chief minister and accept the position. He wasn't really interested. He put that on Pawar. Pawar now rushing to Uddhav Thackeray's residence saying, don't let the side down. Do whatever it takes. But viewers, if Shinde says that he has nothing more to do with the Shiv Sena, all of this is not going to matter. The only salvation is to call Shinde's bluff, expel the Shiv Sena MLAs, and then hold a floor test. That's the only other option left. I want to open this up. 30 seconds. I'm coming right back to you, Arunil. I just want to get a quick soundbite in from Sanjay Dwivedi, leader of the Shiv Sena, Shekhar Iyer, Shantanu Gupta, Varun Singh, and Dr. Shankar Guha. Sanjay Dwivedi, there is a farce playing out. Uddhav Thackeray goes on television. Uddhav Thackeray साहब टीवी पे जाते हैं और वो कहते हैं कि भाई मैं जानता हूं कि मेरी सरकार लड़खड़ा रही है, कि मेरे एमएलए गुवाहाटी में बैठे हैं और वो अभी भी सत्ता से वो अटैच्ड हैं इतने. ही इज क्लिंगिंग ऑन टू पावर.
नहीं, इसको आप इस तरह से मत लीजिए. जब संगठन का जब बनाया था माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे ने 1966 में, तो इसको पार्टी का नाम नहीं दिया था, इसको सेना का नाम दिया था उन्होंने, शिव सेना, जो शिवाजी के आदर्शों पे चल रही है. और इसमें अनुशासन की जो अनुशासन वाली बात है, सबसे ज्यादा अनुशासन शिवसेना में है. जो ये रिवेंज हुआ है, जो हमारे शिंदे जी, उन्होंने जो साफ बात कही, मैं भी सुन रहा था पूरा उनका फेसबुक पे. उन्होंने एक बात कही कि अगर कोई कष्ट था आपको तो आप मुझसे कहते, या किसी विधायक को कोई कष्ट था मुझसे कहते.
जब उनके विधायक, when his own MLAs have lost faith and trust in Uddhav Thackeray, जब उनके विधायक ही उनको ट्रस्ट नहीं कर रहे तो जनता क्यों करे? सिंपल सा सवाल है सर. मैंडेट का मखौल मना रहे हैं आप.
नहीं, मखौल नहीं मना रहे. इसको मखौल आप ना कहिए, ये शब्द अच्छा नहीं है. ये विधायकों में नाराजगी हो सकती है, किसी पार्टी के विधायकों में नाराजगी हो सकती है, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हम जनता के संग कोई मखौल उड़ा रहे हैं. अगर जनता से मखौल उड़ाना होता तो शायद एनसीपी और कांग्रेस समर्थन करके हम सरकार नहीं बनाते, छोड़ दिए होता. ऐसे जो बीजेपी ने सोचा था कि सरकार तो दोबारा चुनाव हो, तो हमने ये नहीं किया. कॉमन मिनिमम.
Shantanu Gupta, how do you react to the Shiv Sena leader today? Shantanu Gupta, yes, 1 minute sir. Sanjay Dwivedi ji सुनिए, Shantanu Gupta ji की बात सुनिए. Shantanu Gupta, yes.
I think Rahul, finally Uddhav is tasting the taste of his own medicine, finally, right? You see, betrayals and backstabbing is not uncommon to politics. But what Uddhav Thackeray and Shiv Sena did in 2019 is like the is like the low which you cannot go bottom to. He betrayed BJP, he betrayed Shiv Sena's ideology, and he betrayed his own father's ideology. And I think now he's tasting his own medicine. And the way the government is being run in last 2.5 years, I'm sure it's a classic case of how a government should not be run. From Palghar to your police chief absconding to Anil Deshmukh, your 2 ministers are under arrest. You are capturing, you are breaking the house of Bollywood people. You are taking a journalist to jail. If Hanuman Chalisa can't be sung, I mean, it's a classic case how a government should not be run, and finally the karma is catching on.
How a government should not be run? Well, if the government is flailing, viewers, if it is imploding on its own self, if its own MLAs, especially the Shiv Sena MLAs, have lost faith in their own chief minister, then that becomes doubly problematic. Doubly problematic. Let me go across to Varun Singh, senior journalist. Varun Singh.
You know, द्विवेदी जी, आपने कहा कि कोई एमएलए बोल देता आके, पर सबसे बड़ा जो चीज खुद उद्धव जी ने अपने भाषण में कहा कि he wasn't accessible. MLAs, the biggest grouse that any MLA, may it be from the ruling alliance, Shiv Sena and especially Congress, they have is that the CM was never accessible to them. He would not meet them. So kahan jaake bolenge, kab jaake bolenge? And you know, Rahul, while you were talking to Deepak Kesarkar, you went, he clearly hinted that मैं अभी गुवाहाटी में नहीं हूँ, मैं मुंबई में बैठा हूँ. And Deepak Kesarkar also said that he has expressed, the MLAs have already told what they want to Uddhav, and now Uddhav has to decide whether he is going to stay or go. So let me tell you, many MLAs over here also right now in Mumbai who are going for the meeting or who are in Mumbai, they also are, you know, their heart is in Guwahati, not in Mumbai. And
Heart is in Guwahati, not in Mumbai. We're going to go across to Guwahati in just a few moments. I want to go straight back to Arunil. Arunil, describe what's happening. Many more cars entering that residence now. Who has landed up? What is expected? Go ahead, Arunil. Yes. Okay, I don't think we have Arunil right now. We're trying to get you the latest pictures from outside Varsha, viewers. Those are the pictures that are coming in, of course. We are being told that Sharad Pawar, Padmaja Sharad Pawar now rushing. It was an anticipated step on his part. Uddhav Thackeray coming out and making it very clear that he was instrumental in actually convincing him to take on the chief minister's job. So what's really happening? This is turning into a bit of a farce.
You know, it's very, very interesting. Everything that Uddhav Thackeray said today, there was one basic question he did not answer, Rahul, which is that Eknath Shinde and group are saying it is antithetical to the very idea of the Shiv Sena to continue in alliance with the NCP and the Congress. If you see the resolution that has been signed by 23 MLAs, or 34, pardon me, MLAs of the Shiv Sena, they say that we are being damaged. We are an ideologically strong party and we are being damaged by this alliance. Uddhav Thackeray spoke about Hindutva. Uddhav Thackeray said, I'm going to give up the chief minister's post, the chief minister's residence, if you so want, but he did not answer the key question, Varun Singh. And the key question remains, will he continue in this alliance? Can he continue in this alliance? Shantanu Gupta.
I think, to my mind, I think it's all. I was just wondering why the whole flock of Shiv Sena is still together. How they're able to digest that? A party like Shiv Sena able to digest that you can't recite Hanuman Chalisa in Balasaheb Thakray's Maharashtra. How you can't even properly celebrate Dahi Handi. I was just wondering why it took so late for Shiv Sainik, who are true Shiv Sainiks of Balasaheb Thackeray, to wait this long. So I think I was on many others were just waiting for this. I think it just took too long for them to revolt.
All right, let me take this across to Sanjay Dwivedi. Sanjay Dwivedi, कैसे वोटर को आंख में आंख मिला करके देखेंगे? एकनाथ शिंदे तो ये कह रहे हैं कि हम जाएंगे 2 साल बाद वोटरों के पास. कैसे जाएंगे? क्या कह के जाएंगे? सैनिक बोल के जाएंगे? कांग्रेस के एलाय बोल के जाएंगे? क्या बोल के जाएंगे?
पूरी बात मेरे सुन ले आप, तो आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. 2014 में भी हमारा चुनाव लड़े थे गठबंधन करके दोबारा, फिर हम बीजेपी में गठबंधन के चुनाव लड़ा. कोई दिक्कत है? आज बिहार का स्थिति देखिए, जिनका डीएनए टेस्ट हो रहा था, डीएनए टेस्ट करा रहे थे माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी का, भारतीय जनता पार्टी वाले, और उनके साथ जब आरजेडी और जेडीयू सरकार चल रही थी, गिरा के उन्होंने अपनी सरकार बना ली, दोबारा चुनाव में गए, वे चुन के नहीं आए क्या? हाँ, जेडीयू सीटें कम हो गई, बहुत मान सकते हैं, लेकिन आज उनको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया। तो जो ये पेट में दर्द हो रहा है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, मैं आपसे कह रहा हूँ, जो माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने जो बात कही है वो दिल से कही है। ये शिवसैनिक ही ऐसी बात कह सकता है, शिवसेना के अलावा
द्विवेदी जी, आपकी आवाज भी थोड़ी डगमगा रही है, जितना अभी शिवसेना डगमगा रही है। हम थोड़ा रिकनेक्ट करेंगे आपसे। इन द मीन टाइम, लेट्स जस्ट लिसन इन फॉर दोज हु आर जॉइनिंग इन राइट नाउ. There were some very important and interesting things that Uddhav Thackeray said, but there were more things that he left unsaid. Listen to a few excerpts of his Facebook address and then we'll come back.
कारण का तरी शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही असं काही जे आरोप करतायत त्याला सुद्धा माझ्याकडे उत्तर आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, चला मला सांगा, मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे. मी शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुख पद पण सोडायला तयार आहे, पण हे सांगणारा विरोधक नाही. नाहीतर असे फडतूस लोक खूप आहेत, त्यांच्या सांगण्यावर किंवा त्यांच्या त्या काय ते ट्रेंडिंग ट्रोलिंग ट्विटर फिटर ह्याच्यासाठी मी काय त्यांना मी बांधलेलं नाहीये, मी माझ्या शिवसैनिकाला बांधले आणि सुद्धा या भानगडीत पडणार नाहीये, कारण तो फेस टू फेस संकटाला सामोरं जाणारा शिवसैनिक आहे. म्हणून त्यांनी सांगावं, मी दोन्ही पद सोडायला तयार आहे, पण मी मुख्यमंत्री पद सोडल्यानंतर जर शिवसेनेचा मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल, मला आनंदाने मान्य आहे. माझ्याच लोकांना जर मी मुख्यमंत्री पदी नको असेल तर काय करायचं, हा मोलाचा प्रश्न आहे. तुम्ही इथे येऊन बोलायला काय हरकत होती? सुरतला जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा, आणखीन कुठेतरी जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा सरळ समोर यायचं आणि सांगायचं की उद्धवजी, तुम्ही कारभार करायला नालायक आहात, हे कोविडच्या काळातले टॉप 5 वगैरे सोडून द्या, आम्हाला तुम्ही मुख्यमंत्री पदी नको. ठीक आहे, चला मी उठतो. आणि आज सुद्धा मी तुम्हाला सांगतो, जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरनं मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
All right, news just coming in. Press conference is going to be addressed by Eknath Shinde at 7 p.m. It is quite clear from the tone and tenor of the resolution, the letter that was sent earlier by the rebel MLAs, that they are not in any mood to try and negotiate with the Chief Minister. But remember, that letter was drafted and sent before Uddhav Thackeray's emotional speech. Varun Singh, do you think there is any possibility that they could agree to the outreach? Uddhav Thackeray, interestingly, almost offered the CM's post to Shinde, saying, I will move out of Matoshri, but you come and speak to me. I'll move out of Varsha, to Matoshri. Varun Singh.
I didn't find it very emotional to an extent that many others, and especially many Shiv would have. But, Sena and Shiv Sena had almost, the Sainiks on the ground whomsoever had spoken, even people who are very close to Uddhav, working in Matoshri and other places, they also had made their mind that probably he would resign and he would step down, and whatever is being happening, it will continue, he will go away, and what was expected didn't happen. And it has led to a lot of confusion over here, even amongst many Shiv. As I was telling Rahul Shishankar, while he was talking to Deepak Kesarkar, if you see what Deepak Kesarkar said, is clear that the MLAs have conveyed what they want. And the number of people who are reaching Varsha right now, if you see, they are more of NCP than the Shiv, because NCP wants this government to stay because they are the one who have gained a lot from this government, but Sena and Congress haven't. And it was clearly visible in the MLC polls also, where NCP got more votes than the number it has. And Sena, as Shantanu rightly pointed out, the Hindutva ideology. Listen, Eknath Shinde comes from an area called Thane. Eknath Shinde has been counting on his votes because of the Hindutva ideology for all these years. He have been continuously presenting Thane and that Popri area for 15 long years without any halt, only because he comes from a party that has stuck to that particular one agenda and ideology of Hindutva. But when the party stays silent on the Palghar Sadhu. The party stays silent when, there are hoardings in Delhi, not Savarkar, but Rahul Gandhi. And this is the party that would go on with Samna front page that if anyone abuses Savarkar, we are going to bash them up. And now it remains silent. How do you expect Eknath Shinde to win the Thane Municipal Corporation with an alliance like this? He knows that the value, the election machinery of Shiv Sena right now is so low that they wouldn't be able to win elections in the
It's
future.
interesting you mentioned Thane, because even as we speak, these posters have gone up in Thane of Bal Thackeray on one side, and you have Eknath Shinde in the middle and Mr. Dige, his guru in politics, on the other side. So there is no Uddhav Thackeray, there is no Aditya Thackeray in these posters, Anand Dige, pardon me. On one side you have Bala Sahib on one side and you have Eknath Shinde in the middle, and it says that you are our real chief minister. When you are saying that this is all about ideology, what do you mean? Are you saying that Shiv Sena is going to go back, Uddhav Thackeray is going to go back to BJP, or that more Sena MLAs are going to desert him wholesale? What exactly is Uddhav Thackeray going to achieve by holding on right now? Varun,
more of the Sena MLAs are deserting the party right now. I'm telling you, there are many people sitting over here. As I said, the heart lies in Guwahati right now, while their body is over here. And not only that, ideology is something based on which Sena has won so many elections. Sena cannot move beyond ideology. They have seen what is happening in other areas. In spite of they putting a joint candidate in Pandharpur, BJP won. In spite of the three parties coming together, they have won Rajya Sabha, they have won MLC polls, and this is clearly, any person who's in politics can see what the mood of common public in Maharashtra and Mumbai is, and any person who's sitting here in Mumbai knows what will be the outcome of BMC elections if this alliance continues for the Sena. Last election, BJP and Sena were neck to neck. This time the BJP might snatch it away, and I'm sure, I'm telling you, I've covered Sena for such a long time, they wouldn't want to lose BMC.
Okay, so this is not just about a battle of existence and the core ideology and the core voter of the Sena, but more material concerns right now, which is the impending elections to the BMC. Please stay with me, gentlemen. Shantanu Gupta, I'll just come back to you. But on this story of the posters that have gone up of Eknath Shinde, Arunil, what are the insiders telling you? What exactly is the game plan for now? From the general demeanor of Uddhav Thackeray, it seemed quite clear he knows he doesn't have the numbers. So what next?
Well, Padmaja, the real question is whether Eknath Shinde camp also has the number, because the magical number for them is 37. Now, we have seen the letter which Eknath Shinde's camp has floated. The 34 MLAs had signed in that. One MLA has already returned to his home, so it becomes 33. Now, we understand that 3 of those MLAs are independent MLAs. Bachchu Kadu's name is also a part of it. Bachchu Kadu is an independent MLA, not a part of the Shiv Sena. So, basically, to get that 2/3 majority within the 55 MLAs that Shiv Sena has, it becomes extremely difficult. It becomes difficult for the Eknath Shinde camp as well. They will need the magical figure of 37, and that is why, that is the only reason why the BJP has not jumped into the fray. Devendra Fadnavis, whatever he's been orchestrating, whatever he's been doing, that is all behind the curtains, not exactly into the spotlight. So Eknath Shinde's numbers will also be extremely paramount. What he says at 7 p.m. will be very crucial. With respect to Uddhav Thackeray, CM Uddhav Thackeray, he has defended, but one can say that he has defended well. He has made a kind of an appeal to his party workers by not removing his MLAs directly, and whatever will be the response from his MLAs, accordingly only CM Uddhav Thackeray will react now. And to his aid is now Sharad Pawar, the veteran politician who had basically stitched this unnatural alliance of ideologically different political parties. Now, yes, the ball is clearly in the court of Eknath Shinde camp, whatever they decide, because Eknath Shinde Shinde, he may be solely wanting to separate from Uddhav Thackeray's camp, but whether all the other MLAs are completely willing and ready to do it, that is also a big point of question that arises over here. And why hasn't Devendra Fadnavis or the BJP openly come into the picture till now? When they come into the picture openly,
but
then
there
only
is a meeting happening at Devendra Fadnavis' house, isn't there, Radhika? What's being discussed there?
That's right. That's right. There had been back-to-back meetings inside Devendra Fadnavis' residence. There are several top leaders of the BJP here, be it Ashish Shelar, be it Darekar, be it Mangal Prabhat Lodha. Many MLAs had been going and getting out of the residence as well since morning. So, as far as Devendra Fadnavis' camp is concerned, as far as BJP is concerned, they are waiting and watching because, as Arunil was pointing out, they do not want to jump the ship. They do not want to jump the gun simply because of what happened 2.5 years ago when the entire Ajit Pawar Devendra Fadnavis episode happened and Fadnavis had to give in that resignation within no time. So that is something they don't want to repeat of. They want to see the numbers before they really jump the gun. So now, of course, what they are, there are a series of interactions happening with the MLAs. They are trying to tell them to keep themselves safe, to make sure that they are not being poached.
Okay, I think there's something happening there where Arunil is standing at Varsha. Over to you, Arunil.
Well, this was a Shiv Sena leader, Vaibhav Naik, who had come over here. He's basically heading to the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. In fact, there is a meeting that has been held at CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence wherein Sharad Pawar has reached. His daughter Supriya Sue is also inside along with Jitendra Awad. We also understand that Ajit Pawar has called in a meeting of the NCP MLAs tomorrow. So NCP also keeping their cards close to their chest. One can say Sharad Pawar till now had not openly entered into this fight or fray, one can say, but now he has made an entry at CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence. So he has joined the fight officially. Now what transpires, it will be extremely interesting, because who would have imagined that Eknath Shinde, one of the close confidants of CM Uddhav Thackeray, he will leave the city of Mumbai along with more than 30 plus MLAs of the Shiv Senas. Yes, the numbers may not be with CM Uddhav Thackeray, but Eknath Shinde's camp also needs that magical figure of 37, and also obviously the support of Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP. So what are the
legal technicalities? We in fact spoke to senior jurist Mukul Rohatgi just a while ago. We will explain to our viewers what the legal options are, and they are frankly not that complicated. But before that, I want to go across to the Congress leader who is here with us, Dr. Shankar Guha. Dr. Guha, for how many days? Because most people now believe it's not about if, it's a question of when.
The biggest point to be noted here is Padmaja, the BJP is a pro at this Operation Kamala or the Operation Lotus. Let me tell you, 2008 it started in Karnataka, 2016 Uttarakhand, 2017 Goa, 2019 again Karnataka, 2020 a successful attempt in Madhya Pradesh, and again an unsuccessful attempt in Rajasthan. So breaking the party, they are a pro at it. They could probably begin a university at this. One has to note, the people of this country have to note this. How is it that these MLAs are chartering around the whole country, flip-flopping, flying, lavishly, spending their days in lavish resorts? Who's funding all this? And this whole cry of Hindutva...
You could ask DK Shiv Kumar, he's from your party, you are in the same city.
The NDA was
DK Shiv Kumar knows the answer to that better than perhaps anyone else. But anyway, on a more serious note, can we come back to my question?
No, BJP knows the answer best to this. BJP knows the answer. Of course. No, allow me to complete. When the National Conference and the PDP was part of the NDA, then there was no Hindutva cry. So this is nothing but an attempt from the BJP to dismantle this whole system. And I'm sure, and I'm very hopeful also, that I spoke to some of my friends in Maharashtra. They're very hopeful that Eknath Shinde ji and his camp will return back. And I was just seeing in your channel, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has sent a very courageous message and invited them over. We are very hopeful that they will come back.
Gupta, it's a courageous message that Uddhav Thackeray has given.
Of course, he's been courageous.
No, that's to Shantanu Gupta.
He's been handling the situation.
Do you agree?
Quite well, and he's waiting. He's given him his message. His message is quite clear.
It's not just one about courage, it's also about tyag, where Uddhav Thackeray is saying, I'm willing to give it all up for the cause of Hindutva, for the greater good of the country and democracy and secularism. Come, take Varsha. Shantanu Gupta.
I think he's just buying time. He's just sensing which way it will turn out in maybe a couple of hours or a couple of days. I think where was he when Rahul Gandhi was putting posters against Savarkar? Where was he when Palghar Sadhus were lynched and he was mum? Where was he when his police commissioner of Mumbai was absconding, his ministers are in jail? The way he ran the government, everyone knows. As I told before, is a classic case of how to not run a government. And I think in politics, betrayals are heard, but how he betrayed BJP 2.5 years back, he's now tasting his own medicine. So I think karma is catching on. I think we were just wondering why it took so long for Shiv Senics, the true Shiv Senics, the Balasaheb Shiv Senics, how it took so long for them to feel the guilt of how the way Uddhav Thackeray was not only not bending to Sonia Gandhi, he was just bichod in front of Sonia Gandhi. And that was traumatic for many of us who liked Shiv Sena, the way Shiv Sena operated in the Balasaheb Thackeray days. I think it was always said that Uddhav Thackeray is anyway not a true descendant of the Balasaheb Thackeray legacy. Was it Raj Thackeray or was it someone else? I don't know. But the way Uddhav Thackeray conducted himself when he got the power, it was literally like
okay,
shameless.
In 10 minutes from now, we are likely to hear from the rebel faction also, which is going to speak in Guwahati. But the bigger story is that what we are being told is that more MLAs have gone from Mumbai to Surat. Surat, they are at a resort. From Surat, they'll be coming to Guwahati, or have they already reached there? Nibir, what can you tell us?
We are waiting outside the Radisson gates because there is going to be a media interaction by the dissenting MLAs. However, there has been no movement inside as of now in the last 1 hour because there are no cars that are coming inside. There is security here, and soon we are going to be invited, or one of the representatives may come out here and ask us to give a bite here. So there has not any movement so far in terms of any MLAs coming inside the hotel. However, we saw few of the other security personnel as well as BJP leaders in the morning entering the Radisson Hotel. In the last few hours, there has no movement. There is only speculation. But soon, all of this will be cleared as we are going to have an interaction with the Shinde front as well as Mr. Shinde himself.
All right, Eknath Shinde is going to speak in just another 10 minutes from now. So let me ask the leader from the Shiv Sena. Is there even the faintest possibility, because we keep circling back only to one question, Sanjay Dwivedi, कि हिंदुत्व के मामले पे आपने साथ में चुनाव तो लड़ाई था बीजेपी के, वापस कहिए कि भाई जनता यही चाहती है, सैनिक यही चाहते हैं। आपके खुद के जो सांसद हैं भावना गवली, उन्होंने भी आज चिट्ठी लिख करके कहा है कि देखिए जब हिंदुत्व की बात आती है तो दिल से निकलती है बात, तो क्या वापस दोस्ती हो सकती है?
एनडीए में जो इसमें केंद्र सरकार चल रही है, कितने जो दल जुड़े हुए हैं वो हिंदुत्ववादी हैं। कितने नीतीश कुमार जी तो उन्होंने स्पष्ट कह दिया कि सर हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ जाए, कुछ पढ़ो, हम लाउड स्पीकर दे। बीजेपी ने क्या किया उनके लिए? महाराष्ट्र में जो नाटक मचाया था बीजेपी ने 2 लोगों के कहने से, माननीय राज ठाकरे और जो एमपी साहब थी, लेकिन उन्होंने बिहार के तो मुख्यमंत्री सीधे से मना कर दिया कि सब लाउड स्पीकर हमने। जो बात है हिंदुत्व की बात कह रही है, हिंदुत्व दिखावे होता है क्या? हिंदुत्व बीजेपी की बात है क्या? हिंदुत्व किसी बात नहीं है। हिंदुत्व तो पूरे हमारे जनता, आपका हिंदुत्व नहीं है क्या? आप बता दीजिए मुझे।
नहीं हमारा नहीं है। मैं तो ये नहीं कह रही, इनफैक्ट मैं तो कह रही हूँ कि ये शिव सेना का एक ट्रेडमार्क हुआ करता था, और खुद शिव सैनिक आज कह रहे हैं कि वो ट्रेडमार्क जो है धूमिल होता जा रहा है।
किसने शिव सैनिक ने कहा? मुझे पता नहीं। एकनाथ शिंदे को जब सरकार बनी थी तो उस समय उन्होंने लीडर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री को चुना था।
What you said, Padmaja, that is what exactly I was gonna tell Mr. Dwivedi, that forget BJP. Where is BJP coming in over here? BJP has nothing to do with what is happening. It is the Shiv Senics who are asking. What happened to Hindutva? It is the Shiv Seniks who are asking. These MLAs, rebel, are Shiv Sena MLAs. And I'm telling you, I just saw footage of Pratap Sarnaik in the bus. I don't know where it is. Pratap Sarnaik is an MLA from Sena and from Thane area and pretty close to Eknath Shinde. If he's in Mumbai, then I am telling you, his heart and everything, soul, everything is with Mr. Shinde in Guwahati, and he would be amongst the top rung leaders who would stand with Shinde in the future if the need comes to. And I'm telling you honestly, again and again, it would have been a very befitting response if Uddhav would have resigned today and would have given. Let the NCP and Congress handle it. Anyway, the Congress and NCP sidelined themselves yesterday when Sena was battling all this all alone. Today, when they saw, today, you know, as I say, and as your reporters over there are standing, you see most of the NCP MLAs, NCP leaders wanting to save this government, and I repeat it again and again, that NCP wants this government to be there because it is NCP which is gaining the most. And talking about Dighe, I would just take one more minute. You know, Anand Dighe, when Anand Dighe left, there was a huge void, and Eknath Shinde was the only person who could fill it and retain that entire thing in not just Thane. I don't know why we only want to talk about Eknath Shinde as a Thane-based leader. His presence, and you see the list of the MLAs, his presence is not limited only Thane. His presence is across so many districts of Maharashtra. Thane, Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg, Raigad, Nandurbar, Dhule, which are tribal belts of Maharashtra. Nasik, Palghar, you just move. And he is there, even in central Maharashtra, even in western Maharashtra, Aurangabad and Ahmednagar, you see the MLAs with him. He has a lot of presence across Maharashtra. The poster coming up, and with Eknath Shinde, what goes is the muscle power. He is the one who was the big muscle power in Thane, in that particular area, and that muscle power would be the biggest loss that I'm telling you Sena would be suffering, because Sena is known for it.
And as the famous anecdote goes, that it was Eknath Shinde who during the recent elections was there in the buses. He was the man sitting in the front of the bus, and guess what? That bus, after the voting, very conveniently was taken to Surat on Monday, and it's only on Tuesday morning that Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena got to know. But the big story coming in at this moment, we're learning that today Uddhav Thackeray is going to move out of the Chief Minister's residence, and he is going to go to Matoshri, the traditional residence of the Thackeray family. He is going to vacate the residence of the Chief Minister, the Varsha Bungalow. So quite a statement there being made, almost a tyag, a stepping aside, saying, listen, for the larger interest, for the greater good, if you are after power, if you are after satta, if you want the CM's chair, you want the CM's residence, take it. I am stepping away. I am going to work from Matoshri. He is going to vacate Varsha. This is a big development. In fact, he had hinted at it, but it almost seemed during his speech at 7 p.m. where he said, if the rebels want me to move out of Varsha, I am going to do it. Now we are learning that he indeed is going to move out of the Chief Minister's residence. Let me go across to our colleagues who in fact are on the ground. Arunil and Shivani are both live with us. Arunil, it's confirmed he is actually going to do it. And why is he doing it? Shivani?
Well, here talking about this particular development, then our sources within the party are telling us that after the particular meeting, those are going at the Varsha official residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray presently. He will be shifting to his personal residence, Matoshri in Bandra. Earlier also we saw that even during COVID times also he was there with his family at his personal residence, but later was shifted to Varsha Bungalow. And also what we are seeing, in fact, in that particular live that he started post 5:35 p.m.
Yes.
He also mentioned that he has no greed for any of those things and of power or any luxury, and that is why he's all set to give everything to Shiv Seniks. Those are asking for it, and that is why we see that this significant movement, if happens, in case if Uddhav Thackeray shifts from Varsha to Matoshri again, then of course it will be one more emotional move from CM Uddhav Thackeray for the Shiv Seniks, for the MLAs. Those are still not in his court.
All right, I'm going to take a very, very quick break at this point. We're also getting in more news. Ajit Pawar has called for a meeting of all NCP MLAs tomorrow. We are likely to hear from Eknath Shinde in Guwahati in just a while from now. So the developments keep going. Many thought that finally Uddhav Thackeray is going to throw in the towel. That is not happening. But what is going to happen? We'll come back with that big update in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
The Shiv Sena, they're camping there under the leadership.
Rahul, and good evening to all my esteemed panelists. Tanveer Bhai is a very dear friend, and I hope he won't interrupt me or mind my saying this, that if tomorrow he goes to a neurosurgeon for his brain surgery, is he going to tell the neurosurgeon कि डॉक्टर साहब यहाँ से नहीं यहाँ कट मारना, क्योंकि मुझे पता है. I am astonished when he says that he is telling you that Rahul, an able defense force officer, becomes able only after 7 to 8 years. So he means to say that our 3 chiefs of the armed forces do not know, but Tanveer knows कि भाई 8 साल में ही बढ़िया ऑफिसर बनता है, आर्मी या नेवी या एयरफोर्स का 4 साल में नहीं बनता है. But and the other thing, Rahul, the other day I gave you 7 reasons why I support Agniveer, and they're all logical and rational reasons. But one thing that people have to keep in mind, is what
they all can be used to BJP's advantage.
And how is that, Mr. Azad?
Haven't we seen it?
Hello and welcome. You're watching The Nation Wants to Know with me, Padmaja Joshi. The big question that the entire nation wants an answer to: what is going to happen in Maharashtra? Is Uddhav Thackeray going to stay Chief Minister for the remaining term that he has for the next 2 years? 7 p.m. is when Uddhav Thackeray spoke. After that, many expected that he may just step down. That is not happening. He gave that speech. He said, "Come and speak to me." He reached out to the rebels, said, there was never any compromise with Hindutva. My son just went to Ayodhya. He did puja over there. I spoke about inside Assembly. But when it comes to breaking up his alliance with the NCP and the Congress, he remains silent on that. The top 5 developments at this point, at 7 p.m, very shortly, Eknath Shinde is in fact going to reveal his game plan. Is he going to react to the outreach of Uddhav Thackeray? Uddhav Thackeray is on all likelihood going to vacate his Varsha residence. But before we take you through all of the developments, let's listen in to what Uddhav said to the rebels and to his own constituents.
कारण का तरी शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही असं काही जे आरोप करतायत त्याला सुद्धा माझ्याकडे उत्तर आहे. माझ्याकडे उत्तर आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, चला मला सांगा, मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे. मी शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुख पद पण सोडायला तयार आहे. पण हे सांगणारा विरोधक नाही, नाहीतर असे फडतूस लोक खूप आहेत. त्यांच्या सांगण्यावर किंवा त्यांच्या त्या काय ते ट्रेंडिंग ट्रोलिंग ट्विटर फिटर ह्याच्यासाठी मी काय त्यांना मी बांधलेलं नाहीये. मी माझ्या शिवसैनिकाला बांधलेलं आहे. आणि शिवसैनिक सुद्धा या भानगडीत पडणारा नाहीये, कारण तो फेस टू फेस संकटाला सामोरं जाणारा शिवसैनिक आहे. म्हणून त्यांनी सांगावं, मी दोन्ही पद सोडायला तयार आहे. पण मी मुख्यमंत्री पद सोडल्यानंतर जर शिवसेनेचा मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल, मला आनंदाने मान्य आहे. माझ्याच लोकांना जर मी मुख्यमंत्री पदी नको असेल तर काय करायचं, हा मोलाचा प्रश्न आहे. तुम्ही इथे येऊन बोलायला काय हरकत होती? सुरतला जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा, आणखीन कुठेतरी जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा सरळ समोर यायचं आणि सांगायचं की उद्धवजी, तुम्ही कारभार करायला नालायक आहात. हे कोविडच्या काळातले टॉप 5 वगैरे सोडून द्या. आम्हाला तुम्ही मुख्यमंत्री पदी नको. ठीक आहे, चला मी उठतो. आणि आज सुद्धा मी तुम्हाला सांगतो, जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरनं मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
Okay, so what is happening at this moment? Eknath Shinde is going to speak in just a while from now. Uddhav Thackeray has already said that he is going to vacate his Varsha residence, the Chief Minister's official residence, and he is going to move to Matoshri with the rest of the Thackeray family. Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule are currently at the Chief Minister's residence. Devendra Fadnavis has also been in a huddle with senior leaders of the party. He also could be speaking, or maybe not, because the BJP has so far decided to remain non-committal. 3 more MLAs of the Shiv Sena, meanwhile, are on their way to Guwahati. They have gone to Surat. We'll just play those pictures of their vehicles which were at a resort in Surat, and from there they are going to take a chartered flight to Guwahati onwards to join the other 34, actually 33 MLAs. Let's explain to you the math at this point. The last figure that we have is of the letter, the resolution that was signed by MLAs of the Shiv Sena who have turned Baghi, and in that letter they said that we do not accept anyone but Eknath Shinde as the leader of the Legislative Council. He also have said that we refuse the whip that has been issued against us. So 34 signatures were there. Of those 34, signature number 3, which is Nitin Deshmukh, today afternoon turned up in Mumbai and said, well, I was kidnapped and taken to Guwahati. Now I have come home. I am Uddhav Thackeray's Sainik. The ultimatum that was issued to the rebels basically said at 5 p.m. you have to turn up at Varsha. We are having a meeting of all of our MLAs. If you are not there, then we will take action against you and you will automatically be considered to be out of the Shiv Sena. You will cease to be Shiv Sainiks. They in turn wrote back and said, we consider this whip illegal. You do not even have the authority to call yourself the real Shiv Sena because we have the majority numbers. That being said, let's get an update now from our reporters who are on the ground. Things right now are extremely confusing. Let's be very honest. Nobody knows who's thinking what. So let's try and make sense of this. Arunil and Radhika are both with us from Mumbai. Nibir is joining us from Guwahati. Nibir, I'll start with you. After Uddhav Thackeray spoke, have the number of rebels in Guwahati gone up, gone down, or remained the same?
So we are getting to know, as per sources, that 2 escort cars are heading towards the Radisson Blu Hotel, and in those cars there are MLAs that are coming from Surat to Guwahati. So firstly, that is a major development. The cars are expected to reach the hotel within few minutes. And secondly, there is another ambiguity here right now, because Eknath Shinde, who was supposed to give a press briefing, is now has not yet started, and they are now saying that there is going to be a bite. There are going to be a media interaction where they might come out of the hotel and they might be present at the hotel gate and give a bite to the media. So the press meet that was about to held has been postponed, has been
I believe
cancelled.
there's action happening behind her. Radhika, over to you. What's happening?
That's right. Girish Mahajan, one of the BJP MLAs, has also entered Devendra Fadnavis' residence. So since morning, as far as BJP is concerned, series of meetings taking place inside Devendra Fadnavis' residence. Several MLAs inside, several party leaders inside, including Ashish Shelar, Mangal Prabhat Lodha, and now, of course, Girish Mahajan also going in. So many MLAs have been walking in and out. Several BJP leaders have been going inside since this morning. So as far as, BJP move is concerned, yes, there is a wait and watch happening. They don't want a repeat of what happened 2.5 years ago, where they didn't have the numbers, yet they went ahead, they jumped the gun and went ahead. They don't want to do that at this point. They're waiting for that, for the numbers. Of course, we are talking about, as Arunil also had been pointing out, 33 is the number we are talking about, but 37 is the number that Eknath Shinde needs at the moment, so that, there is no disqualification that happens. Once that 37 number is reached is when perhaps an alliance can be thought of, which is what BJP is looking at.
In fact, since you mentioned about that letter and the number on it, if we can just play it here, I'll just tell our viewers that in this letter also, there lies a story. A total of 34 signatures are there. But if you take a close look over here, it's not just about number 3, which is Nitin Deshmukh, who has since returned to Mumbai, but it is also number 31 and 34 who are actually independent MLAs. So from the letter, you might think that there are 34 MLAs who are in the Eknath Shinde camp right now of the Shiv Sena, but that is not true. Actually, if we were to do the math, out of these 34, right now with Eknath Shinde, there are only 31. Nitin Deshmukh has gone back, and 2 of them are actually independent MLAs. So 31 does not in any way help them clear that mark to skip the anti-defection law. But that is a bridge which Eknath Shinde is still to come to, leave alone cross it, because first there will have to be a confidence vote. Will the BJP move a no confidence motion? Let's go across to Arunil and try and get answers to that. Arunil, is there a likelihood that there could be now a no confidence motion?
Padmaja to reach the magical figure of 37 MLAs. Now in that letter as well, if you look at it closely, you were pointing out earlier as well that the Bhandara MLA, he is an independent MLA. The 34 number MLA, that is Rajendra Patil, he is also again an independent MLA. These 2 are independent MLAs who have given their support to the Shiv Sena. However, their vote within the Shiv Sena party, as per the anti-defection law, that really doesn't count. And the MLA who has been slotted at the 3rd number, he has already returned to Maharashtra. He has spoken against Eknath Shinde and the entire camp, basically saying that he was threatened over there. He was forcefully hospitalized in the city of Surat as well, and he escaped from the clutches of Eknath Shinde. So yes, it may be looking very easy. It may be presented to us that it is very easy for Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde may be claiming that he has support of 40 MLAs, but where are those 40 MLAs on the document? Yes, he has maximum number of MLAs if we compare that with CM Uddhav Thackeray's number. Only 16 were present over here. Many of them may be non-committal. Many of them may have reached CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp later on. But Eknath Shinde needs to have that magical figure of 37. Only after that, Devendra Fadnavis and BJP can go ahead with their plan. Only after that, they can basically swing into action, one can say. And they are basically waiting for that magical figure of 37 MLAs to avoid that anti-defection law.
Okay, let me go across quickly to our guest Sanjeev Unyal, who's a political analyst, joining us along with Kailash Adhikari, MD Governance Now, Sundar Balakrishnan, political analyst, Mohit Bajaj, spokesperson of Shiv Sena, Yashwant Deshmukh, founder of C Voter, to who I want to ask the first question. Does it not seem strange to you, Yashwantji, that the maximum people right now who are meeting with Uddhav Thackeray in this moment of crisis are actually of the NCP?
Well, that's largely understood, because I have been saying this all along. Nothing in Maharashtra, moves without at least information or tacit understanding of a gentleman called Sharad Pawar. And forget about 31. Even if 3 Shiv Sena MLAs resign, the number of Shiv Sainik MLAs will come down below the number of MLAs of NCP, and the chief ministerial post will go to NCP. So are we looking at the big picture here? Forget about 31 and 37. 30 is a very big number. 37 is the magic number to look into the legalities. As far as the mandate is concerned, I genuinely believe that Uddhav Thackeray has kind of lost that particular part while unable to keep his flock together. And that was largely because he got the mandate along with the BJP to against the Congress and against the NCP. So it didn't go down well. It's understandable. But out of this entire fiasco, even if 5 people go down, even 5 people resign, the NCP is the default gainer out of it. So either ways, no matter how many come back, no matter if 37 go or not, if 37 go and they form the real Shiv Sena on the floor of the House legally as the Shiv Sena parliamentary the party on the assembly, on the floor of the assembly. then obviously things are very easy for the BJP to form the government. Devendra Fadnavis might become the chief minister.
Okay.
Eknath Shinde might become the deputy chief minister. But the similar thing the other way around, if they are unable to do that, even 5 people go down, is the game NCP. So
interesting.
The way it is looking
but
like,
actually the core issue right now still remains. The math will continue to change, perhaps evolve over the next few days. But Sundar Balakrishnan, the mandate, the moral authority that Uddhav Thackeray had, that's gone.
Yeah, Padmaja, I'll tell you, I don't know how much you are aware of. After the MLC election, there was a bus which took the MLA to, Surat. And as far as my understanding goes, these MLAs are from, bunch of them are from the North Maharashtra and the Marathwada district, all those things. Now, they were told, saying that they are going to be taken for a dinner. Eknath Shinde is going to give a dinner. Okay. And they were taken and they were directly taken to Surat.
Okay.
Okay. And there is a video which is put by a responsible media house where it was seen that these MLAs have been literally transferred from Surat to the bus, to the charter aircraft, like an animal being just dumped in a truck.
What is your point, sir? My question to you was about the moral authority to stay in office. You have so far given me a sequence of events which I already know, given a certificate of responsible or not responsible media house. But what is your answer to my question? Does Uddhav Thackeray still have moral authority?
Yeah. Answer, I'm coming to that, Padmaja. I want to let me just tell you. The answer is like this. Now, Uddhav Thackeray has literally failed to, visualize this, okay, first and the foremost thing. Second, I am telling you that still there is time, and I am telling you this person, Eknath Shinde, is going to fall flat on his face, and he will come back.
Well, when that happens, we'll report it. But does Uddhav Thackeray have the moral authority to be in office?
No. That's what I'm saying. He is vacated now, Varsha. No, he is vacated Varsha, right?
But no, vacating Varsha is not the same as stepping down from CM's post.
No, CM's post, he will not do it now. He will do it at a later date. He will certainly do it, I'm telling you. He will certainly do it in a day or 2 or 3 days, 4 days, whatever it is. But to take that CM chair, Eknath Shinde, I am telling you, he will not have the guts to come and take that chair. I'm telling you right away in your channel, I'm telling you.
Well, this is not a duel that he has to fight. That he'll have to prove the numbers to take a chair or not take the chair. Sanjeev Unyad.
Padmaja, I'll not unnecessarily put my nose on the figures and numbers, but I'll touch something about ideological differences. Eknath Shinde has a towering stature as far as the politics of Shiv Sena is concerned. You know what happened? He was the first person who joined with Shiv Sena's initiation when it started initially with Bal Thackeray and Dharamveer Anand, and he was one of the very active member in those days. So he won continuously 4 MLA elections. He was minister for twice. So now a number of MLAs, we forget about figures, it will change continuously. There are a lot of ambiguity is there. But undoubtedly, nothing has been removed, has been out of, I think, in the control of Uddhav Thackeray. You're right. Moral as well as on practical grounds, whatsoever he has given in the press conference also, he is going to Matushri. Man ke hare hare, man ke jeete jeet. He was going towards Matushri, leaving the CM house. Speaks volume about now everything is not there. So nothing is in his hand now. The remote is definitely in the hand of the Shinde. So now it speaks. Now what's going on with the NCP? Sharad Pawar, what he is doing over there?
Okay, remote is in the hands of Eknath Shinde, Mohit Bajaj. If already Mr. Thackeray is willing to leave the house, why can't he leave the office?
Okay, basically, why he is not leaving the office? Because it's not only his decision. He is saying that it's a collective decision. of all the MLAs. Okay, so before also they selected the particular CM. So if they are having any confusion, they can come in front and they can tell whatever the issue is. If the issue it can conclude with some sort of resolution, then it is okay.
But
and
then if Eknath Shinde is the best man for the CM's office, why wasn't he made CM to begin with? Why was Uddhav Thackeray made the chief minister?
If he thinks so he can come in front of Uddhav Thackeray ji. He can take all the particular MLAs with him and he can come in front of him. No issue.
Come in front of
the phone lines are also open. He can call him directly.
No, but why should he come begging for something that you were saying he should have got in the first place?
No, it's not the concept of begging. Already the Shiv Sena chief is Uddhav Thackeray ji. Already, if they're having any confusion, right now it's 31 months crossed. If he is having any issue in the initial month or initial, so why he should sign? That is the biggest question. And I want to highlight two things. The first thing that Honorable the CM of Maharashtra right now, Uddhav Thackeray ji is COVID positive. He found COVID positive, even though he's giving the positive response, even though he's like in the mesh. He is requesting the MLAs to come in front.
Sanjay Bunyal has a question for you.
Then why he is meeting, if he is positive, then why he is destroying the protocol of COVID also, meeting the most powerful person who takes everything in his hand.
Okay, we are breaking some news right now. The big news coming in is that Uddhav Thackeray is going to offer the chief minister's seat to Eknath Shinde. It was quite clear from his address also earlier. Apparently there's going to be a formal proposal now, and in fact more is being discussed in that meeting between him, Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule. Yes, Arunil, fill us in.
Well, Padmaja, since 1 hour now, the crucial meeting between Sharad Pawar and CM Uddhav Thackeray has been taking place at Varsha, which is the official residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray, and how to exactly pacify the disgruntled leader, that is Eknath Shinde. That is the main point of discussion, whether more portfolios can be given to him, whether in fact the CM post can also be offered to him, so that the disgruntled MLAs, the rebel MLAs come back to the fold of CM Uddhav Thackeray. All these possibilities are being discussed till now, because if you look at it, the entire fight between Eknath Shinde and between the Shiv Sena Supremo Uddhav Thackeray was about the CM post. Yes. Earlier, the Eknath Shinde supporters have been saying, they were very vocal about it, that Eknath Shinde deserved to be the CM of Maharashtra because he had the support of the MLAs during when the MLAs were being kept in different hotels. Yes. Before the Mahavikas Aghadi Alliance was formed, it was Eknath Shinde who had taken the leadership. He was in contact with the MLAs. He had collected the independent MLAs.
Do you think that Eknath Shinde will or should take a seat being offered to him like this?
No.
And will he have any authority?
It will not work. No, it will not work. Simply not work, because you see, the core problem is not who is the CM or who is getting what ministry. The core problem of the people coming out of Shiv Sena is they do not want to be seen in the same bracket as the Congress and the NCP. The core problem is that they feel their political ideology or the ideology of Hindutva or their core DNA is not fit with the alliance with NCP and the Congress. That's their main problem. And Eknath Shinde becoming chief minister along with the Congress and the NCP support, how exactly is going to solve the problem?
Exactly, you know, and that is the elephant in the room that curiously, or rather very obviously, Uddhav Thackeray refused to address. It is not about who gets to be CM. It is about who gets to be the powerful, the most powerful people who are dictating the terms. And Eknath Shinde is saying, I do not want Sharad Pawar or Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi telling me how to run my government or telling me how to function. Now, again, ultimately, it all boils down to this, the numbers and where they stand right now. 31 MLAs of the Shiv Sena out of 56. That is what Eknath Shinde realistically has with him in Guwahati right now. There are about 2 independents and 1 person who has already returned. 5 MLAs remain non-committal. MLAs in the Uddhav camp are anywhere in the region of 16 to 18, but definitely less than 20. So you have a situation where Uddhav Thackeray does not have the numbers, but then neither does Eknath Shinde to escape the anti-defection law. But remember that anti-defection law will kick in only later. For starters, there has to be a no confidence vote. Whichever party, whichever side has to actually prove that they enjoy the confidence of the House, and that will remain step number 1, won't it, Kailash Adhikari?
And to answer that question of the fact that the ideological, which was just spoken before me, now this has to be then thought 3 years ago. We are 3 years into the government, Padmaja, and for a person like me who hails from the state of Maharashtra, I feel sorry, to see all this. And as a citizen of Maharashtra, it pains me that if any governance mishap or failure happens because of such kind of political instability. Everyone who has voted wants for some kind of political stability. Now, whether Mr. Eknath Shinde will go with the BJP or he's feeling some ideological problem here, then we are 3 years down the government. It's hardly now 2 more years left. Was this the opportunity time to do it, or was this is the time that he could get the 32 MLAs? Now this is what the Shiv Sena have to internally decide. Now whether the Honorable Chief Minister has lost the motion, the trust of the public or not, that's a separate question. No one has asked the public. It's not a referendum. Now whether he has lost the trust of the Shiv Senics within, that will only come to know when Mr. Eknath Shinde in Guwahati has 37 numbers, and that vote of no confidence can be moved by the BJP when that magical number strikes.
All right, we have to take a very quick break at this point, but what we are also learning now of the meeting that is going on between the NCP top brass and Uddhav Thackeray at Varsha is that the meeting is over, and what Sharad Pawar has told Uddhav Thackeray is that you send a proposal to Eknath Shinde, tell him I am willing to make you Mukhyamantri, I am willing to make you Chief Minister. Sharad Pawar has now left the Chief Minister's residence, and there is a possibility of the rejig in portfolios as well. But this could very well be like putting a band-aid on a cancer. The real problem is not about the Chief Minister's office at all. The real problem is much bigger. And will Uddhav Thackeray be willing to address that problem that these rebels have now flagged? Taking a very quick break, but like we said, Eknath Shinde is now going to reveal his cards. What is he going to say? We'll tell you in a minute.
Opposition's President
General Rawat said this is not a Manrega employment guarantee scheme, and B, the armed forces are well within their rights, as is every organization, to have a 2-step or a 3-step or a 4-step selection process. They want the best of the best. If 100 people have been inducted, the defense forces are within their rights to say that, look, out of these 100, we have trained them for 4 years, and now the time has come for the second rung in the selection process. We want only 25 who are the best of the best amongst these hundreds. And the 75, there are ample opportunities for them. They have earned money, they have earned respect. They're only 21 to 22. They are going to absorb in a lot of other ancillary forces. But can I please come back to the topic, because I don't want to, my time to be eaten away in rebutting inanities. Rahul, the fact of the matter is that in trying to usher in any new reform, the Modi government is literally now having to walk on Agnipath. ये रिफॉर्म नहीं आसान, इतना तो समझ लीजिए, ये आग का दरिया है और डूब के जाना है, और डूब रहे हैं हम. But this is to be expected. Remember, when the opposition can orchestrate absolute mayhem and outrage over the farm reforms that they had promised in their own manifestos, what chance do those reforms have that aren't in their manifestos? It is very unfortunate that the excellent Agniveer scheme is being mocked by the Congress by uttering inanities like if you wish to train as a barber or a washerman, then become an Agniveer. Has to be said though.
BJP, of course, is mulling a strategy as to what happens next. And what we are picking up from our sources is that it's a strategy to try and oust the Aghadi Sarkar. In fact, details which are now emerging exclusively here on Times Now, what we are picking up is that Sena is likely to skip the opposition meeting. That's just one of the many details which are coming in. In fact, BJP MLA has also reached the Surat resort. That's what we are picking up. And that is huge because we just spoke to one of the BJP MLAs. They said that they have not been in touch with any of the rebels who are there in Surat. And now already a super scoop coming in that a BJP MLA has arrived there at the Surat resort. Let me go across to Amit Rajpur, who is joining us. Amit Rajpur, BJP तो बोल रही है कि हम कांटेक्ट में नहीं है किसी भी सेना के रेबल के साथ. अब वहां पर कोई बीजेपी एमएलए पहुंच गए हैं? कौन पहुंचे हैं?
अभी जानकारी मिली है और ये भाजपा के जो विधायक है महाराष्ट्र के संजय कुलथे, वो अभी इस होटल पे जो सूरत की ये होटल है ले मेरिडियन, जहां पर महाआघाड़ी सरकार के जो बागी विधायक एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व में मौजूद हैं, वहां पर ये पहुंचे हैं मिलने के लिए. और आप देख सकते हैं विजुअल्स के अंदर कि ये महाराष्ट्र पासिंग की ये कार है और उसके अंदर स्वयं जो भाजपा विधायक हैं वो वहां पे पहुंचे हैं. तो ये जिस तरह से जो बातें और अटकलें चल रही थी, तो उसके अंदर ये बात बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो चुकी है कि अब जिस तरह से इस सूरत की होटल में बीजेपी के विधायक का आना, यानी एक बात ये है कि ये संजय कुलथे जो आए, क्या ये दूत बन के आए हैं, क्या बातचीत करने के लिए आए हैं, देवेंद्र फडणवीस से इशारे पे बात करने के लिए आए हैं, और क्या यहाँ पे आश्वासन लेके आए हैं. तो ये अब बड़ा जो मामला है बहुत ज्यादा रोचक हो गया है.
मगर जो रेबल्स है वो चाहते क्या है? वो बीजेपी से क्या मांग करेंगे और शिवसेना से क्या मांग करेंगे? इसका कोई इनसाइड ट्रैक?
देखिए, अभी जो जानकारी मिली है, एकनाथ शिंदे जो है वो जो सूत्रों के हवाले से हमारे पास जो अभी खबर है कि एकनाथ शिंदे का मन ये है कि कांग्रेस और एनसीपी के साथ जो है उनका नाता तोड़ दिया जाए और बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर सरकार बनाई जाए. ये सूत्रों के हवाले से ये जानकारी हमारे पास है. इस खबर को अभी औपचारिक ऑफिशियल पुष्टि नहीं हुई है, लेकिन एकनाथ शिंदे अपनी जो बात है जब वो मीडिया के सामने रखेंगे तो वो देखना होगा. लेकिन भाजपा विधायक का यहाँ पे आना, यानी ये संकेत स्पष्ट है कि शिवसेना अगर उद्धव ठाकरे अगर इनकी बात नहीं मानते हैं एकनाथ शिंदे की, तो एकनाथ शिंदे ने अपने पत्ते जो हैं वो एक एक करके खोलने शुरू कर दिए हैं. बीजेपी के एक विधायक का आगमन इस होटल पे हुआ है, यानी संकेत ये है कि अपनी जो बातें हैं, अपनी जो मांगे हैं, उनको लेकर एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो बिल्कुल है, बिल्कुल किसी भी तौर से समझौता वो करने के अब
Welcome back. You're watching Times Now. We are getting you breathless, non-stop breaking inputs. Times Now accesses visuals from inside the meeting, the key meeting between Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, we are being told, has just got over. And the big takeaway, Poonam, from that meeting is that a plan is now in place by the two major Aghadi partners, and the plan is to placate Eknath Shinde.
Right, we're given to understand that the Chief Minister's position could also be offered to him to placate him and bring him back to the fold. That's one of the things that was discussed in this particular meeting. And it's interesting, Pranesh, because even when Uddhav Thackeray came out and said that if you ask me to resign, I'm ready to do so, but I want the next Chief Minister to also be from the Shiv Sena. So that is still something that could be on the cards, even as far as the two alliance partners are concerned.
Absolutely. Let's get in Arunil here. Arunil, the meeting is over. What are you picking up?
Well, that is right. A big development coming in from the official residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray for close to an hour. The crucial meeting between Sharad Pawar as well as his NCP gang, one can say Jitendra Awad was also part of it, and the close confidence of CM Uddhav Thackeray was being held.
में लग रहा है हम पहले से बोल रहे हैं कि ये सरकार गिराने की हम कोई कोशिश नहीं करेंगे, ये आपस में झगड़ेंगे और सरकार गिरेंगे, हम पहले से बोल रहे हैं.
नहीं, मुख्यमंत्री के पास अगर संख्या नहीं तो क्या इस्तीफा देना चाहिए
देवेंद्र फडणवीस होंगे क्या?
अगर उनके पास संख्या नहीं है मुख्यमंत्री तो क्या उनको खुद इस्तीफा देना चाहिए मुख्यमंत्री?
ऐसा है, ये लोकशाही का संकेत है। जब भी बहुमत नहीं होता है तो मुख्यमंत्री रिजाइन कर देता है। अब इनकी जिम्मेदारी है कि अगर बहुमत एक तो साबित करे, या तो अगर उनके पास संख्या नहीं तो रिजाइन कर दे।
हम ऊपर का जिस तरह से मुख्यमंत्री अपने स्पीच में कहा कि वो नीचे पद के लिए और मुख्यमंत्री के लालच नहीं है, जिस तरह से हालांकि जो
बात वो नहीं चल रही, इसमें हमारा कोई संबंध नहीं है। हम लास्ट बोल रहे हैं कि ये अंदरूनी उनका मामला है, बीजेपी का तोड़फोड़ का कोई सवाल नहीं।
शिवसेना से अगर आपको ऑफर आता है मुख्यमंत्री पद को लेकर के तो
वेट एंड वॉच।
थैंक यू सर। एक लाइन में बोला
The BJP Union Minister Rao Sahib Danve, they're saying this was on the cards. There is no coordination between the three Aghadi allies and the government is bound to fail. The BJP has no role. Arunil.
Well, that is right. BJP will only jump into the fray after Eknath Shinde has the requisite numbers. Again, I am repeating, Pranesh, that it doesn't look like, at least on the paper, that Eknath Shinde has the magical number of 37. We were pointing towards the fact that 34 MLAs had signed that Shiv Sena letter. However, one Nitin Deshmukh has already returned to the state of Maharashtra. He has been speaking against Eknath Shinde camp now. Whereas there are 3 MLAs now who are exactly independent MLAs. So their stand in the Shiv Sena party when Eknath Shinde camp has to defeat the anti-defection law, their vote is not going to matter over here. So whether Eknath Shinde has that magical number of 37, when he has that, then only Devendra Fadnavis or the BJP can do something about it. But yet, yes, it is true that Eknath Shinde's camp has more MLAs than CM Uddhav Thackeray. So on moral authority or on moral responsibility, whether CM Uddhav Thackeray can continue as the CM of Maharashtra, because these are his own soldiers, these are his own party
Absolutely.
MLAs.
It was an emotional appeal that he tried to make, where he said nothing could be more disheartening than the betrayal of my own people. I'd like to call them my own. Don't know if they think so, is the sentiment he tried to portray. Now, he also said, Arunil, that he would be shifting out of his official residence, Varsha, back to Matoshri after this particular meeting is over. That meeting is now over. Are you hearing anything, any developments on the front of him actually moving residences?
Well, on that front, we still need to get some confirmation from the Shiv Sena close confidence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. However, he did mention about it that since my party MLAs have left me, I am very willing and ready to placate my official residence, that is Varsha. I am very happy to operate from Matoshri as well. And if Eknath Shinde and his men come to me directly, not calling Eknath Shinde's followers as his men, as my men, my
right,
party
just hold your thoughts. Radhika also joining us from outside Devendra Fadnavis' residence. The Radhika, after the meeting between Rao Sahib, Danve and Fadnavis, he says, wait and watch.
Absolutely. So we just spoke to Rao Sahib Danve while exiting Devendra Fadnavis' residence, and what he has said is that we knew that this government is going to fall. We knew that this is not going to stick around. That is something that we've been reiterating for the last so many years. But we are on a wait and watch mode. So that is what BJP is currently, the status of BJP is currently. They are waiting and watching. They do not want a repeat of what happened 2.5 years ago when this entire Ajit Pawar Fadnavis episode took place, whereby Fadnavis had to resign soon because he didn't have the numbers. They don't want a similar episode happening now, which is why BJP is being very cautious. Perhaps lesser than that, but we'll have to wait and see if that
is going to boil down to, and that is something that the BJP is also watching out for from the sidelines as of now, as the Union Minister also came out and said. But Arunil, as far as the numbers go now, a letter was put out by Eknath Shinde and the rebel camp. There were 34 signatures on that, but all those 34 people are not Shiv Sena MLAs. Many of them are independents, so he really does not have the support of 34 Shiv Sena MLAs. So it is going to be difficult for him to defend or steer clear of the anti-defection law.
Well, that is right, Poonam. In fact, the anti-defection number or the magical number for Eknath Shinde's camp will be 37 over here. They will have to reach the number of 37 to defeat or to avoid the anti-defection law. Yes, 34 MLAs indeed signed that letter from the Eknath Shinde camp, but 3 were independents from that. One was Rajkumar Patel, who's basically from Bachchu Kadu's Prahar Shakti party. Bachchu Kadu's name was not mentioned over there because he is the leader of the party, but his other MLA's name was mentioned over there. And there are 2 other MLAs. One is from Bhandara and one is another MLA whose name is also there. So 3 independent MLA, and the third in the list was Mr. Nitin Deshmukh. He has returned to Maharashtra and he's been speaking against Eknath Shinde now. So the exact number with Eknath Shinde at present is 30. Their camp may be claiming that more MLAs are joining them, expected to join them, but with the Shiv Sena also getting wary over here, keeping their MLAs in a hotel, contacting their MLAs via different routes, making those emotional appeals. We also saw how Aditya Thackeray and several close confidants of Shiv Sena.
Okay, Arunil, here's some breaking inputs coming in. This is a big breaking input coming in. Breaking first on Times Now. Now, some people who are in touch with the Shinde camp are telling Times Now that the reason that Shinde's press conference is delayed because Shinde is waiting for 2 to 3 more Sena rebels who are en route to the hotel. They have landed in Guwahati, we are being told, and any moment they will get into this hotel, after which Shinde will be addressing the press conference. Radhika. Radhika, if you can hear me, what are you picking up? Because Maharashtra BJP chief Chandrakant Patil is accompanying these Sena rebels from Surat to Guwahati.
Yes, absolutely. That's what we are hearing, that Chandrakant Patil is being accompanied by some more rebel MLAs. If that is the case, then perhaps Eknath Shinde will get that magic number of 37 if, he is with Sena MLAs, as is being said. But we'll have to wait and see. As far as, when we interacted with many of these BJP leaders as well as the MLAs from BJP, they've been saying that we'll wait and watch. We know that this government is going to fall. We will look at the numbers. As of now, absolutely no interaction with the, with anybody from the government. No talk of, an alliance formation as of now. So a wait and watch mode as far as,
Eknath Shinde
BJP
this afternoon. He too was non-committal as far as alliance with the BJP is concerned, Pranesh. And it's interesting because it's not just the BJP that is playing the wait and watch game. It's all stakeholders in this entire game. And Nibir now joins us from Guwahati, where the action has now shifted because it's not just those 34 MLAs, Nibir, who are at that hotel. We're given to understand that 3 more have now landed there.
Yes, indeed, there are reports that the MLAs have landed in Guwahati airport and they are soon about to reach the Radisson Blue Hotel, where the other descending MLAs are lodged since the morning, and the MLAs are soon about to reach here. Already we have seen 2 escort vehicles coming from the airport and they are coming here in the Radisson Blue Hotel. However, the press interaction that was scheduled at 7 p.m. has been postponed, and there has been no update on that, whether there is going to be a press conference or whether there is going to be a brief media interaction by Eknath Shinde. Other than that, we are getting to know that few of the MLAs will be soon joining the dissenting MLAs that are camping here since morning.
Right, so is the strength of the rebel camp going to increase? The Eknath Shinde camp would like us to believe. He is talking about 40 plus MLAs. He said that to us this afternoon as well. Listen in to that exclusive conversation we had with Eknath Shinde, who right now seems to be holding all the cards. We'll try and get you that reaction of Eknath Shinde, which is a Times Network exclusive, in which he told us how he has the support of several independents and over 30 MLAs of the Shiv Sena. The Uddhav Thackeray Aghadi Sarkar knows they do not have the numbers, at least Shiv Sena does not, but he is playing a victim card. He's trying to put up a brave face. He says, I will not give up my position until and unless these rebels come directly to me and talk to me. These kind of tricks are not going to make me give up the position or the government. But listen in to what Eknath Shinde had to tell the Times Network.
सर, मैं टाइम्स नाउ न्यूज़ चैनल से अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ। बोलिए
सर, अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है।
सर, क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है। सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है
जी,
वो हमारे साथ है, और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, बाला साहब ठाकरे की जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं।
सर, आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है, 6 मंत्री।
सर, निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है, निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे।
सर, कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ, हुई थी।
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे।
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है।
सर, बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई।
सर, मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
सर, मैं टाइम्स नाउ न्यूज चैनल से अमित कौशिक बात कर रहा हूँ।
बोलिए
सर, अभी आपके पास कितने एमएलए की संख्या है फिलहाल?
हमारे पास 46 प्लस है।
सर, क्या इस बारे में कोई बीजेपी से कोई बात हो पाई है इसकी आपकी?
इसके बारे में किसी के साथ हमारी बातचीत नहीं है। सिर्फ हमारे जो 46 विधायक है
जी,
वो हमारे साथ है, और हिंदुत्व की जो बात है, बाला साहब ठाकरे की जो आइडियोलॉजी है पार्टी की, हम लोग उसको फॉलो कर रहे हैं।
सर, आपके 44 लोगों में से सर कितने मंत्री हैं, कितने शिवसेना के लोग हैं?
6 मंत्री है, 6 मंत्री।
सर, निर्दलीय कितने हैं फिलहाल?
6 मंत्री है, निर्दलीय लगभग 7-8 होंगे, 5-6 होंगे।
सर, कल उद्धव ठाकरे से भी कोई बात हुई थी क्या आपके इस मामले को लेकर?
हाँ, हुई थी।
अच्छा, आगे का फैसला सर क्या होगा आप लोगों का फिलहाल?
अभी आगे के शाम को हम बैठक करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का फैसला करेंगे।
अच्छा सर, अभी कोई मीटिंग वगैरह क्या?
अभी मीटिंग नहीं, शाम को मीटिंग है।
सर, बीजेपी से गठबंधन को लेकर क्या बातचीत चल रही है आपकी?
अभी गठबंधन के बारे में कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई।
सर, मतलब आपने मन बना लिया है कि अब आप उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ नहीं जाने वाले हैं?
अभी हमारी बैठक के बाद तय करेंगे।
Arunil, what do you make of this cryptic message by Eknath Shinde now that the presser is also delayed? How should one be reading this?
Well, if it comes to delaying of press conference, then the interaction of CM Uddhav Thackeray was also delayed by close to half an hour, Pranesh. So, but yes, what Eknath Shinde will be revealing or divulging in his press conference, that basically will decide the future, not only the future of Mahavikas Aghadi government, but probably also of the Shiv Sena Party, the same Shiv Sena Party which was started by Hindu Hriday Samrat Bala Saheb Thackeray, and then basically the strings of that party were given to Uddhav Thackeray rather than Raj Thackeray. However, Uddhav Thackeray also made one interesting point that we have faced these kind of hindrances or problems or difficulties earlier as well. Several Shiv Sena leaders have left them in the past, be it Narayan Rane, Chhagan Bhujbal left with 23 MLAs at that time. He said, but we still sail through and we are going to fight back, and immediately came a tweet from Sanjay Raut as well that we are going to fight. However, the crucial point is that whether Eknath Shinde has those magical 37 numbers with him at this point. Going by the numbers or going by the document that he has shared, it seems like he has 30 MLAs with him at present. If he gets those 37 numbers, then it becomes a cake
because a big breaking input coming in now. Sources close to Shinde camp are telling Times Now, and this is important, big breaking input on Times Now, that Shinde has denied the offer made by the Aghadi of CM post. There is no compromise here, says the Shinde camp. At least that's the indication, Arunil.
Well, that is right. Crucial information, significant development coming in from the Eknath Shinde camp over here, basically denying the CM post. However, whether it was formally offered to him also or no, that is also again a point of question, because after we look at it, the kind of discussion that had taken place yesterday between CM Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde accepted that there was a call from CM Uddhav Thackeray's team. The discussion was about Hindutva. The discussion was about how Hindutva was primarily compromised, and hands were shaken with the arch nemesis of Bal Thackeray, that is the Congress and the NCP. In the letter that Eknath Shinde today sent to the Deputy Speaker, in that letter also he had mentioned about the fact that how corruption was being done by the alliance partners of the Shiv Sena. Basically, 2 NCP ministers are in jail at present, so he didn't really wanted to continue with the Congress and the NCP. So if such kind of a letter has been written by Eknath Shinde, so how can he continue with the same alliance partners, that is the Congress and the NCP, and be their head, basically be the CM of that government? So yes, Eknath Shinde denying the CM post is very much on the expected lines, because he has already said that he had hated the fact that CM Uddhav Thackeray had joined hands with the Congress and the NCP.
Right, and they mentioned that in the resolution as well, that it was really the compromise on ideals that they have a problem with, not really with Uddhav Thackeray, but the fact that they decided to join ranks with the NCP and the Congress is something that they cannot deal with anymore. It's been 2.5 years, but that cannot continue. Now, Nibir, it's interesting that the BJP, both at the central level and in Maharashtra, is for now watching from the sidelines. But where the action is happening in Guwahati, we did see some BJP MLAs walk in there. That was a reaction coming in after the meeting, I believe, between Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray and other members of those 2 parties. But our reporters continue to be with us. Nibir, before I get you in, let's listen in to one of the reportedly rebel MLAs who now says that he was taken to Guwahati, abducted really by the Shinde camp. He's now come back to safety and he'll always stand with Uddhav Thackeray. Listen in.
फिर रात को 3 बजे मैं होटल से 12 बजे निकला हूँ, रास्ते पे 3 बजे खड़ा था, लेकिन 100-200 पुलिस मेरे पीछे थे। मैं कोई वाहन आया तो वाहन में मैं बैठना चाहता था, लेकिन कोई वाहन में मेरे को बैठने नहीं देते थे। बाद में 100-150 पुलिस ने उठा के मेरे को हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए, और वहाँ ऐसा एक नाटक रचा है कि मेरे को अटैक आ गया, न ऐसा संदेशा दिया। लेकिन अटैक आने का कारण बता के कुछ तो भी मेरे बॉडी पे प्रक्रिया करना चाहते थे, यानी मेरा घात करना चाहते थे, लेकिन ईश्वर की कृपा से मैं सही सलामत हूँ, अभी भी अच्छा हूँ। मेरे को कोई प्रकार का अटैक आया नहीं, कोई प्रकार के मेरे बीपी सुद्धा बळी नाही आहे। तर मैं
आदेश नाही आहे आणि आम्ही कुठे एकनाथ शिंदेना भेटायला पण जाणार नव्हतो। ओके, मुख्यमंत्री रिजाइन कर देता है।
Okay, more reactions coming in, but Nibir Decha is standing by there outside the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati. Nibir, any moment we are given to understand that the 3 more Sena rebels could enter the hotel and Shinde will start his briefing.
Yes, the briefing that was supposed to be held at 7 p.m. has been delayed. There are no further information regarding whether there will be a briefing or a press meet. However, the more MLAs are set to join the Radisson Blue Hotel. They have already reached the airport, landed at the Guwahati airport, and they are about to reach the Radisson Blue Hotel, and that will lead to the more numbers of dissenting MLAs here joining the Radisson Blue Hotel here in Guwahati. It's since morning, as you can see, it has been a roller coaster ride here. The dissenting MLAs arrived in the Guwahati airport. They came directly here at the Radisson Blue, and they had a series of high-level meetings here since the morning. And now we are getting to know that there are more MLAs that are joining the dissenting MLAs. That furthers the show of strength, that Eknath Shinde had displayed since yesterday, when from Surat the dissenting MLAs came here to Guwahati, and now more and more MLAs are joining their ranks.
From Surat, let's go back to Arunil in Mumbai. Arunil, big news coming in after the meeting at Fadnavis' residence. We are being told that the BJP has asked all its MLAs to be present in Mumbai.
Well, that is right, Pranesh, but there is an important development at the Varsha residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Here it is Nana Patole, the Maharashtra Congress chief, basically speaking to the media. Basically, he has shut the window of his car, but Nana Patole has come over here to meet and to give out his...
नाना मात्र नाना महाराष्ट्राच्या सरकारबद्दल काय सांगाल नाना सध्याची परिस्थिती सरकार स्थिर आहे निलेश जाऊ दे
Well, Pranesh, amidst all this chaos and crowd, Nana Patole has left for the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. He is the Maharashtra Congress chief, so Congress also giving out their much-needed support for CM Uddhav Thackeray. Basically, Sharad Pawar had come over here, so the entire Mahavikas trio has been completed, one can say. And coming to your question with respect to BJP MLAs being called in, the BJP MLAs are saying that they are awaiting a call from the party leadership. Till now, a formal call has not been made, but from the BJP Maharashtra hierarchy, we understand that by tonight a call will be made to all the MLAs to be in the city of Mumbai or in the vicinity.
Development, because for now the BJP says that we are going to be adopting a wait and watch approach, but is there a change in strategy now that their MLAs have been summoned to Mumbai? From wait and watch, have they now moved to battle ready mode? That's something that we'll have to look at. Nibir continues to be with us. Arunil also getting us the very latest as far as the hectic meetings that are happening in Mumbai. It's not just the Shiv Sena and the Aghadi partners. The BJP too was in a huddle. We'll try and get you those reactions coming in after the meeting concluded between the Aghadi partners. Uddhav Thackeray left Sharad Pawar's residence where the meeting was happening. He did say he was going to give up his official chief minister's residence and move back to Matoshri right after this meeting is over. That's something to also watch out for, and Times Now is going to be getting you the very latest from on ground in Mumbai there. But handing over to Editor-in-Chief Rahul Shivshankar for India Upfront.
Thanks indeed, Poonam. Thanks indeed. Yes, viewers, on India Upfront, the big story as it unfolds across Maharashtra and, of course, 3 other states. This has been one very, very busy day, viewers. One very, very busy day. But unfortunately, the situation in Maharashtra has assumed simultaneously the contours of a farce and a tragedy. A farce because Uddhav Thackeray thinks he can speak on behalf of the people of Maharashtra when a vast majority of his own MLAs have not just stopped trusting him, but have long stopped listening to him. In fact, they are so far out of earshot that they're enclosed in a hotel in Guwahati. And you can see those pictures to the left of your screens. They're all lining up for group photos. It's a farce because Uddhav Thackeray, who knows, who has read the writing on the wall, who knows that his end has come, has moved out of Varsha, his official residence, to Matoshri, his family home. And in one fell swoop, conveniently, he's conflated, viewers, the interests of the state with his own private interest. Viewers, he is not even living anymore in the official accommodation allotted to him. And he's doing it because, as I told you, he has also seen those pictures. 30+ MLAs of his caught on camera signing documents, a resolution saying that they do not believe anymore in the integrity of their own leader and their chief minister. The numbers, viewers, and I'm going to pull up those numbers and I'm going to talk you through some of those numbers. Those numbers tell the entire story. The Sena rebels in Guwahati are 30+. Sena MLAs en route to Assam to Guwahati are 2. MLAs in Uddhav camp are only 16. And that too, viewers, might be an optimistic number. MLAs who are non-committal are 5. The MLAs that are needed to break the Sena are 37. All it takes to break the Sena is 37 and not attract the anti-defection law. Just do the maths. 32 plus 2 plus 5, that takes you much beyond 37. And even if someone were to tell you that those Sena rebels also include 5 or 7 independents, even then, viewers, it's a near thing. It's a near thing, because more than 30 MLAs out of 55 not in your pocket, militating against you, criticizing you, not recognizing you as their legitimate leader is a vast number. It's a vast number, viewers. And that hardly can be taken as a sign of confidence. Now, think about it, viewers. If Mr. Thackeray's own loyalists don't think he's up to the job, then how can we, the people who elected him to serve us, trust his capacities? But despite this, Uddhav Thackeray eagerly clings to power, mocking the mandate and political morality, viewers, by defending the indefensible, which is his continuance in office. Listen in.
कारण का तरी शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही असं काही जे आरोप करतायत त्याला सुद्धा माझ्याकडे उत्तर आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, चला मला सांगा, मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे. मी शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुख पद पण सोडायला तयार आहे, पण हे सांगणारा विरोधक नाही. नाहीतर असे फडतूस लोक खूप आहेत, त्यांच्या सांगण्यावर किंवा त्यांच्या त्या काय ते ट्रेंडिंग ट्रोलिंग ट्विटर फिटर ह्याच्यासाठी मी काय त्यांना मी बांधलेलं नाहीये, मी माझ्या शिवसैनिकाला बांधलेलं आहे. आणि शिवसैनिक सुद्धा या भानगडीत पडणार नाहीये, कारण तो फेस टू फेस संकटाला सामोरं जाणारा शिवसैनिक आहे. म्हणून त्यांनी सांगावं, मी दोन्ही पद सोडायला तयार आहे, पण मी मुख्यमंत्री पद सोडल्यानंतर जर शिवसेनेचा मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल, मला आनंदाने मान्य आहे.
Now viewers, let's go straight across and get to the latest, because in a dramatic move, just a few moments back, Uddhav Thackeray offered the chief minister's post to the rebel leader, Eknath Shinde. Shinde is expected to speak any moment now to the media. Clearly, this is an attempt to preempt that. Clearly, it's an attempt, viewers, to bribe him. Clearly, viewers, Uddhav Thackeray believes that the chief minister's post is his to parcel around like it is some incentive. Clearly, he doesn't think it's a privilege that is handed by trusting voters, a privileged post from where you serve the state and not yourself. Look at how much in his mind the warping is between what he believes today is his right and what he believes today, viewers, is in the interests of the right thing to be doing. I want to go straight across to some of our reporters. Arunil, coming to you first. This offer that has been made by Uddhav Thackeray, where does this come from? Why is he making this offer right now? What's the logic?
Well, Rahul, let me tell you the reason why Eknath Shinde's press conference has been delayed now is because there have been series of calls that have been made from the close confidants of CM Uddhav Thackeray to the people of Eknath Shinde, basically giving him multiple offers. A slew of offers have been provided to him. This after the 1 hour meeting that took place between Sharad Pawar and CM Uddhav Thackeray. And basically mainly the crux of the meeting that took place between these two leaders of the Mahavikas Aghadi was how Eknath Shinde can be pacified, what can be offered offer Eknath Shinde, and the discussion about offering him the CM post was also a part of the discussion that took place over there. But Eknath Shinde, as we saw his letter in the morning, he basically clearly spoke against the Mahavikas Aghadi government, spoke against the Congress and the NCP, saying that he was against this alliance. The way Congress and NCP have made Shiv Sena and CM Uddhav Thackeray to compromise on Hindutva, he was completely against this, and his rebel MLAs, basically the MLAs who have gone with him, they also feel that a Hindutvadi Shiv Sena should be initiated on this front, and that's why the delay has been coming in from Eknath Shinde's front. Right now at CM Uddhav Thackre's residence, Nana Patole has gone over there, Maharashtra Congress chief. So after the NCP, the Congress also reaching out to CM Uddhav Thackare.
Okay, let me bring in Nibir once before I go across to Padmaja. Nibir, you have of course been reporting outside of that Guwahati hotel. Now, why is Eknath Shinde not coming out and responding in clear terms to Uddhav Thackeray, who says that I want you to come to me, say what you have to say to me face to face, and if you still believe that I need to quit, I will go.
Yes, indeed, there is much deliberation going in the mind of Eknath Shinde, because he had said that he's going to meet the media at 7 p.m. and then he delayed it, and now there are no information further whether they are going to meet the press. So there is much deliberation going in the mind of Eknath Shinde. But one thing has been clear, that he has displayed his stand since yesterday when he arrived in Guwahati. He has been very clear. He has displayed his stand and he has not bowed down, and that is and that's why the show of strength that was evident today at the hotel was in full display when the dissenting MLAs came here. They came with the slogans Jai Maharashtra. They were in full swing when they entered the hotel. And now we also got to know that 2 more MLAs are also joining the ranks. So the show of strength continues, although there is a lack of clarity whether he's going to meet the media, because there is definitely much deliberation going in the mind of Eknath Shinde.
Possibly also he knows that he might be 2 or 3 short still of that magic number he needs to avoid, the clause that would lead to the disqualification of the entire faction. So maybe that's something that he's waiting for. There are some MLAs en route. But Padmaja, what did you make of Uddhav Thackeray's address to the state? Do you believe that Uddhav has answered his doubters? Did he make a strong case for himself to continue in office?
Actually, all that Uddhav Thackeray said left one major question, the elephant in the room, completely unaddressed, and that was spelled out in black and white in the letter that had been sent by the rebels from Guwahati. This letter actually holds the key. When Uddhav Thackeray said, you should come and talk to me, tell me what you want, the rebels in their letter have already told him what they want. And let me quickly point out 3 main points from this letter. Right at the end, they say that our leader Balasaheb Thackeray was a strong nationalist. We have been subjected to a lot of criticism for being part of this corrupt Maharashtra government. So you are saying essentially that Eknath Shinde come and be chief minister. Eknath Shinde is not arguing right now about who is to be chief minister. He is saying, I do not want to be, none of us want to be a part of this government. The problem is the government. And why is it a problem? Here is where they spell it out. They say there is enormous discontent among cadre of our party for forming government with NCP and National Congress, who are ideologically opposed to Shiv Sena. There has been a compromise of principles of Shiv Sena, which is a party with fierce ideological base. Also, there is great dissatisfaction among the cadre on account of corruption in the government regarding police posting by Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik. So you are trying to put a band-aid on a cancer, and the cancer here is spelt out as the Aghadi itself. The coalition is the cancer, according to the rebels. Rahul.
Well, thanks indeed, Padmaja. I'll come out to you, Radhika, in just a few moments. Viewers, I began by situating for you the reasons why the entire events that are unfolding in Maharashtra are a farce. But they're also a tragedy, because today there is virtually no government in Maharashtra. MLAs from the ruling party are in Guwahati. They've taken up residence there as if they were elected to serve the people of Assam. They spent 2 nights in Surat as if they were more interested in serving the people of Gujarat. Those that have stayed behind to prop up Uddhav are so busy trying to ensure that they can hang on to their own MLA-ships that they are least concerned with the welfare of the citizens. Even the opposition, in the shape of the BJP's MLAs, are distracted by dreams of sweeping back to power. The public's welfare is the least of their priorities or concerns. This is the people's, Maharashtrian people's great misfortune. India is at a crossroads economically. One wrong step and it can all go south. At a time like this, it is vital that India's financial and industrial hub is governed in an exemplary manner. The last thing Maharashtra and India needs is a lame duck chief minister who is destined to lurch from crisis to crisis. A few hard facts will put into perspective why Maharashtra's economic health holds the key to India's growth story. 38% of India's direct tax collections come from Maharashtra, 14.2% of highest share. National GDP, rupees 3.84 lakh crores, direct tax by residents and corporates. 32% total tax collection from Mumbai alone. Mumbai is the 16th most expensive property market in the world. $56,000 millionaire households in Maharashtra, the highest in India. #1 most urbanized state in the country. It's interlocked with India's economic fortunes. And I'm going to open up this debate because from farce to tragedy, it's all playing out. And the questions go straight to the Shiv Sena first this evening. And I want to go straight to Sajid Supariwala. There are also, of course, Congress sympathizer and Aghadi sympathizer Tehseen Poonawalla. There's Yogi Gade, leader of the Shiv Sena on the panel, Sujata Pandey, political analyst, Dr. Ranganathan, and Tushar Gupta, senior editor of Swarajya. None of our panelists really need much of an introduction, but I want to bring in Sajid Supariwala. Sajid Supariwala, the question is, you don't have the mandate, you don't have the trust of your own MLAs, yet you cling to power. Has Uddhav Thackeray lost the moral right to rule? It's a simple question.
First of all, my Sahib, Shri Uddhav Sahib Bala Sahib Thackeray, has never been greedy for power. He has had all the powers he needed from the time he was born till the time he's become a CM. Today also he's as powerful. He does not greed for power, does not crave for power. He's a kingmaker. He had been selected and he was the choice for the CM only to save Maharashtra from dirty politics. First of all I can say is this dirty games which are going on greed, on indifferences, on misunderstandings is really very, very sad state of affairs today. Maharashtra state is really under unnecessary turmoil which has been created by some reasons unknown to all of you and me as well. The reason of deserting Bala Sahib Thackeray and Uddhav Sahib Thackeray and Aditya Sahib Thackeray is still unknown. I'm sure that people have not deserted him. Our Shiv Senics, if you see on the road, you will see thousands of Shiv Senics pledging our loyalty and support to Shri Uddhav Sahib Bala Sahib Thackeray, as well as here on your TV, on the media. I also claim the same. Whether CM is a very small thing for Shri Uddhav Bala Sahib Thackeray. He is the Sena chief and nobody else. All I can say is that I've just tweeted, we do not need to do that.
And you don't know the reasons.
Hearts. Bala Sahib is etched in our hearts. We do not need to claim, or we are not waiting for him to be powerful. He's already powerful.
Okay.
Whether he remains the CM or not.
Yes, Mr. Supariwala, 1 second now. You are saying that he's not greedy for power.
I'm not talking as a Shiv Sena.
And 1 second.
I'm talking as a citizen of Maharashtra.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Supariwala,
who are saying that Uddhav Sahib is the only choice.
Okay, he's the greatest guy. Now listen to me. 1 second, Mr. Supariwala. 1 second. You said you don't know the reasons.
Because the way he's handled the
you
pandemic.
don't know the reasons why. You don't know the reasons why the banner of revolt has been raised against you. You call this a dirty trick. Now, let me take you through some facts. The first red flag,
yeah, sure,
that was waved, viewers, was by MLA Pratak Sarnaik, who wrote to Uddhav to join the BJP in June 2021, few days back. pleaded to end the alliance for the sake of Hindutva. We are still not talking about Eknath Shinde, the person who has cobbled together this bunch of Shiv Sena rebels. We are only still talking about MLA Pratap Sarnaik. He says, end it, save Hindutva.
Okay. Can I reply?
Red flag 2, 21st August 2021. BJP's Narayan Rane offered to induct Shinde in the BJP. Red flag 3, state intel warned of 8 to 10 MLAs in touch with the opposition. Shinde was named as an MLA in touch with the opposition. Red flag 4, 8th June, RS polls. BJP won due to Sena Congress cross-voting. It was clear that there was a rebellion brewing in the ranks. 20th June, MLC polls. BJP won its 5 seats due to cross-voting. It was not supposed to win 5. Red flag 6, around 35 MLAs left Maharashtra for Gujarat, but the state government looked the other way. Viewers, the signs were there. You only had to listen. Mr. Supariwala, how can you say you don't know? The letter that has been written to you by the rebels says that you reneged on your promises, you have betrayed the legacy of Bal Thackeray.
Where were they since the time the government is formed? Why that only recently they have started writing all this? Secondly, my other answer and reply to your questions are that first of all, whoever has written letters, only the 35 MLAs cannot decide the running of the state government. It is a government which is called Mahavikas Aghadi. There are certain things you cannot jump from here to there and be an opportunist. My Sahib is not an opportunist. He has been loyal with whomever
he contested with the BJP.
Even during the time of BJP,
he dumps the
he was very loyal. BJP
after the elections.
1 minute, let me
and switches to the Congress and the NCP.
Please let me complete it. Otherwise, it's futile asking me a question. If you do not let me speak, Rahul, I will not be able to explain. I want to be very calm and cool and explain so that we both can understand what we are talking about. I gave you time to ask me a question. Please let me reply. If you feel it is wrong or it is indifferent, we can always debate on it.
Okay.
The thing is that why the Shiv Sena did not form a government with the BJP, because they had promised something which everybody knows, 2.5 years of each chief minister of either parties. Now what happened was that promise wasn't kept, and Bala Sahib's principles are there in Uddhav Sahib. Everybody knows that. I do not need to say as a Shiv Sainik. Today the whole Maharashtra is seen. I've got thousands of people from other parties also praising Uddhav Sahib Thackeray, though there are political differences. But being an opposition does not mean that you can slander people or you can say that Hindutva has not been followed. Uddhav Sahib has never said that we will leave Hindutva or we will not do anything about it. Just recently, Uddhav Sahib and team had visited Ayodhya also. Just recently, Uddhav Sahib has been doing so many things for all the religions. Let me complete. Not only Muslims, but Hindus, Christians as
We've
well as
heard Uddhav Thackeray. He gave us his resume. The last 2.5 years, Mr. Supariwala, you don't need to repeat what he told us. I now want to pick up on the point that was made by Mr. Supariwala. Sajid bhai, 1 minute. You can't just keep on and on dominating and talking. You made your point. We understood. You said that you haven't betrayed Hindutva. I've understood, sir. Let's not talk the hind legs off.
I need 5 seconds.
Of the other panelists. It's okay. Just give us 30 seconds.
I need 5 seconds.
Take 5.
You're giving me 30 seconds? Okay, good. What I'm saying is just being inclusive with all the religion and taking them into confidence and doing their work as well as the work of the Hindutva, does it make you a less Hindu? Never. I think every religion teaches tolerance. Every religion teaches how to make people happy, how to govern them, how to rule them. This is the law of every religion. We are all same blood. We are all same skin.
We all agree with you.
Just divided into religion, caste, creed.
We all agree with you, sir. No doubt about this. Okay, now that you've finished your long...
biggest religion.
Now that you've told us why you made the switch, let me tell you, since you invoked... Okay, Mr. Supariwala, 30 seconds up. Now, you invoked Bal Thackeray. I haven't invoked him. And I just want to remind you, viewers, when they said that they made the switch from the BJP because the BJP did not promise or live up to their promise of rotating the chief ministership. Okay. So then they go and embrace the NCP and the Congress. Of course, they're not opportunists. But what did Bal Thackeray have to say about the NCP?
Of course not.
If BJP, he said, and this was in 1998, Bal Thackeray said, if BJP befriends Sharad Pawar, we will end the alliance. For him, Sharad Pawar was the poison ivy. We will end the alliance. We came into power by riding an anti-Pawar wave. Don't want power or Pawar. It's a party of principles. So if today Uddhav Thackeray is standing with Mr. Pawar, has he betrayed his father's legacy? That's a fundamental question. I leave it to you viewers to judge that. Those are Bal Thackeray's views. I want to bring in Mr. Anand Ranganathan, Dr. Ranganathan. What do you make of what the Shiv Sainik is saying today? Sajid Supariwala. And of course his boss, Uddhav Thackeray. No, it's okay. I'm now moving on, sir. It's okay. Let the public decide.
I need to say something.
1 second, Dr. Ranganathan. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Rahul, and good evening to all my fellow panelists. I hope you would give me a fraction of the time you have given to my good friend Mr. Supariwala. And I hope what I say would not be interrupted by him. Rahul, as they say, history repeats itself, first as a tragedy and then as a farce. What is unfolding before us today and yesterday is a total farce. But what happened 3 years ago was an absolute tragedy. I say this unequivocally, the Mahavikas Aghadi government never had the people's mandate, period. It was a government by convenience, for convenience, of convenience. And when you betray the people's mandate, it always ends up like this. Let me explain. We always knew the Shiv Sena was never good at chemistry. Now we know they are not good at maths as well.
Are you calling it unlawful?
Mr. Supariwala,
Rahul,
he never interrupted you. I'm lowering your fader, please.
Have you taken a supari to interrupt me?
Please. Let's not do this. Not fair. Please. Yes.
Please don't do it, yeah? Please. This is unfair. I was listening to you, to what you were saying, although it was painful to my ears for 10 minutes.
Well, let me tell you, Dr. Ranganathan.
Let's maintain the decorum.
Dr. Ranganathan, let me just tell you very quickly that Mr. Shinde, Eknath Shinde, has just tweeted saying that we want to get out of this unnatural alliance. You were talking about convenience. Here it is. He's echoing you.
Yes. Yes. No, absolutely. And it would be another tragedy if Mr. Shinde were to accept Mr. Uddhav Thackeray's offer that he become the chief minister. No, the problem is not who becomes the chief minister. The problem is this MVA never had the people's mandate. So let me explain now. I hope I would not be interrupted now. Rahul, it's just a couple of minutes. You know, the BJP garnered 105 odd seats, the Shiv Sena 56, and the NCP Congress alliance 98. And they wanted a Shiv Sena chief minister. The BJP has 26% vote share. Shiv Sena only 16. Crucially, it was a pre-poll alliance, not a post-poll one, like was the case in Karnataka recently when the Congress ceded the CM post to the JDS. Even though the former got more seats, there another difference, by the way. The JDS could have allied with the BJP, its pre-poll adversary, and so the Congress was scared. But here, what was Shiv Sena's game when it tried to curry favor with the NCP and therefore the NCP Congress alliance, its sworn adversary? If Bala Sahib were alive, I'm sorry, he would have tweaked Mr. Supariwala's ears and dragged him to a corner and made him do a murga. I think it was a cataclysmic error on the BJP's part to have a seat-sharing agreement with the Shiv Sena. A departure from 2014, by the way, Rahul, if you remember. This despite the fact that the only other party that abused Modi more than the Congress in the last 5 years was Shiv Sena. It cost the BJP 20 fewer seats and a perpetual threat of blackmail. They overestimate, I think, the anti-incumbency factor. They should have trusted Fadnavis more. He had done more than a decent job in his first term. Finally, a larger point. Post-poll alliances are immoral. I repeat, immoral, in that they ridicule the voter who voted against two adversaries getting together for the sake of opportunism.
Sena asked for votes on the basis of ridiculing both Congress and the NCP. Same was the case with BJP. And the same was the case with JDS and Congress and BJP and JJP. They fight like cats and dogs and convince the voters that they are politically and ideologically polar opposites. And as soon as the results come in, the two poles get sucked towards each other to form the core. High time the Election Commission stepped in and banned pre-post poll alliances. Going forward, I think it is also high time the governor stepped in and slapped president's rule. Maharashtra must go in for fresh elections. There is no other option.
Okay. Let me bring in Yogi Gade. When a party can trade in its own legacy for power, as your own MLAs claim, not me. Eknath Shinde is tweeting right now, sir, and he is saying that this is an unnatural alliance. It's an unnatural front. I'm going to take a decision only in the interest of Maharashtra. Going back to the NCP, the Shiv Sena and the Congress will not be in the interest of Maharashtra. So, sir, can the people trust you when your own MLAs who are sitting in Guwahati today, out of your reach, because they think that even being in your presence will stigmatize them, when your own MLAs, sir, Yogi Saab, are rejecting you?
Yes, sir. Can I talk? Can you hear me?
How are you continuing to say that the people must trust you?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, Yogi Saab. Please tell us.
Yes, sir. Yes.
आपके खुद रिजेक्ट कर रहे हैं आपको. Why should the public then trust you?
Yes, sir. I'm coming to that. And also what Dr. Anand Raganathan said, if you go to see, sir, we'll come back, not even 2014, I would like you to take you back to 2019 February, when the alliance of Shiv Sena and BJP got back together. Amit Shah ji, Uddhav ji, Thackeray Sahib announced that Shiv Sena and BJP are coming back together for the Lok Sabha elections. There and there itself, Fadnavis sir, Uddhav ji, Thackeray Sahib and Amit Shah ji sir, they told कि it will be a 50-50 sharing formula, right? For Lok Sabha and for Vidhan Sabha, it will be 50-50. Lok Sabha happened that way. Then Vidhan Sabha came, they put pressure. Okay, that time Shiv Sena came back to 121 or 123 seats. And after that, what Mr. Anand said, I would like to tell that also, ki unholy alliance, okay? Before Shiv Sena went with NCP and Congress, it was Mr. Fadnavis ji and Ajit Pawar ji who took oath together as Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. After that, Shiv Sena went. So, listen, that time when BJP does it, it is justified.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Let me talk, please, sir. I didn't interrupt when you were talking. I didn't interrupt.
I'm sorry. Please don't put words in my mouth. No, because you are taking my name, sir. I didn't take your name. Yes, I am interrupting, sir, just for 10 seconds because you took my name, Mr. Yogi, please. And I am interrupting only for telling you that since yesterday, you can check up. On the same program, I castigated BJP more. I reminded them that on what basis I was not there yesterday on the channel. When at 3 a.m. in the morning, they took the oath of Chief Minister. But even today you heard me, I said even BJP, even BJP did...
yes, sir.
So please
I'm coming back to
that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please see.
No, but Mr. Gade...
Please, sir, just one minute. That was what I'm saying. So when BJP goes...
No, one second. I'm reading out what Mr. Bal Thackeray told. 1 second. In 1998. Forget the BJP even tied up with the PDP. When they tied up with the PDP, sir, even then you did not snap ties with the BJP. You remember that? You traded in, you keep abusing the BJP for doing the deal with the PDP, but you didn't snap ties, you were in government. At that time also, with the BJP in Maharashtra, when they tied up with the PDP. So quite clearly, when the BJP also does things which you don't agree, you keep quiet because what is it that you love most? You love power most, okay? So let's not fool people. Now I want to come back to what Bal Thackeray said. Okay, BJP tied up with a breakaway element of the NCP led by Ajit Pawar. You didn't think that was good? But your own Bal Thackeray, sir, said that Pawar is not someone we want to ever do business with. What are you doing with Mr. Pawar? Today, your own chief minister said in his press conference, I owe the fact that I became chief minister to Mr. Pawar. He convinced me.
Okay, sir, I'm just getting back to your point.
No, so was Balasaheb Thackeray wrong about Mr. Pawar? Simple question. Was he wrong? 1998 May, Balasaheb did not recognize the merits of Mr. Pawar. Is that what you're saying?
If you let me
Mr.
answer,
Gade?
I will answer, sir. I'm coming to the answer only, sir. Hello?
Boliye na, sir. I'm waiting for the
yes,
answer.
Sir. See, if you go by all these instances, all political parties say something 10, 20 years back, something happens later on.
So Bal Thackeray would just say things.
One minute.
Even then,
Mr.
because he was also... He was also an opportunist.
Let me finish the point,
sir. Why are you,
Mr.
sir?
Said,
no, Mr. Bal Thackeray is not here to defend his fair name.
Sir,
Gade Saab is not here to defend his fair name. You are today calling Bal Thackeray also an opportunist. कि वो बोल देते थे, कुछ भी बोल देते थे, 20 साल पहले लोग बोल देते थे कुछ भी. Sir,
no, I'm not saying
कुछ
that.
तो
I'm saying
लिहाज करिए.
other political parties, sir. I'm telling
the man founded your party. The man made it a party.
Then I can finish my point, sir. If you interrupt, how will I be able to tell my point?
Well, Yogi साहब, आपने जो बोला अभी बोला, सबने सुना.
I'm saying you this only, sir. कि if you go to see by all this, Mr. Fadnavis ji had told in 2014-15, I will never, ever go with NCP.
Yeah, okay, so Mr. Fadnavis is not true to his word. But that doesn't mean that the Shiv Sena lowers its principles also. Why did you sacrifice your principles?
And if you go to see...
अरे वो आप बीजेपी की बात कर रहे हैं, बीजेपी को तो सरकार में लाया नहीं ना. BJP is not in government right now. You came to power. Why did you compromise on your principles? That's the question that Dr. Ranganathan is asking you. That's the question I'm asking you.
I'm telling you that only, sir. Ki if you go to see what happened in Bihar also, ki there Mr. Nitish's party got less MLAs than BJP.
It doesn't matter.
BJP gave him the chief minister post. But in Maharashtra,
were you so interested in taking the chief minister's position that you even embraced Mr. Pawar? Just say yes or no. उन्होंने आपको बोला कि आप चीफ मिनिस्टर बन सकते हो तो आपने उनको जप्फी मार दी, isn't it, गधे साहब?
So what you are getting on into is like if you go
look,
to see,
there is a problem here, viewers. The problem is that Yogi Gade and Supariwala are both saying because the BJP did something wrong, that allows us to also do something wrong against the principles of Balasaheb Thackeray. Gade Saab has gone forward and further, and he has said, no, one second, he has said, I don't want people speaking over me, sir. 1 minute. He, in fact, Mr. Gade has come out and said very clearly, Bal Thackeray said something 20 years ago, who cares? This is precisely the reason why Mr. Shinde has a problem. This is precisely why he's fracturing the Shiv Sena today, viewers. That's the real story. I want to bring in senior editor of Surat, Tushar Gupta. Mr. Gupta, how do you respond? Political analyst Ms. Sujata Pandey is there. Tehseen Poonawala is also there with us. Yes.
Rahul, what the people of Maharashtra confused as a Jadoo ki Jappi between the NCP, the Congress and the Shiv Sena was indeed a marriage of convenience, as Dr. Ranganathan correctly points out, driven by the lust for power and greed. Mr. Supariwala here says that Uddhav Thackeray is not greedy. 3 emergency meetings since yesterday, not even 20 MLAs have turned up. Take the higher moral ground, resign. You never had the moral right to rule, the moral right to govern. It was BJP that bagged you the seats. Alone, Uddhav Thackeray would not have been able to get 50 seats in the election that went in 2019. Where is the resignation? Where is the moral high ground? So let's not kid ourselves by saying that the Thackeray's do not have the lust for power. They very clearly have. That is what resulted in the first place in this unholy marriage of convenience. The second point, he says 35 MLAs are not enough to take down the government to decide what the Mahavikas Aghadi would do. Sir, 35 MLAs and another 2 MLAs is the difference between your party being in power and not being in power. Your entire government is so fragile that all it took was 35 MLAs in a majority figure of 143 to put your government in jeopardy. What are you talking about? Are you not waking up and smelling the coffee? There are no MLAs with Uddhav Thackeray right now. The third thing he says is Shiv Sena is tolerant. Tell me, Rahul, which tolerant government puts an actress behind the bars for 40 days for commenting on one of the leaders of the government? Which government does that? Which government jails ministers and politicians for reciting the Hanuman Chalisa? What kind of Hindutva is this in Maharashtra, where people do not have the freedom to recite the Hanuman Chalisa? And the point number 4, Sanjay Raut, who probably thought of himself as a Chanakya back in 2019, where is he right now? Probably it is him who has triggered the entire downfall of the Mahavikas Aghadi. What do we do about that? Has the Shiv Sena overplayed its hand? That's the final question. And lastly, to sum it all up, they are evoking the memory of Balasaheb Thackeray ji at every given opportunity. All I want is Mr. Supariwala to ask this question to himself honestly. If Balasaheb fortunately was alive today, if he was alive today to witness all this, would he agree to this unholy alliance for even a second? Would he want Uddhav Thackeray to continue as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra for even 1 second? Just ask that question to yourself. Don't answer us. Ask yourself that question. Answer your cadre. Answer the people in Maharashtra who believe in the Shiv Sena, who continue to believe in the Shiv Sena, that if fortunately, if Balasaheb Thackeray ji was amongst us today, would he agree to this alliance?
Mr.
Would he allow for this?
Supariwala, please respond.
Ask you. Yeah, Balasaheb Thackeray was always after the interest of Maharashtra. His some unlikeness or some differences with people wasn't more important than Maharashtra. He would definitely
Is this fragile government in the interest of Maharashtra?
And to save Maharashtra, to save the state. If you're asking me a question, my dear, let me complete. No, I heard everything you said. Can I continue? Can I continue?
Just answer a simple question, sir. Is this government in the interest of Maharashtra? We saw what happened during the pandemic. Is this government in the interest of Maharashtra? An alliance where no party has even 60 seats. How is it in the interest of Maharashtra? An alliance which was not voted to govern. How is it in the interest of Maharashtra? How can you claim that this government is in the interest of Maharashtra when all it took was 35 MLAs in a majority figure of 143.
Well, look at
to
this.
bring it down.
Look at this. These MLAs.
35 MLAs.
1 second. Look at the pictures. Viewers, look at the pictures on your screens. 1 second, Mr. Supariwala and Mr. Gupta. Just look at the pictures on your screen. These are latest visuals coming from Guwahati. None of these MLAs have been moved by what Uddhav Thackeray have said today. They're all sitting there, and they've decided to stay away from the Shiv Sena. No one is catching a flight to go back to Mumbai to present themselves before Uddhav Thackeray. He has no claim over them, no moral authority over them. He has no authority over them. That tells you where the situation is. Even if this government survives, it will be so rickety, viewers, that it will not be focusing on its job. It will be focusing on survival, not serving India or Indians. And that is worrying, because we are talking about a state that is instrumental, and I've showed you the figures.
Can I say something?
Instrumental in propping up India's growth story.
Can I say something, Rahul?
You please answer,
Rahul, I'm not
Mr.
cutting you,
Gupta.
I'm just replying
Please
to the
answer, Mr.
query of
Gupta.
yours, if I
Answer,
can.
Mr. Gupta, please.
Who, me?
Yes, yes, sir. You want to answer? Answer, Mr. Gupta. He asked you 3 questions. We are still awaiting your response.
Yeah.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I forgot the question. You brought up these pictures. Should I answer to this first?
No, just answer one simple question. Would Balasaheb Thackeray ji, if he was fortunately alive today, agree to this alliance, agree to this fragility of the government which you call is in the interest of Maharashtra?
I answered the question. I'm again repeating my answer. My answer is that Mr. Balasaheb Thackeray, Shri Balasaheb Thackeray, would have definitely been first keeping the differences aside and see to the interest of Maharashtra. You cannot. This is just a hyperbolic statement by you that would he have. Actually, he's not here right now, but in soul, he's there with us. In Uddhav Sahib, he's there with us. In Aditya Sahib, he's there with us. And Uddhav Sahib is already doing that. So
then
your question is invalid. We are doing this just for the people of Maharashtra and for the state and for the country. And for the country.
Different emergency meetings since yesterday.
Let the 35 MLAs cannot change the principle of
Dr. Ranganathan is pointing to the screen. Yes.
What
is it that you have, Doctor?
Mr. Rahul, 35 MLAs will not decide.
Yes.
Well, plainly they are, sir. Uddhav Thackeray is giving him the chief ministership, so obviously they are deciding something anyhow. Dr. Ranganathan, yes.
1 minute. I'm coming to it.
You are unwilling to accept.
No, he's already told you. He's told you, Dr. Gupta, why are you? No, Dr. Gupta, 1 second. Tushar Gupta, he's told you to your face that Balasaheb Thackeray would have sacrificed his principles to put Maharashtra first. And he believes that this coalition, whether it is, sir, he's talked about principles. It's a party principle. These are his words, not mine. I am quoting him.
I'm talking about differences with the people.
Why is Uddhav Thackeray unable to resolve the differences between the faction that has swung away from him?
Clearly, because they've lost faith in him. Yes, Dr. Ranganathan. Dr. Ranganathan, yes.
To save.
You want to save
1 minute, let him come in.
Maharashtra,
Okay, Mr. Gupta, 1 minute. Mr. Gupta, 1 second. Let Dr. Ranganathan come in. He's pointing to something. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Just very quickly, a couple of points. Rahul, one, as is very evident right now, both Mr. Sajid and Mr. Yogi are not going to accept the fact that this is not the Shiv Sena of Balasaheb Thackeray. It's fine. It's all right if they don't accept it. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. It's in front of us. Let me give you another stark example. Today or last week, Shiv Sena took the support of AIMIM for Rajya Sabha membership. You remember that, right? Let me quote what Shiv Sena said under Balasaheb Thackeray.
Where is it?
Sajid Bhai, did you not take the support of AIMIM for the Rajya Sabha elections? Did you not?
Where? You tell me.
The AIMIM spokesperson tweeted that he's supporting.
Do you have the facts with you?
This is a problem, viewers. This is a problem.
Do you have the facts with you?
You see,
and
this is a problem.
If somebody is supporting somebody, the BJP has taken the support of Mehbooba Mufti to form a government in Kashmir. Why don't you question your BJP?
It doesn't make it.
Why are you questioning only Shiv Sena?
That is not
the BJP. Why they took a support of BJP? Why don't they take the support of Mehbooba Mufti?
He said about the Shiv Sena.
1 second, Dr. Ranganathan. Yes, you were making a point. Let him ask the question. Yes, okay, Dr. Ranganathan.
Was BJP so desperate to rule?
Yes.
That they took a support of Nitish Kumar.
So are you saying you were desperate to rule?
Took a support
Are you admitting, Mr. Supariwala, you were desperate to rule?
You are talking about that?
Indirect admission that you were desperate to rule. Are you telling us that you were desperate to rule? Are you telling us that Shiv Sena was desperate to rule?
That's why he keeps...
We are powerful without being in power also.
You are not powerful without 30 odd MLAs, sir. What are you talking about?
1 second, just 1 second. Okay, Dr. Ranganathan, you were making a larger point. Let's get to the larger point. Yes, Dr. Ranganathan, silence everybody. Yes.
Those 35 MLAs will not decide the future of Shiv Sena.
Dr. Ranganathan, go ahead. Make your point.
Sajid Bhai, yes, thank you. So I was about to say, before I was interrupted by Sajid Bhai, that today Shiv Sena is taking support from AIMIM. This is what it said about AIMIM, and I'm quoting it. AIMIM is a demon. The green color of Pakistan's flag has filled up the minds of the Owaisi brothers. Asududdin Owaisi should be beheaded for refusing to chant Bharat Mata Ki Jai. ये शिवसेना थी और आज शिवसेना है जो कि एआईएम से सपोर्ट ले रही है. सो अगर साजिद भाई और योगी भाई माने या ना माने कि ये सेम है, ये बाला साहेब की शिवसेना है, the proof is in front of us. Let them say this in just 30 seconds because I'm constantly interrupted.
always say,
I'm constantly interrupted. He won't allow me to.
That is the B
he has
team.
taken a supari to interrupt me.
That is the B team of BJP.
You know, Sajid bhai, I think you've taken a supari.
It's not that you're talking nonsense things. You're talking which is really irrelevant here. You're talking which is irrelevant here. It is not relevant only.
सुन लो.
It is not relevant only.
Irrelevant, nonsense, सब बोल दो. आ जाओ हेयर कट भी करा लो मेरा. आ जाओ हेयर कट भी करा लो.
It is nonsense only यार.
आपको चाय पिलाऊंगा.
What are you talking about?
कर देना. सुन लो बात यार. Okay.
My Sahib has himself said that. I'll quote my Sahib. I'll quote my Sahib. Shall I quote my Sahib?
Yes. Your Sahib. First of all, what is this? My Sahib. You're an educated man. This is execrable. What kind of language is this? My Sahib. Please refrain from this.
I am an educated man. That's why only he's saying. He's my boss.
Okay.
I'm proud
Mr.
to be
Supariwala, I'm lowering your fader now. You're not allowing anyone else to speak. Lower his fader.
Yeah.
He's an exuberant young man. It's okay. You know, the passions are running high. He's being forced into a corner. There is one one contradiction after contradiction that is slapping him across his understanding of his own party, and I can understand why he's losing it, but it's okay. Yes, Dr. Ranganath.
No, yes. Very quickly. No, absolutely. I am a fan of Sajid Bhai. You know, when people say he gives sound advice, what they actually mean is he gives 99% sound and 1% advice, but that doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is, Rahul, we should be thankful. We should be thankful to Rajiv Gandhi for bringing, or Shiv Sena should be thankful to Rajiv Gandhi for bringing in the anti-defection law. If that wasn't there, this government wouldn't have existed.
True.
For years.
Now just to say,
at least the Shiv Sena MLA know कि भाई हमें 37 लोग चाहिए.
Just to say,
37 जब तक नहीं आएंगे, तब तक ये government नहीं गिरेगी.
Absolutely. And let me tell you, Dr. Ranganathan, here is the confirmation of what you were saying.
Must bring in,
here's a confirmation. Imtiaz Jalil tweeted at 5:08 a.m. June 10th, 2022, to defeat BJP, our party AIMM National has decided to vote for Maha Vikas Aghadi in the Rajya Sabha elections in Maharashtra. Our political ideological differences, however, will continue with the Shiv Sena, which is a partner in MVA, along with INC India and MHA Speaks _NCP. This is Imtiaz Jalil. No one came and said, no, thank you. We don't want your support. No one said it. Because viewers, this is no longer the party of Bal Thackeray. That's the point that Mr. Shinde is making. Tehseen Poonawalla and Sujata Pandey. Tehseen Poonawalla, here it is. Do you believe today Uddhav Thackeray has done the right thing? Has done the right thing by signing a MOU with you in which you have made it very clear that strident Hindutva issues will not be on your agenda. Do you think it was the right thing to do, Tehseen Poonawalla?
Good evening, Rahul. I'm grateful that you gave me an opportunity. Good evening to all my fellow panelists and good evening to all your viewers. I have just two very quick points to make. Point number one, I'm surprised and aghast that nobody is discussing Nitin Deshmukh and Kailash Patil, the two MLAs who have escaped and come back, with Nitin Deshmukh saying how there's a threat to his life. I was forcefully kidnapped. He was asked to say that he got a cardiac arrest, heart attack, and 400, 500 policemen chasing MLAs. So these visuals that you're showing could all be made up. I mean, first of all, these don't look like 35. There are 8, 9 MLAs. I don't believe there are 35 MLAs. As the Honorable Supreme Court said, the test can only happen on the floor of the House. Why don't they call a no confidence motion? Because they don't have the numbers, except for a paper that they've made out. You will remember Devendra Fadnavis had made up that paper in his early morning drama. They don't have the numbers. Uddhav Thackeray and the MBA have a majority. Yet the quality of difference between Mr. Uddhav Thackeray and Devendra Fadnavis is this. Devendra Fadnavis says on the floor of the House, he said in Marathi, I'm translating in English, I am like the waves of the sea, I shall come back. He's desperate to be Chief Minister. And Uddhav Thackeray today says that I don't even want to be Chief Minister, come become Chief Minister. My question to the rebels is, to Eknath Shinde, is you are number 2 in the cabinet in the Shiv Sena rank only after Uddhav Thackeray ji. What is the guarantee today that if you form your own party, you don't have the numbers, but if you hypothetically form your own party, Fadnavis and BJP will allow you to be Chief Minister, allow Shiv Sena to be Chief Minister? Is this fulfilling the dreams of Bal Thackeray? And you talk about late Bal Thackeray, the late Bal Thackeray who stood for United Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis is on record saying that he wanted to break up Vidarbha from Maharashtra. He fought an election to break up Vidarbha from Maharashtra. They want to break up Maharashtra. They want to impose Hindi on Maharashtra. They want to make Mumbai a union territory. This fight is about saving the soul of Maharashtra, a united Maharashtra, and we will fight for it.
Can I ask you a small question? Can I ask you a small question, Mr. Poonawalla? It's an important one. Do you believe that Veer Savarkar should be given the Bharat Ratna?
Sir, I believe that Savarkar's contribution should be acknowledged. Whether you agree or disagree with his contribution,
I'm asking you, do you agree with Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party stand that said that the Bharat Ratna cannot be given to a coward like Veer Savarkar? Do you agree, yes or no? Just simple question.
It is the Congress party that removed the stamp for Savarkar. Congress party in Indira ji acknowledged him. His contribution should be looked at. Whether the
No, one second. Tehseen Poonawalla, do you support Rahul Gandhi's point of view on this? It's a simple question. Do you support...
Is Rahul Gandhi the Prime Minister?
I'm asking you, he's the leader of the Congress party, he's an influential leader of the Congress party.
But he can't give the Bharat Ratna.
I'm only asking you, do you support in principle three statements that he has made about Veer Savarkar? Number one, Veer Savarkar was the divider of India, divider in chief he called him. I have his tweet. Number two, Veer Savarkar is a coward. Number three, that we oppose any move to give Veer Savarkar the Bharat Ratna. Just three aspects. Do you agree with any of these statements?
I think the Prime Minister agrees with it, therefore he's not giving him the Bharat Ratna.
Yes or no? Don't dodge the question. Okay. Don't dodge the question. Now, viewers, the reason I brought this up, and I believe that Sujata Pandey will back me up on this. Sujata Pandey, if I'm not mistaken, what did Mr. Bal Thackeray have to say about Veer Savarkar?
That he was a nationalist, that he was a true nationalist. But Rahul, the larger question here that we are debating is, and one of the points that I would like to really mention and bring here, you know, it doesn't matter whether this government rules or that government rules, whether Uddhav Thackeray becomes the chief or remains the chief minister or goes. But you know what matters today? What matters is that the breach of trust of people should not, I mean, the trust of the people, the voters of Maharashtra shouldn't be made a mockery. It matters when you take vote on name of something else and you do a post-poll alliance just for the greed of power. It matters when you say that you are a Hindu party, you are a Hindutva party, and you keep quiet on Palghar lynching. You absolutely keep quiet. You send people to jail for asking what has happened on it. It matters, Rahul, when you talk about that you
Sanjay
are a
Raut
very
speaking.
tolerant party.
Sujata Pandey, Sanjay Raut speaking. Let's listen in once. Yes.
आता वर्षा बंगल्यातून मातोश्रीवर राहण्यासाठी निघालेले आहेत. मोह, माया, सत्ता याचा आम्हाला अजिबात लोभ नाही. आम्ही लढणारे लोक आहोत. आम्ही लढत राहू आणि शेवटी सत्याचा विजय होईल अशा प्रकारची भूमिका आहे. दोन्ही पक्षाच्या प्रमुख नेत्यांनी येऊन महाविकास आघाडीला आणि उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्या संदर्भात ज्या सद्भावना व्यक्त केल्या, मग शरद पवार साहेब असतील, नाना पटोले असतील, अशोकराव चव्हाण असतील, बाळासाहेब थोरात असतील, सकाळी कमलनाथजी होते, आम्ही त्यांचे आभारी आहोत.
राऊत साहेब, कारण काय आहे?
असं आहे की काही लोकांना वाटत असेल, त्यांनी आपल्या निवेदनात सांगितलेलं आहे की ते मातोश्रीवरती का राहायला चाललेले आहे. मातोश्री हे मूळ स्थान आहे शिवसेना प्रमुखांचं आणि शिवसेनेचं. नहीं,
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे को मुख्यमंत्री के
नहीं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं हो गई है. मैं आपको बताता हूँ, ये आप गलत न्यूज चला रहे हो जी. मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे.
देखिए,
फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे.
जर सरकार वाचवायचं असेल,
माननीय पवार साहेबांनी असा कोणताही सल्ला दिला नाही. किंबहुना ही लढाई आपण शेवटपर्यंत लढायची अशा प्रकारचं भूमिका माननीय शरद पवार साहेबांनी घेतलेली आहे.
Sanjay Raut coming out. He's of course the closest advisor to the Thackeray clan, and he's come out and said very clearly that Uddhav Thackeray has moved out of Varsha, which is the Chief Minister's official residence, and has moved into Matoshri. He's also come out and said that they're going to fight right till the end, and when the opportunity presents itself, if it presents itself, they will prove the majority on the floor of the House. Third, most importantly, that we have no lust for power. We are ready to sacrifice anything for our principles. And number four, never offered Shinde the Chief Minister's post. This is fake news. 4 basic points made by Sanjay Raut. But even as he's making those points, viewers, visual evidence of more Shiv Sena MLAs fleeing the coup and landing up in Guwahati. Those are the live pictures coming from Guwahati. I want to bring in Nibir right now in Guwahati. Nibir, the numbers now swelling. The rebel faction is growing every minute. Nibir. Okay, we've lost him right now, but viewers, he's reporting out of Guwahati, that hotel where all the MLAs who have deserted Uddhav Thackeray are holed up. And those pictures are on your screens. We're going to show you the pictures of those MLAs sitting there, enjoying their evening, holding confabulations, and more entering the resort. Nibir, what can you tell us? 4 more? What's the number now?
Yeah, at least 3 to 4 people, 4 MLAs have entered here at the Radisson Hotel in Guwahati. We are in front of the hotel. The MLAs arrived here at about 9:15 p.m. in the Guwahati airport, and they straight away went inside the Radisson Blue Hotel here. So that increases the number of MLAs. Earlier it was estimated 35 MLAs, and now 4 more have added in the Shinde camp. So the show of strength has increased with the 4 MLAs that have entered the Radisson Blue Hotel here in Guwahati.
Okay. So let me very quickly in summation, viewers, it is no longer Mr. Supariwala, Mr. Gade and Mr. Poonawala. It is no longer about convincing the people or the panelists here. It is now about convincing your own MLAs who are deserting you because they have lost faith in Uddhav Thackeray's leadership. The moot question, therefore, then, to consider, viewers, if the Shiv Sena's own MLAs don't have faith in Uddhav Thackeray's leadership, can the public, therefore, be expected to trust his leadership? That's the moot question. Ms. Pandey, I'm sorry I couldn't come to you for a longer period of time. We will make it up to you in next few debates. This is not a story that's going off the air very quickly. Sujata Pandey, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Let's get your breaking news coming in from
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
Security is a very dynamic concept. It cannot remain static. Security is only in relation to the environment in which we have to protect our national interests and in which we have to protect all our national assets. In this context, if we see, the whole world is undergoing a great change. The wars are changing their complexion. Increasingly, we are going towards a contactless war. We are also going towards a war against the invisible enemy. Technology is taking over at a very rapid speed. So what was good for yesterday is not necessarily good for tomorrow. जो हम कल कर रहे थे वही भविष्य में भी करते रहें तो हम सुरक्षित रहेंगे, ये संभव नहीं है. यदि हमें कल की तैयारी करनी है तो हमें परिवर्तित होना पड़ेगा. आवश्यक इसलिए था कि ये सारी का सारा जो एनवायरनमेंट है भारत के चारों तरफ सारे संसार के अंदर में वो बदल रहा है. दूसरा, इसको एक परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखने की ज़रूरत है. देयर इज अ नीड टू लुक एट इट इन ए पर्सपेक्टिव. ये अग्निपथ अपने में कोई योजना नहीं है. यह अग्निपथ अपने में कोई स्टैंड अलोन साइलो नहीं है. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब सत्ता में आए 2014 में तो उनकी सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकता, वन ऑफ हिज प्राइम प्रायोरिटी वाज हाउ टू मेक इंडिया सिक्योर एंड स्ट्रांग. And that required many avenues, that required many steps, multitude of them. Broadly speaking, they come under the
the Shiv Sena, they're camping there under the
four heads. It requires equipment, it requires change in systems and structures, it requires change in technology, it requires change in manpower. policies and they have got to be futuristic. कल और भविष्य की तरफ देखते हुए हमारे को इन चारों क्षेत्रों में अपनी प्रगति करनी है। आपने देखा होगा, अगर आप पिछले 8 सालों के अंदर में देखें तो स्ट्रक्चरल एंड सिस्टमेटिक चेंजेस बहुत सारे हुए हैं। मान लिया जाए कि CDS का वो था, पिछले 22-25 साल से पड़ा हुआ था, ये डिमांड थी, ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स की रिकमेंडेशन थी, लेकिन राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति न होने के कारण ये इंप्लीमेंट नहीं हुई।
So let's get you breaking news coming in from Maharashtra now. Even as the crisis looms there for the Shiv Sena, there is a massive show of strength that is taking place. Pro-Sena chants are greeting Uddhav Thackeray. Listen in.
जी बिल्कुल, जैसा आप देख रहे हैं सवेरे कल रात से ही वो लोग यहाँ एयरपोर्ट पास की एक होटल में रुके हैं कल रात से ही, और आज सवेरे से ही सूरत के आप जो भी है मीडिया जगत के सारे लोग वहां पे पहुंचे हैं, और वहां पे जो जानकारी हम लोगों को अभी तक मिली है तो उसमें यही है कि ये जो सारे विधायक हैं वो 22 जो विधायक है वो सारे ही शिवसेना से जुड़े हुए हैं, और उनके नाम का लिस्ट भी जैसे मैं आपको भेज चुकी हूँ। मतलब वो कहा जा सकता है कि वो सारे शिवसेना से ही जुड़े हुए हैं।
Two Sena and netas are now being dispatched to get in touch with the roughly 30 rebel MLAs. Meanwhile, even as we speak, the chief of NCP, Sharad Pawar, along with his chief lieutenants, are there holding a press conference. We'll get to hear what the status of
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The crisis in Maharashtra is keeping the country on its toes. Well, at least us journalists and the political pundits in this country are. As of course are the MLAs, going from one side to the other, and emissaries going from one side to the other. There is a tectonic shift happening in Maharashtra, and seems like Eknath Shinde has the edge for now. An acceptance of that came from the Chief Minister too, when he said, I don't want to get into the nitty-gritties of numbers. Perhaps because only 16 out of his total 55 MLAs are with him now, and that number is dwindling more than showing any signs of increasing. But for now, the Chief Minister is putting up a brave face and says he will not give in to any of these tricks and only give up his chair if Eknath Shinde and the rebels come, speak to him face to face, and then tell him, and he will quit and make anybody else the Chief Minister, but only when they meet him face to face. Listen in to Uddhav Thackeray.
कारण का तरी शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही असं काही जे आरोप करतायत त्याला सुद्धा माझ्याकडे उत्तर आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, चला मला सांगा, मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे. मी शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुख पद पण सोडायला तयार आहे, पण हे सांगणारा विरोधक नाही. नाहीतर असे फडतूस लोक खूप आहेत, त्यांच्या सांगण्यावरनं किंवा त्यांच्या त्या काय ते ट्रेंडिंग ट्रोलिंग ट्विटर फिटर ह्याच्यासाठी मी काय त्यांना मी बांधलेलं नाहीये. मी माझ्या शिवसैनिकाला बांधलेलं आहे आणि शिवसैनिक सुद्धा या भानगडीत पडणारा नाहीये, कारण तो फेस टू फेस संकटाला सामोरं जाणारा शिवसैनिक आहे. म्हणून त्यांनी सांगावं मी दोन्ही पदं सोडायला तयार आहे, पण मी मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडल्यानंतर जर शिवसेनेचा मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल मला आनंदाने मान्य आहे.
Now Eknath Shinde is confident of the numbers he has. 34 for now is what he says, and let me show these numbers to you right here on the screen. The signatories on a letter submitted by Eknath Shinde had 34 signatures on them. 34 and 3 of the MLAs have just made an entry into the Radisson Hotel in Guwahati. Now 34 plus 3 is equal to 37, and 37 is the magic number as far as the anti-defection law is concerned. This is the number which will be extremely important if Eknath Shinde has to get these votes in place on the floor of the House. Now, out of these 34, what happens is that there are contests that are being made about whether each of these 34, whether they are Shiv Sena MLAs, yes or no. Well, at least 4 of these have been found out to be 3 MLAs and 1 from a party that is alliance partner of the Shiv Sena called Prahar Party. Now, if these 4 are reduced, then Eknath Shinde has 30 and 3 new who have joined him come down to about 33, which is still 4 away from this magic number to avoid the anti-defection law. So it is the number game, whether it is 37 as claimed by Eknath Shinde or 33. But the fact of the matter is that 33 already there, even if you take the lower estimate, and if you add to this at least 3 or 4 members of the Legislative Assembly who told Deepak Kesrekar, who is another MLA, and 5 of them had a sitting yesterday and they were ready to be with Eknath Shinde. So if 3 or 4 of those are also available, then safely Eknath Shinde crosses the 37 mark, and that's the number. But question is, the 3 who have come in, some say these are also independents. There was 5 people who went in, but 3 of them are MLAs. 1 is an MLA's wife, and the 5th person, we still don't know which political party they belong to. So it's all happening, the seesaw of numbers. But if you look at the ultimatum given by Uddhav Thackeray at 5 p.m, he said that he will disqualify all those who did not come back and meet him. Well, no disqualification has happened, but an emotional appeal was made, and only 16 people officially counted by Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray. Well, the writing is on the wall, and this shows how the numbers are stacked. Certainly, Uddhav Thackeray has lesser numbers than Eknath Shinde, whichever way these numbers are going. That seems to be, at the moment, the number game in Maharashtra. And there are scenarios, or what can happen in this. We are standing by for Eknath Shinde to address a news conference to reveal his cards. But just a short while ago, he took to Twitter, and this is what he had to say. Well, on Twitter, he clearly said that, he had the numbers, and the decisions to be taken now would be in the interest of Maharashtra. Clearly, an unnatural alliance on the Hindutva plank really failing for Uddhav Thackeray. But ladies and gentlemen, let me also tell you the 3 scenarios that are possible from now. We've shown you the numbers. If these people come back and join Uddhav Thackeray, which is unlikely. Scenario number 2, Shinde manages to get 37 MLAs and that crosses the anti-defection mark. And well, the BJP and Shiv Sena get together and form the government. Or of course, we see some more horse trading that begins to happen on the floor of the House if this number is not settled. So the legitimate question that we're asking on the News Hour tonight, is this a stalemate or is it going to be checkmate for Uddhav? That's the question and the debate on the other side.
You're watching the News Hour at 9, debate number 1 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
And joining me on the debate tonight, Smita Prakash, editor ANI, Suhail Seth, author and columnist, Subhrashta, author and founder of The Churn, Chandrasekhar Jha, leader of the Shiv Sena, Sanjay Jha, author, Acharya Pramod Krishnam, leader of the Congress party, with me in the studios tonight, Ravi Srivastava, political analyst. But my first question goes to Mr. Vijay Krishna, political analyst, supports the Shiv Sena. Vijay Krishna ji, straightforward, is the Shiv Sena and its government all but over in Maharashtra? That's the way it looks. What's taking time for the Shiv Sena to read the writing on the wall, even though Uddhav is moving out of his official residence at Varsha and moving to Matoshri even as we speak?
No, we are ready to accept whatever fate has reserved for us. So we are the architects of Shiv Sena, and basically I am also a Shiv Sainik, and our support goes to Uddhav Thackeray ji, whether he is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra or whether he is the first Shiv Sainik of Shiv Sena. We are with him, and we are not at all bothered about the political upheavals which has been taking place for the last 2 days because of the Willy BJP, which wants to come back to power in Maharashtra. And we are saying that please do not provoke the tiger. If the tiger is injured and it will come back with a full force, please, we can again go back to the people, and we can tell what BJP has been doing all across India, be it is Karnataka or Madhya Pradesh or Arunachal Pradesh or an attempted coup in Rajasthan. The same thing is repeating. Today
are not even being accepted by the tigers in your own party. The tigers sitting in Guwahati say that this is a fake tiger because the plank that Bala Saheb Thackeray set up, which is anti-Congressism and the Hindutva plank, are both now no longer planks on which the Shiv Sena stands. And many of those say that for the last 1.5 years, they've been trying to tell Mr. Uddhav Thackeray the problems in the party and how the party was being decimated. Yet nobody was ready to hear them, not even meet them. Now today, to begin to blame the BJP, do you think it's too late? Aapko to ye bhi nahi pata chala that 40 of your MLAs or 36 of them had left and gone from Surat to Guwahati, and you're blaming the BJP for it? It's your government in Maharashtra.
So it shows that our leader trusts his fellow Shiv Sainiks. It was barely 25 people have betrayed our leader. We are not at all bothered. But more than 1 crore voters of Shiv Sena are with the Thackeray family. You have to know what leadership is. It's just because you have taken away 25 or 30 odd MLAs to Assam. One day you'll also take all the Shiv Sena MLAs to Kaziranga Park and place them along with rhinoceroses.
Are you really serious about that? तो rhinoceros के साथ हैं तो tiger तो नहीं रहे, तो आप वापस लेके भी क्या करेंगे? What will you do with them? Even if they return, because you don't think they are tigers anymore. Well, Suhail said, no. Suhail said, has the Shiv Sena...
This is because they're behaving like subalterns to BJP. We want only Shiv Sainik as Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
1 minute, Mr. Krishna. Suhail said, the Shiv Sena is blaming the BJP. Do you think the BJP should take the blame, or do you think their own house was not in order?
So I want to answer your question in two parts. You're a national channel. You have done yeoman work with various causes. I think insulting wildlife by calling people horse traders, rhinoceros, tigers, please don't insult animals. They are fine, majestic people. You know, to say these people are indulging in horse trading, you're insulting a horse.
Guilty as charged.
Number two.
Guilty as
no,
charged.
No, it's not only you. I mean, you're tigers. You should just remove animals from these people's purview. Now to Vijay's specific point. The business of maintaining a flock belongs to the herdsman. It belongs to the person whose party it is. You can't blame the BJP. I said this on Navika Kumar's program many years ago when this Khan market nonsense began, that it is not Narendra Modi's job to go to Khan market looking for an opposition. But, Navika, there are two things which we must consider. Prime Minister Modi, when he came to power, he said the power dangling of the past will no longer happen. Sadly, the BJP is using the same means that have been used in the past. So, it is only a version 2.0 of what was happening earlier. Number two, I don't think any party should indulge in this because it's not about Eknath Shinde. You are violating the sanctity of trust of the millions of voters who have voted a particular alliance or a particular party to power. You know, I mean, this is bizarre. Every 6 months, hotels get full for no rhyme or reason. People are flying up and down in private planes. MLAs say that they've been injected, God knows with what. I mean, this is a soap opera that never seems to stop. The anti-defection law is so weak and insipid. The Election Commission often is under the purview and the power of the ruling regime. Where does democracy go? So, Navika, the critical question that you need to ask is that do these MLAs have the right to throttle the vote, the sanctity of that vote that which they were elected by? That's the moot question. Eknath Shinde and all other people are symptomatic and emblematic of the malaise that afflicts our democracy today. And I would urge the Prime Minister, given his track record of transparency and governance, to not allow this and certainly not associate the BJP. Because then where are you a party with a difference? How can you say that I'm a party with a difference if this is what goes on right under your eye?
Absolutely, it's really a mockery of the mandate of democracy, and it does absolutely nothing for the people who actually vote for governments to stay on for 5 years. Fair point, Suhail said, but let me ask Acharya Pramod Krishnam. Pramod Krishnam ji, आपने तो आज कांग्रेस को ही मुश्किल में डाल दिया. आपने कह दिया है कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी को रिजाइन कर देना चाहिए, और अब मैं देख रही हूँ एक ट्विटर वॉर सी चल रही है. ट्विटर वॉर में ये आपको कांग्रेस द्वारा कहा जा रहा है, और जयराम रमेश जी कह रहे हैं कि ये ऑफिशियल व्यू नहीं है कांग्रेस पार्टी का. तो कांग्रेस पार्टी का ऑफिशियल व्यू क्या है कि 44 के साथ सरकार बना लो, नंबर 4 के नंबर पे रहो पर सरकार बनवा लो. और धर्म युद्ध तो आजकल बात करना मुश्किल है क्योंकि ये तो कलयुग है. आचार्य जी, आपने क्यों लिखा ये कि उद्धव जी को इस वक्त रिजाइन करना चाहिए, क्योंकि सत्ता छोड़नी आसान नहीं होती?
देखिए नाविका जी, दो तरह की राजनीति होती है लोकतंत्र में. एक होती है इलेक्टोरल पॉलिटिक्स, जिसे हम चुनाव के द्वारा हम जाते हैं, गणित लगाते हैं, किसके एमएलए कितने आए, किसके एमपी कितने आए, और फिर हम उसकी सरकार बनाते हैं. एक राजनीति होती है पब्लिक परसेप्शन की, जिसको हम नैतिकता की राजनीति भी कहते हैं. तो मैंने अपनी राय बड़ी साफ तौर से ये दी कि जब शिवसेना के जो एमएलए हैं, जो शिवसेना के सिंबल पे चुन के आए, जो शिवसेना के झंडे पे चुनाव लड़े, जो बाला साहब ठाकरे का नाम लेकर के चल रहे हैं, और जो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के साथ थे, एकदम निकटस्थ व्यक्ति थे, वो उन्हें छोड़ करके चले गए. कांग्रेस पार्टी ने शिवसेना को नहीं छोड़ा है. कांग्रेस पार्टी का जो शिवसेना को समर्थन था वो पार्टी लाइन से हट गया था. कांग्रेस के बहुत से नेता ये उस समय इस बात के खिलाफ थे कि भाई एक मोस्ट कम्युनल पार्टी है शिवसेना, और कांग्रेस पार्टी एक सेकुलर पार्टी है, तो ये समर्थन क्यों दिया जाए, हम शिवसेना की सरकार क्यों बनाएं. फिर शिवसेना की अगर हम सरकार बना सकते हैं तो हम तो बीजेपी की सरकार ही बना सकते हैं, क्योंकि बीजेपी से हमारे जो डिफरेंसेज हैं कांग्रेस के, वो एक सेकुलरिज्म और कम्युनल कम्युनलिज्म को लेके हैं। तो कम्युनलिज्म का अगर जहां तक हम तात्पर्य हम अगर इसको हम थोड़ा सा परिभाषित करें तो फिर तो शिवसेना बीजेपी से एक कदम आगे थी, लेकिन हमने फिर भी अपनी पार्टी लाइन को अलग करते हुए बीजेपी को रोकने के लिए शिवसेना की सरकार बनाई, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, अब हमारे एमएलए अभी तक कहीं नहीं गए हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी अभी भी शिवसेना के साथ है, लेकिन शिवसेना तो अब बताए कि शिवसेना के साथ कितने लोग हैं कितने नहीं हैं। इसलिए मैंने ये कहा था कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी बाला साहब ठाकरे के वारिस हैं, उनकी विरासत को लेकर चल रहे हैं। वो विरासत जो हिंदुत्व की विरासत है, वो विरासत जो मराठा के स्वाभिमान की विरासत है, वो विरासत जो महाराष्ट्र और महाराज छत्रपति शिवाजी जी की एक परंपरा की विरासत है। तो उस विरासत में कोई मुख्यमंत्री अगर उसके एमएलए छोड़ के चले गए हैं तो फिर उन्हें मनाता घूमे, जोड़ तोड़ करे, मुझे लगता है ये नैतिकता के खिलाफ है और उद्धव ठाकरे जी को इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए। ये मैंने एक सलाह के रूप में अपनी बात रखी।
नैतिकता की जब बात कांग्रेस पार्टी करती है तो थोड़ा अजीब नहीं लगता आचार्य जी? क्योंकि नैतिकता की बात होती तो 106 एमएलए थे बीजेपी के, तो 55 सीट वाले शिवसेना के साथ आपने सरकार बनाई क्यों? तब नैतिकता कहां थी? और दूसरा, आप कह रहे हैं कि आपको बताना चाहिए कि शिवसेना है कौन सी। क्यों बताना चाहिए? क्योंकि आप तब तय कर सकें कि आप 16 एमएलए वाली शिवसेना को सपोर्ट देंगे या 37, 38, 40 वाली शिवसेना को सपोर्ट देंगे। सवाल नंबर 2। और सवाल नंबर 3 जो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी कि नैतिकता, आप कह रहे हैं कि उत्तराधिकारी उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, तो आपकी तो वो ख्यालात हैं डायनेस्टी, गांधी के पास ही पूरा का पूरा दारोमदार है कांग्रेस चलाने का, यानी कि एक ठाकरे ही शिवसेना चला सकता है। क्यों एकनाथ शिंदे नहीं चला सकते या कोई और तीसरा चौथा जो विधायक है वो नहीं चला सकता? इस पर आपकी क्या राय है? नैतिकता की बात कर रहे हैं तो परिवारवाद पे भी बात करिए कि परिवारवाद गलत है, नैतिकता के खिलाफ है।
देखिए नाविका जी, नैतिक मूल्यों का निर्वहन करना चाहिए, लेकिन नैतिक मूल्यों का निर्वहन करने के लिए कोई नियम कायदे नहीं बने होते हैं कि किसी आदमी पे हम जबरदस्ती करें। ये तो मनुष्य की अपनी इच्छा है, वो करे ना करे। जहां तक सवाल है नंबर का, आपने बताया कि वहां सरकार उसको समर्थन देना चाहिए था, सरकार उनकी बननी चाहिए थी कि 100 से ज्यादा एमएलए बीजेपी के थे। तो गोवा में तो 18 कांग्रेस के जीते थे और 13 बीजेपी के जीते थे, लेकिन बीजेपी की सरकार बनी। ऐसे ही आप पार्टी की बात कर रहे हैं तो नैतिक मूल्यों का निर्वहन राहुल गांधी ने किया। 2019 के अंदर जब चुनाव हारे तो नैतिकता के आधार पर उन्होंने अपने पद से इस्तीफा दिया और आज तक राहुल गांधी ने अध्यक्षता स्वीकार नहीं की है।
पार्टी फिर भी वही चला रहे हैं,
ये नैतिक मूल्यों,
फिर भी वही चला रहे हैं चाहे पोजीशन। स्मिता प्रकाश जी, ये जो मोरालिटी की बात है, नैतिकता की बात है, सुहेल सेठ टॉक्ड अबाउट इट and now Acharya ji is talking about morality, that this is not moral the way we are seeing this whole play of numbers that's going on in Maharashtra, and Acharya ji is talking about Rahul Gandhi, morality of stepping down from the president of Congress position. Do you really believe that in the real world lectures on morality are rather misplaced?
That also from politicians, please. Ethical, unethical, moral, immoral, no, please. What we are seeing today is nothing to do with ethics and morality. It's only a play of numbers, and it's got nothing to do with betrayal of a legacy or anything like that. That's not what has happened. I mean, if it was really about a legacy of Bala Saheb, then how come those hearts didn't bleed for the past 3 years, and it's only now 2 years coming 2 years close to election, suddenly they feel, oh, how will we go back to the people and ask for their vote? Because after all, we asked for their vote because we were in alliance with BJP before the election, and then after the election we went with the Congress. So how will we go back to the people? They didn't think about the people when they made the government, when they made Uddhav Thackeray the chief minister with Pawar and Congress support. Where was the ethics in that? Where was the morality in that? You ask for votes for some other reason and you become chief minister. And what is this legacy of Bala Saheb? Bala Saheb never became chief minister, did he? That is the Thackeray legacy, not clinging to power. So, I don't believe any of them. I mean, in fact, today I felt, Uddhav Thackeray actually cut a very sorry figure. I felt sad for him. That, he looked like one Shakespearean tragic hero. He was talking about that I was counted among the best chief ministers during fighting COVID. I mean, no. That's not the certificate from random people that you take and asking Pawarji's backing and Supriya Sule's backing. No, where does the support from the Shiv Sena come? It comes from the streets of Mumbai, and the streets of Mumbai were silent today. They were not reacting to Uddhav and to what was happening with Shiv Sena. That itself should have been a sign. Today, when he made a very emotional appeal, there should have been thousands of people lining the streets. I'm not saying that there should be violence or there should be tod-phod and all, which incidentally is the legacy of the erstwhile Shiv Sena. But not that. But they should have been lining the streets. There was nothing like that. The Shiv Sena of today is nothing like the Shiv Sena of yesteryears, and I won't be surprised if there's a vertical split in the party in the coming days. If Shinde doesn't manage to get the complete numbers, there might be a split if Uddhav doesn't hand over the reins. It's going to end up in the courts. I don't see this resolving itself quickly.
Well, clearly, even though the numbers are increasing with Eknath Shinde, and we told you he already had 34 plus 1, and now 3 more MLAs have gone inside, and those 3 of them are from Shiv Sena. Gulab Rao Patil, he was a minister. Yogesh Kadam, again Shiv Sena. Nirmala Gavit, Shiv Sena. She even wrote a letter that no action. Okay, and visuals of Uddhav leaving Varsha and going across to Matoshri, those shots also coming in. Chandrakant Patil also joins the dissident group, and he's an independent. So 3 Shiv Sena members of Legislative Assembly have arrived at the Radisson Hotel in Guwahati, and their suitcases going out of Matoshri, and Uddhav Thackeray all but going out of Varsha and on to Matoshri, all but throwing in the towel. But
what about the furniture? What about the furniture? Is this seriously moving house through suitcases? I mean, it's the worst symbol to present to a people if you really believe that you are in charge of your party. I mean, this is the amount of baggage that Navika you travel with when you go on a domestic flight, and this is what he travels with when he's moving home.
No, I mean, what's your complaint? You think he should have more luggage?
My complaint is these optics themselves tell a very pitiable story. I mean, this is ridiculous. That is, as you said about throwing in the towel. You've thrown in the towel and the bags. I mean, this is ridiculous. I have not seen this ever before. I mean, normally people cling on to their homes, but this is an abject admission of defeat.
Yeah,
it's an abject admission of defeat.
Well, but no resignation yet. No resignation yet, and that's the question I want to ask Chandrasekhar Jha, leader of the Shiv Sena. Jana hi tha, so it's fine, but maybe after a resignation, morality can't be above constitutionality at the moment, and just moving out with your luggage, with your suitcases. What is the message to the people of Maharashtra? Is there a chief minister in town or not?
See, today Shahab has given a very clear message that he is ready and willing to resign, first thing. Second thing, that there is no less Hindutva, and eventually we have followed the Hindutva in much better way. Third thing, if there is a fraction between the concerned persons, it can be resolved on sitting at the concerned place, and it can be discussed that whether the party line has to continue in the same way or it has to be or the other way. So everything is clear. He has spoken everything clearly, and if you say today that what he has done is not morality, then what more than can be a morality?
Morality?
I say very clearly
morality, walking out, waiting for people who are not coming to him but going to Guwahati instead. Where is the morality in that? Can you see any morality in that, Subrashtra ji? Can you see any morality? I mean, if the number game is stacked against you, I think morality demands that you give in your resignation. Acharya ji said that, you know, right at the beginning of the show, and he's tweeted earlier. Subrashtra ji, are we still talking morality? Are we still talking कि भाई आके बात कर लो? अरे नहीं आ रहा ना कोई. ये तो आपने कल भी कहा. आपने आज शाम को Facebook लाइव करके कहा. कोई आया नहीं बल्कि 3 चले और गए.
Let me be very clear. There is a demand.
Demand what?
There is a demand.
What is the demand?
From their side. Demand from their side that we have to go with the BJP. That is their only demand. So let them come, let them sit, let them be on table, let it be decided. If they want to do it, let them do it. And eventually Uddhav Sahib has already declared that he is ready and willing to resign from the party chief as well.
But isn't it too late, Subrashtra ji? Because 1.5 years, 1.5 years, there have been interlocutors within the party saying that the party is on edge, it will break, it is losing out. But Uddhav Thackeray did not meet them. Did not meet them, did not solve these problems. Now, as they say, कहावत है ना, अब तो पानी सर से ऊपर चढ़ गया. अब कहाँ? Where is? Have they reached a point of no return? Or do you think a compromise is still possible? Chandrakant Jha, 1 minute. You've made your point. Subrashtra ji, Chandrasekhar ji, Subrashtra ji.
Navika ji, I think it's very clear, especially after Uddhav Thackeray addressed, I don't know, maybe his dissidents or maybe he was trying to address the people of Maharashtra. I don't really know who the subject of his live was. But whoever he addressed, what he said in the address made it very clear that he doesn't have any issue aligning with the BJP. I think he made it, he kept on reiterating that in 2014 they fought the elections together. Historically they fought the elections together. So maybe he has made up his mind to go for an alliance with the BJP. Now, what I think I agree with Suhail on the point of, you know, the Chief Minister of a state leaving his official residence like that in a suitcase. The message is extremely confusing for the people of Maharashtra. Is there a...
No, he's not in the suitcase.
Today? And if he is, then why is he out of his official...
Of course.
Subrashtra, you said he's living in the suitcase. I hope that's not true.
A person living with a suitcase becomes an issue.
Sir, you remember Harshad Mehta? Have you forgotten Chandrasekhar ji?
You know, as far as you know, Chandrasekhar Jha's statement is concerned, I think Chandrasekhar Jha ji should understand that there was already, you know, a brewing discontent in the party for quite some time now. Now, if Mr. Uddhav Thackeray could not, you know, assess that or guessestimate what was happening, then it's a complete failure of the political, of a political mind that he has. I've been saying this, Navika ji, and I'll reiterate. This is going to be a problem with second generation leaders. One cannot expect Uddhav Thackeray to be a Bal Thackeray. One cannot expect Aditya Thackeray to even be 1/10 of Bal Thackeray or, you know, splitting image of Uddhav Thackeray. These are people who have been handed over political positions just because they were born in political families. The kind of aggression that is required in politics, the kind of humility which is required to address the concerns of the ground workers is completely missing in Shiv Sena. It is not the first time.
What was the role of Mr. Uddhav Sahib Thackeray in that family?
Mr. Jha, I'm not here to look at the... No, Mr. Jha, I'm not here to look at the family history of every political family in India.
So when
I'm making a general statement. If you disagree with me, please show it in your politics.
Excellent.
No, it cannot be a general statement. You are
what are you trying to... Mr. Jha, do you have the numbers with you? Okay, let me ask you very straight questions. Do you have the numbers with you?
No.
Do you have the numbers with you? Because if you do, then why
that is a mathematical
why is your leader leaving the official residence?
They should have gone to the floor and
of course, because I'm sorry, but in a democracy, I'm sorry if you don't know 101. I'm sorry if you don't know. If you don't know 101 of government formation, you need the numbers. It is a democracy. It is a democracy.
That's exactly the point.
That is anti-defection.
You may be handed over the
exactly the point.
Something which you don't know.
But you need numbers.
You know, the constitution puts down the process. The constitution puts down the process. And may I tell you, one minute, Mr. Chandrasekhar Jha, the constitution lays down the process. The rest can be theatrics, but it doesn't amount to much, because at the end of the day you need the numbers to prove your majority in the house, and that's the way it works. That's the way the Mahavikas Aghadi was born, because the BJP minus the Shiv Sena could not form a government. Well, that's the way, that's the settled process. But let me get in Sanjay Jha. Sanjay Jha, is there any other way? Morality lectures, can that take anybody anywhere? And by packing his bags and going out with suitcases, is Uddhav Thackeray making a point, giving some sort of a signal to the Shiv Senics कि boss, अब मैंने resign तो नहीं किया है, but you guys are free to come on the streets. And let's play the emotional card, because the constitutional card doesn't anymore exist with us. I want to ask you, what does this symbolism really mean at this point for people in Maharashtra?
Navika, I'll answer that question. I think the half an hour into your program, I think the elephant in the room that needs to be addressed is, why are Shiv Sena MLAs who are dissidents of this government, why are they in Guwahati? Why was Surat, a BJP-ruled state, not safe enough for them? Why were they transported at 3 o'clock in the morning by a chartered flight to Guwahati? I'll tell you why. Because those numbers that Mr. Shinde is claiming and the BJP is hoping are suspect, because they know that in closer proximity, those numbers will probably cross over to the other side. That's the first truism that we need to accept. Number two, and very critical, you know, this calling the BJP as a party with a difference, this needs to stop. I mean, the BJP is probably the biggest electoral fraud and the political hypocrite the world has seen. I'll give you 2 examples related to Maharashtra alone. They formed a government for a few days with Ajit Pawar of the NCP. They are the ones who, when in Bihar, the Congress and the JDU and the RJD won an election, the BJP comes from behind and destabilizes the entire government. Did they have the public legitimacy to be in government? The answer is no. And Ravika, you already know about Puducherry, Rajasthan, the attempt to topple Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Goa, Manipur. The BJP is a party which is a monstrous machine abusing the privilege of power for its own aggrandizement or the lust for power. Let's put that in a nutshell and put it away. I don't think we need to even debate the BJP's ethical standards. So as far as the Eknath Shinde issue is concerned, Navika, I disagree with what Smita said. She said that actually Uddhav didn't cut a good figure. I thought what he said today was actually brilliant. I'll tell you why. Number one, he went public. You know, he was made to look like a guy who's going to lose. He's facing a party under rupture. He went public. He actually challenged Eknath Shinde. He spoke to his dissidents in Guwahati. He spoke to his Senics. He spoke to the media. He spoke to the public at large. He spoke to his alliance partners. And he said, listen, if you don't want me, I'm willing to step out. Now, the truth, Navika, is this, and this is hard arithmetic of politics. Mr. Shinde will have to return to Mumbai with whatever number he's claiming to have a floor test. Ultimately, it has to be a floor test. And think about it. Why did Mr. Eknath Shinde not hold a press conference as he had promised?
No.
Why has he come with some apologetic
Sanjay Jha, while I am not going to object to the truisms that you have mentioned, yes, we've seen Manipur, we've seen Goa, we've seen Madhya Pradesh, we've seen Karnataka, we've seen all that. My question to you is simple. Between the NCP, the Shiv Sena, the Congress party, you ran the government in Maharashtra. You have a home department, you have an entire state police. Now 40 of your MLAs go away from the city, you have no clue. You have no clue. Your own people.
Yeah.
What kind of governance, what kind of administration do you have to offer? Will you answer that question as well? I mean, shouldn't that question be asked? You're so engrossed in yourselves and your power games that you don't even know what's happening to the other people in your own party who help you form the government. Why don't you answer that question? You can criticize the BJP till the cows come home. Are they supposed to look after your party as well?
Fair enough. Let me answer your question. You know, if by mistake I leave my door open in the night when I go to bed, it doesn't give my neighbor a right to come home and plunder my goods and steal. Okay. So let me make
so you are living in Ram Rajya. You didn't realize that Kalyug aa chuka tha. अपने घर का दरवाजा खुला रख दो और बस उम्मीद पे रहो कि भाई कोई नहीं अंदर आएगा। अब मुझे ये बता दीजिए, ये धर्म युद्ध है या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल युद्ध है जहां नंबर जरूरी है?
Navika, let me give you an answer to your question.
No, you gave the answer. You said that I can leave the door open. It doesn't give the right to my to the neighbor to come in. But you've answered the question.
Can I come?
And it's very Congress-like. You know, I don't know why they suspend you. It's a very Congress-like answer.
Can I come in, please?
No. The analogy is misplaced.
Navika, can I come in, please?
The analogy is misplaced. If I know that there are thieves around, which is the case with the political class, why the hell would I keep my door open? A, B, are you comparing this to a burglary? This is not a burglary we are discussing. I know where Sanjay is coming from in his analogy. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But the reality is there was no market intelligence. There was no police intelligence. You weren't able to capture the dissidents within your people. It is an abject failure of understanding the sentiment of your own party. So, I am not here to blame Uddhav. I think it is a disastrous move for India's democracy. Whoever comes to power is irrelevant. The fact that you can do this in broad daylight in itself suggests a terrible strain of events. We must change that, Navika.
Well, we must change that, and we can continue to pray till the cows come home. But have these people, Smita, forgotten how Bhuta Singh dissolved the government in Bihar? And how the president was faxed, and at that time it was APJ Abdul Kalam. You know, the Congress talking about ethics and the Congress talking about, oh, my door was open, that doesn't give the right to neighbors to come in. What did they do? Bhul gaye aap? Have they forgotten those pieces of history that they themselves wrote?
Navika, can I respond to you on that one?
These are fissures in our democracy which have existed. I don't understand how Mr. Jha can forget. How can Mr. Jha forget that Chandrasekhar was made Prime Minister by Rajiv Gandhi and then toppled that same government because there were two policemen opposite his house. Anyway, that's besides that. I never said that Uddhav cut up bad or showed up bad. I said he looked tragic. And why did I say that he looked tragic today like a Shakespearean hero? Tragic Shakespearean heroes are not bad. They're just weak. Today he just looked, as Suhail pointed out, he just looked incapacitated. He just looked that he didn't know what was happening. He looked like a blind king. He looked like he didn't know, that a whole bunch of people are going to be taken away to Surat and then to Guwahati. He just like, I was the best chief minister, one of the best chief ministers. Who's asking for your certificates now? Just a good person doesn't necessarily make a good chief minister. He might be very good person, fine. But for being a good chief minister, good prime minister, you need a whole bunch of other qualities. You just can't be somebody's son who has a legacy to uphold. He had to be more than that. He was running a coalition where he had a good, a kingmaker out there, Mr. Sharad Pawar. He's not going to be leading you by the finger all the time. You're the chief minister. You should have known that you are not able to hold your flock together. What were you doing not being able to have a speaker for so many months when you knew that there were people in your own, or you probably didn't know that there were people in your party who were disgruntled, and there could be a situation where now what's going to happen? Your speaker is not with you. How is it going to resolve? So he looked even more pathetic than say Kumaraswamy today.
ये तो पहले दिन से कहा जा रहा है कि बीजेपी सरकार को गिराने की कोशिश कर रही है, हमारे खिलाफ षड्यंत्र हो रहा है, तब भी आप चौकन्ने नहीं रहे, तब भी आप इन टच विद योर MLAs नहीं रहे, आप अपना स्पीकर नहीं चुन सके, आप इस तरह से वहां थे कि बस सत्ता आ गई है, अब बस बैठकर आराम करो और सत्ता को भोगो। मैं पूछना चाह रही हूं कि ना तो ये पहली बार हुआ है आज के काल में, ना ये आखिरी बार हुआ है। हमें लॉ बदलना चाहिए, हमें ये तरीका बदलना चाहिए, बिल्कुल मानते हैं, सब मानते हैं, लेकिन इस वक्त जो हो रहा है इसमें इस देश की जनता का कोई रोल है ही नहीं। देश की जनता ने जो वोट दिया था वो वोट दिया था बिगेस्ट लार्जेस्ट पार्टी बीजेपी को, और उसके बाद जो सरकार बनी थी वो जनता का वोट था ही नहीं, और आज जनता का कोई रोल है ही नहीं। जोड़ तोड़ जो भी हो रहा है, और हमें लेक्चर दिए जा रहे हैं मोरालिटी के कि बीजेपी बुरी है, ये बुरा है, वो बुरा है। जनता का क्या?
देखिए नाविका जी, एक तो बार बार मॉरलिटी की बात हो रही है, नैतिकता की बात हो रही है, जो मेरे से शुरू हुई, तो मैं स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं कि मॉरलिटी की बात जो है कोई नियम कायदा नहीं होता है। मैं अपनी जिम्मेदारी रखता हूं, आप अपनी रखती हैं, डॉक्टर अपनी रखता है, जर्नलिस्ट अपनी रखता है, पॉलिटिशियन अपनी रखता है। तो अगर कोई डॉक्टर बेईमान हो जाए तो वो हो जाए, नहीं, उसे नैतिक मूल्यों का निर्वहन करना चाहिए। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये था कि हर एक व्यक्ति को अपनी नैतिक जिम्मेदारी लेनी चाहिए, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, अब सवाल है, जब गोवा की गवर्नमेंट बनी थी बीजेपी की, तो हमारे 18 MLA थे, बीजेपी के 13 थे, लेकिन सरकार जब बनाई तो उसमें मैं बिल्कुल ये कहना चाहता हूं कि बीजेपी ने अपनी ताकत का इस्तेमाल किया, सामदान दंडभेद का इस्तेमाल किया और छल फरेब का इस्तेमाल किया। लेकिन ये जो शिवसेना वाला जो प्रकरण है, मैं बिल्कुल निष्पक्ष होकर बात करने का आदी हूं। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं, इसमें बीजेपी को दोष तो लगेगा, ये पक्की बात है। मैं भी ये मानता हूं कि बीजेपी अगर उनको सपोर्ट नहीं करती तो वो गुजरात क्यों जाते, बीजेपी उनको सपोर्ट नहीं देती असम क्यों जाते। लेकिन झगड़ा तो अंदर पैदा हुआ, नाराजगी अंदर पैदा हुई, तो इसका सारा दोष अगर हम बीजेपी पर डालें तो मुझे लगता है ये नाइंसाफी होगी। हां, ये बात जरूर ठीक है कि जब शुरू से जैसे शिवसेना की सरकार जब बनी थी, उद्धव ठाकरे जब बने थे, तब से लेकर आज तक लगातार ये कोशिश हो रही थी कि उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार को डिस्टर्ब किया जाए, मगर ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी बनती थी। मैं आपसे सहमत हूं, सरकार की जिम्मेदारी बनती थी कि उनका इंटेलिजेंस कहां था। अभी जो संजय झा कह रहे थे वो बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हैं कि भाई मैं तो अपना सामान खुला छोड़ दूं तो पड़ोसी मेरे घर से निकाले। अरे भाई, सामान छोड़ना और विधायकों को छोड़ना दोनों अलग अलग विषय हैं।
बिल्कुल। रवि श्रीवास्तव जी, आई वांट टू आस्क यू
10 सेकंड। और ये सारे विधायक वो हैं जो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के बहुत करीबी थे, तो अगर ये सब इकट्ठे होकर बाहर जाते हैं तो ये कोई बच्चे नहीं हैं, ये कोई दूध पीते बच्चे नहीं कि इनको कोई टॉफी देगा, चॉकलेट देगा, बहका देगा। इन्होंने बड़ा भारी सोचा होगा, गणित लगाया होगा, इन्होंने कैलकुलेशन की होगी और बड़े बड़े माल पानी का मामला देखा होगा, अगले भविष्य का सुरक्षित अपना देखा होगा। इन्हें यह भी मालूम होगा, इन्हें यह भी 1 सेकंड 10 सेकंड सुहेल साहब, इन्हें यह मालूम होगा कि जब फ्लोट टेस्ट होगा तो अगर हम कम रह गए तो हमारी सदस्यता चली जाएगी, फिर इन्होंने अगले चुनाव में जो खर्चा होगा उसकी भी डील की होगी। ये सब बहुत सी जांच का विषय है महाराज। लेकिन अब जो मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि अब नैतिक मूल्यों का निर्वहन करते हुए उद्धव जी को इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए, ये मेरी उन्हें सलाह है। मैं कोई उन्हें डिक्टेशन नहीं दे रहा हूं, मेरा मन कह रहा है कि उन्हें अब नहीं रहना चाहिए।
Ravi Srivastava ji. Ravi Srivastava hasn't spoken. Let's be fair. I'm coming back to you and I'll give you the last word. But Ravi Srivastava.
There'll be 2 people who will be suspended from the Congress. By the time your program ends, there'll be a second person who will be suspended from the Congress. And now let us.
What?
Who do you want? Sorry, missed that.
No, I love what Acharya ji is saying, but if the party hears what he's saying, वो भी बेचारे suspend हो जाएंगे. I'm worried about that.
वो कह रहे हैं कि आप जो कह रहे हैं नैतिकता और कांग्रेस, आप सस्पेंड ना हो जाए कहीं कांग्रेस से, क्योंकि संजय झा जी जो हमारे साथ हैं वो सस्पेंडेड कांग्रेस लीडर हैं, तो एक और हो जाएंगे इस पैनल पर, ये उनका कहना है, ये उनकी विशेष टिप्पणी है। लेकिन रवि श्रीवास्तव जी, इस वक्त जो सच्चाई है और जो सामने है कि असली शिवसेना है किसकी? 55 थे विधायक, 55, out of whom about 38 or 39 are now in Guwahati. You can cry as much as you want that the BJP is doing it, but as Acharya ji said, the problem आपके अपने घर में थी. You refuse to look at it, head on, and if you refuse to solve it, so you have to pay the price. That's the way the world works. So I want to ask you today, how do you see the situation developing from here on?
समस्या। आपने 43 मिनट के बाद मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। पहली चीज तो ये है कि सारे पैनलिस्ट ने एक बात साबित कर दी कि उद्धव ठाकरे इज ए वेरी क्लीन पर्सन, बट ही इज ए वेरी वीक पर्सन. He could not see that the party is slipping out of his hand, etc., etc. But एकनाथ खड़से कौन सा करेक्टर है और उसे कौन सा हिंदुत्व 2.5 साल के बाद याद आया जब उसने मंत्री पद की मलाई खाई बैठ करके और खुद एनडीए की सरकार बनवाई थी 2.5 साल पहले, पर आज उसे याद आया कि उसका हिंदुत्व जो है वो बीजेपी वाला हिंदुत्व है और जिस पार्टी में वो बैठा हुआ है वो हिंदुत्ववादी पार्टी नहीं है, ये हिंदुत्ववादी नहीं है, ये हिंदुत्व ऑफ मनी बैग्स है. I say I am not solely responsible for BJP, but BJP is definitely playing their cards on this board. That you come to say मैं बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर सरकार बनाऊंगा.
Well, it's all happening. According to latest information coming in, Tajinder Bagga has filed a complaint against Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray in Malabar Hill Police Station for violation of COVID protocols. So that's the latest that's happening in Maharashtra. Tajinder Bagga has filed a complaint in the Malabar Hill Police Station. Subrashtra ji, you know, if we can just go across to visuals that are coming in live. Outside Matoshri, there are Shiv Senics who are lining up. We've seen visuals of, you know, Uddhav leaving his house. In Guwahati, there is possibly a little celebration as 3 or 4 more MLAs have joined the Eknath Shinde camp. And now there is a complaint against Uddhav Thackeray for breaking protocol. Is this the least of the problems, or is the number game the bigger problem? To know who's in control, who rules Maharashtra, and if the people of Maharashtra have a problem, where they can go.
Navika ji, of course it's a number game, and of course numerical strength will surpass any other narrative which is being, which will be peddled. Let me tell you, constantly there are talks about Manipur and Goa. Not Manipur today, Manipur the first time the BJP ever made government in Manipur. Let me tell them, it was not an unconstitutional government. The government ran for good 5 years, delivered on good governance, and is back with a bang. And you know, BJP is back with a bang in Manipur again. So all those who cry foul about the fact that, you know, BJP is using political jugglery to do this and that, well, use political jugglery yourself. It's not like you guys didn't do political jugglery when you were in power. It's not like you guys are absolutely, and Smita ji is very right when she says that let's not talk about morals with politicians.
Well, absolutely, morals are a problem, but you know, morality, I'm sorry I'm out of time, but morality not really the big issue here. The big issue is who's in charge of Maharashtra, and that's what people of India would want to know. As far as the BJP is concerned, well, officially no word from them, but I spoke with Narayan Rane, the ex-Shiv Senic who joined the Congress and then the BJP. What did he have to say about Maharashtra and the latest shenanigans? That interview on the other side. Thank you to my panelists for joining me. एकनाथ शिंदे जी से आपकी कोई बातचीत हुई, उनका क्या विचार है, कितनी जल्दी ये सरकार गिराने का मत है बीजेपी का?
नहीं, बीजेपी का मत हमें कोई गिराना नहीं है. ये शिवसेना अपनी पार्टी संभाल नहीं पाने से ही विधायक की नाराजगी की वजह से पार्टी टूटी है. ये शिवसेना ने अपनी पार्टी आपस के झगड़े में टूटी है, इसका बीजेपी के साथ कोई संबंध नहीं. हम लोग कोई गिराने की कोशिश नहीं किए, ये खुद गिर रहे हैं.
लेकिन नारायण राणे जी, पहले सूरत में आपने उन्हें रखा, फिर उसके बाद गुवाहाटी ले जाया गया, जो दोनों राज्य हैं वो बीजेपी के राज्य हैं. आप कैसे कह सकते हैं कि बीजेपी का इसके साथ कोई लेना देना नहीं?
देखिए, लेना देना का सवाल नहीं आता है.
तो कोई भी होटल हो तो होटल में क्या बीजेपी के खुद के होटल है क्या जाके रखने का? एक बुकिंग किया होगा, उनको लगा होगा सुरक्षा व्यवस्था जहाँ बीजेपी का राज्य है उधर सुरक्षा व्यवस्था अच्छा है करके गुजरात में गए, करके आसाम में गए, वो भी होटल में गए, किसके घर में तो नहीं गए ना। और इसमें हमें कोई मदद मांगे तो हमारा फर्ज है मदद देने का।
नारायण राणे जी, अभी संजय राउत जी ने भी थोड़ी देर पहले कहा है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता चली जाएगी कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन जो आइडियोलॉजी है वो नहीं जानी चाहिए। इस पर आप क्या टिप्पणी करेंगे संजय राउत जी के इस स्टेटमेंट पर?
देखिए, शिवसेना की आइडियोलॉजी संजय राउत को क्या मालूम है? शिवसेना की आइडियोलॉजी जब बनी और शिवसेना स्थापन हुई, जब ये था क्या, ये सामना जब ही निकला ना, जब ही वो संपादक करके आया, नौकरी के लिए आया, शिवसेना का आइडियोलॉजी इन्होंने कभी फॉलो की? बाला साहब जी विचार, बाला साहब कभी भी हिंदुत्व छोड़कर मुख्यमंत्री पद के लिए नहीं भागते थे, नहीं जाते थे, नहीं स्वीकार करते थे। इसको क्या मालूम है आइडियोलॉजी? ये तो कमाने आया है, नहीं तो उनको क्या पगार था, सैलरी क्या था यार? ये मतलब से है शिवसेना में, मतलब से। और मैं अभी कहा इसके पहले, शिवसेना खत्म करने का इन्होंने सुपारी लिया था। आज तो खुश होगा कि जो मैं सुपारी लिया मैं सक्सेस हो गया। इस प्रवृत्ति का आदमी है, इस स्वभाव का आदमी है वो, मैं जानता हूं उनको अच्छे तरह से। बाला साहब जी उद्धव जी के ऊपर काफी लोकप्रभा में से क्रिटिसाइज किया, जब लोकप्रभा में नौकरी था काफी क्रिटिसाइज इन्होंने किया है। तो साहब जी का, माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का आइडियोलॉजी इनको क्या मालूम है?
मैं पूछ रही हूं कि आगे चलकर बीजेपी और शिवसेना में दोनों में कोई अलायंस की पॉसिबिलिटी है?
देखिए, इस प्रश्न का भी उत्तर मैं नहीं दे सकता हूं। राजनीति में कुछ भी हो सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है। कभी सोचा था कि किसी ने शिवसेना कांग्रेस और राष्ट्रवादी के ऊपर जाएगी, पास जाएंगी, साथ में जाएंगी? कोई नहीं सोचा था। इन लोग का सबका आइडियोलॉजी अलग है, राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस का अलग है, शिवसेना का अलग है। ये उद्धव ठाकरे जैसा ही स्वार्थी आदमी ऐसा आइडियोलॉजी छोड़कर जा सकता है, दूसरा व्यक्ति नहीं जा सकता है।
राणे जी, बहुत से लोग ऐसा कह रहे हैं कि आप इंटरलोक्यूटर हैं, जो सेना से छोड़कर विधायक आए हैं बीजेपी की तरफ, क्योंकि आप पहले सबको जानते हैं, पहले से आप इंटरलोक्यूटर हैं। क्या ये बात सही है? आपकी एकनाथ शिंदे जी से कोई बात हुई, कोई चर्चा हुई?
इस विषय पर नो कमेंट्स, में इसके पर कोई जानकारी नहीं दे सकता इस वक्त। ये सब निर्णय राज्यपाल जी के होने के बाद, वापस सत्ता महाराष्ट्र में आने के बाद मैं इसकी जानकारी आपको फोन करके दूंगा।
तो आपको पूरा विश्वास है कि सत्ता आ रही है आपकी वापस?
नहीं, बीजेपी की तो आज न कल आनी ही थी ना, आनी थी। इस देश में अभी बीजेपी छोड़कर सरकार चलाने वाले कोई पार्टी है ही नहीं ना। जिधर है उधर हालत कितनी खराब है।
तो क्या बीजेपी के पास ये राइट है कि मध्य प्रदेश में सरकार गिरी, फिर बीजेपी आ गई, कर्नाटका में 2 साल बाद गिरी, बीजेपी आ गई, अब महाराष्ट्र में 2 साल के बाद गिरेगी, बीजेपी आ जाएगी? तो ये जो लगता है आरोप बीजेपी के ऊपर कि जहां आप सरकार बना नहीं सकते वहां गिरा जरूर देते हैं।
नहीं, गिराने का गिर जाता है सरकार, और लोगों की भी इच्छा होती है कि बीजेपी सरकार सेफ सरकार है, डेवलपमेंट करने वाली सरकार है, तो तजुर्बा वाले सब नेता है। सरकार चलाने का अनुभव खाली बीजेपी का नेता जन को है, तो लोगों की इच्छा होती है, वैसा हो जाता। हमें गिराने की आवश्यकता नहीं। अभी इधर किधर हम गिराए महाराष्ट्र में, ये खुद गिर गए, खुद गिर गए, हमने नहीं गिराया।
एकनाथ शिंदे जी से आपकी पहले से जान पहचान है? एकनाथ शिंदे जी से पिछले 24 घंटे में कोई बातचीत हुई आपकी?
एकनाथ शिंदे पहले से हमारा संबंध है, हमारी उनका रिलेशन भी है, तो मैं समझता हूं। मगर राजनीति में मैं जब शिवसेना छोड़ा उसके बाद उसका राजनीति अलग था, हमारा राजनीति अलग था। पिछले 24 घंटों में मैं उनको एक ट्वीट जरूर किया, मगर मैं बात नहीं किया।
आपको क्या लगता है, आप उद्धव जी को भी जानते हैं, उद्धव जी इस्तीफा देंगे और जल्दी में देंगे जैसा कहा जा रहा है, या आपको लगता है कि अभी पिक्चर बाकी है?
देखिए, उद्धव जी को मैं बहुत अच्छी तरह से जानता हूं। मैं 39 साल शिवसेना में था। वो ऐसे इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे, देने वाले होते ना तो कल ही दे देते। उनको कहना पड़ेगा कि आप में अभी बहुमत नहीं है आपके पास, अभी इस्तीफा दो। राष्ट्रवादी और कांग्रेस कहेंगे आपको अभी इस्तीफा देना पड़ेगा, और वो आज ही तय होगा जब वो इस्तीफा देने जाएंगे, नहीं तो इस्तीफा भेजेंगे। इतना राजनीति में दिल उनका बड़ा नहीं है कि जाके इस्तीफा राष्ट्रपति जी के हाथ में देने का।
नारायण राणे जी, ये अजीब बात नहीं है कि सरकार उद्धव जी की है, एनसीपी है, कांग्रेस है, और 40 विधायक के करीब गायब हो जाते हैं महाराष्ट्र में और किसी को पता ही नहीं चलता। ये इतना साइलेंट ऑपरेशन कैसे किया?
इसको तजुर्बा बोलते हैं। अनुभव हो तो सब कुछ हो तक सकता है ना। एक तो इनको सरकार चलाते हैं, पुलिस है, इनको जो मालूम होना चाहिए अपने विधायक कहां जा रहे हैं। 1 2 नहीं 40 विधायक कैसे सरकार चलाते हैं? एक तो पुलिस का सपोर्ट होगा।
नारायण राणे जी, आपने शायद एक लफ्ज में सारी कहानी तय कर दी, तजुर्बा। और तजुर्बा दिखा है इस वक्त कि 40 विधायक के करीब आप कह रहे हैं गायब हैं। कब तक चलेगी उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार, अभी देखना बाकी है। नारायण राणे जी, हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
The News Hour at 9 will be right back after the break.
Opposition's presidential candidate. Jyotiraditya Scindia, the union minister who has now responded first here on Times Now, he has now in fact slammed the Shiv Sena as well as the MVA in the state. That's the first reaction coming in from him. Listen in.
रिश्ता और अनुभव महाराष्ट्र के साथ रहा है।
You're watching the News Hour at 9. Stay tuned.
Let's get your break.
शुरुआत से ही ये गठबंधन जो बनी है अघाड़ी की, ये अपने आप में ही विचलित हो चुकी है। ना सिद्धांत है, ना विचारधारा है, ना सोच है, ना आगे की कार्यशैली है। ये केवल सत्ता और कुर्सी पकड़ने की चिंता और भूख के आधार पर यह अघाड़ी बनी और इसलिए वो दरार जिसका संदर्भ अभी पवैया जी ने भी अपने वक्तव्य में दिया, वो दरार आज की दरार नहीं है। वो दरार जिस दिन से ये अघाड़ी बनी है तब से ये दरार उस दिन से स्थापित हो चुकी है। और जो बौखलाहट राज्यसभा चुनाव के बाद और अब विधान परिषद के चुनाव के बाद जिसका संदर्भ पवैया जी ने दिया, तो खलबली मच चुकी है। ना ये
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the News Hour Agenda, India's most loved primetime show at 10. I am Padmaja Joshi. Uddhav Thackeray does not enjoy a majority anymore. That became even more clear today from his own speech today evening. Uddhav Thackeray declared that he is moving out of the Chief Minister's residence, but he has decided to stay put in the Chief Minister's office. Why? What surprise does he have up his sleeve? Why is it that even today, after the Shinde Sena ranks swelled even further and 4 more MLAs landed up at a Guwahati hotel, Sanjay Raut still insisted that all is well?
मंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे।
इस्तीफा नहीं देने जा रहे हैं।
फ्लोर ऑफ देखिए, फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर, फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे।
Well, Uddhav Thackeray did put his cards on the table when he made a 30-minute-long address today at 5:30. His points were the following. One, that he is willing to offer the Chief Minister's office to someone from the rebel camp, including Shinde himself. Two, that a cabinet reshuffle can also be done to accommodate some disgruntled folk. Three, that he is going to shift out of the Chief Minister's residence, something that he in fact has already done. And finally, that he is willing to talk face-to-face to all rebels and address their issues. But here's the thing. Here's the big if, and it's a very big if. There is one thing that he did not talk about, and ironically, it is the only thing that matters anymore. Will the Shiv Sena continue to be in alliance with the NCP and Congress? Because if it does, then the split in the party is at a point of no return. And here is why I say so. Despite the Chief Minister's outreach, Eknath Shinde made it clear that the problem is not about who is the Chief Minister. It is the alliance itself, the alliance that made Uddhav the Chief Minister. In a series of tweets, Shinde again lamented how the NCP and the Congress had reaped the benefits alone in the 2.5 years of the Aghadi being in power. And the Shiv Senics were systematically sidelined. Shinde also said that if the Sena and Senics have to survive, the only way to do so is to exit this unnatural alliance. So, if the Sena wants to survive, if Uddhav Thackeray wants to continue in party and in government, is he going to take the one and only way out of the mess and return to the BJP alliance?
You're watching the News Hour at 10. Debate number 1 on Times Now. Super Prime Time.
Okay, joining us now on the debate, Ratan Sharda author, Varun Singh senior journalist, Sanjay Gupta, leader of the Shiv Sena, Lokesh Jindal, political analyst. But I first want to cut across to Arunil because even as we speak, the bag and baggage has left from Varsha. It's headed to Matoshri. And I believe for a while there was almost, jisko kehte hai, jamavda of Shiv Senics who had turned up. What's happening now, Arunil? Quick update.
Well, Padmaja, at present I am reporting from outside the Sahyadri guest house. Now, this road must be looking deserted, but this was completely blocked with the entire convoy of around 10 cars of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Behind him was his son, behind him was his son, Aditya Thackeray, is also a minister in Maharashtra government. His wife, Rashmi Thackeray, and the entire convoy and Shiv Seniks were over here. Some of them were getting very emotional because their Shiv Sena Supremo was vacating the official CM residence and going to the Matoshri residence over there. Now, Sanjay Raut has made a very interesting point, very significant point, I would say, that he said that CM Uddhav Thackeray will prove his numbers on the floor of the house. If that was true, then why did CM Uddhav Thackeray vacate the official CM residence? Is it another emotional appeal that CM Uddhav Thackeray is making to his party cadre, to his rebel MLAs? Because if we look at the number, now 3 more Shiv Sena MLAs, that also includes one of the close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray, Mr. Gulab Rao Patil, who is also a minister in this Mahavikas Aghadi government. He is also gone and joined the Eknath Shinde camp. So yes, the numbers of Eknath Shinde camp are clearly growing.
So give us a quick calculation, back of the envelope calculation, Arunil, how many are there in the Shinde camp now? How many Sena, how many independents?
Well, if we look at the numbers, Padmaja, there are 33 Shiv Sena MLAs at present in Eknath Shinde camp. He has been saying that more are expected to join. When the number reaches 37, then it will be game over for CM Uddhav Thackeray. The party
33 Shiv Sena and how many independents?
Eknath Shinde will be making his party his... Well, with respect to independents, Padmaja, we are understanding that between 7 to 10 independents are with Eknath Shinde. Okay. But now the independents' role is not that important because Eknath Shinde's camp first has to defeat or avoid the anti-defection law. And for that, Shiv Sena MLAs are extremely paramount. 37 Shiv Sena MLAs can help Eknath Shinde do that. And then only we can expect the BJP and Devendra Fadnavis to enter into the fray.
Okay, interesting. So they may not be able to dodge the anti-defection law, but Uddhav Thackeray does not have the numbers either. If these numbers, 33 Sena and 10 independents that you're giving us, is anything to go by. 43 of these people are currently in Guwahati, and we are being told that more are likely to join in. Arunil, thanks very much for getting us that quick update. Those images you see are of Uddhav Thackeray leaving Varsha for Matoshri. The Chief Minister's residence has been vacated. Will he now step out of the Chief Minister's office? Let me ask you this, Sanjay Gupta, to save the government, will Uddhav Thackeray go back to BJP? There's only one formula. 1+1 formula rebels दे रहे हैं. कांग्रेस को छोड़िए, बीजेपी से जुड़िए.
देखिए, अगर उद्धव जी आज अगर चीफ मिनिस्टर रेजिडेंस से बाहर आए हैं तो उसका मतलब गवर्नमेंट को सेव करना नहीं है. उसका मतलब अपने विधायकों को ये संदेश देना है कि उन्हें चीफ मिनिस्टर पद से लगाव नहीं है, उन्हें अपने विधायकों से लगाव है. अगर विधायक ये चाहते हैं कि आज वो चीफ मिनिस्टर ना रहे तो वो उस पद को छोड़ने के लिए तैयार हैं, मगर
तो लगाव नहीं है तो छोड़ क्यों नहीं दिया? अगर घर छोड़ दिया तो फिर ऑफिस भी छोड़ दीजिए. मतलब ये कैसा त्याग है कि आप मतलब कह रहे हैं मैं त्याग दूंगा, पर त्याग रहे नहीं है.
आप बात को पूरा होने दीजिए, आप बीच में थोड़ा सा मेरे को बात पूरी करने दीजिए
जी.
देखिए, एकनाथ शिंदे जो बात कह रहे हैं कि हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे पर हम बीजेपी के साथ सरकार को बनाए, तो इस बात को हमारी पार्टी के अंदर
हिंदुत्व पे तो अभी आई नहीं हूं, मैं आपसे सीधा सीधा पूछ रही हूं कि भाई अगर घर खाली कर दिया तो फिर ऑफिस क्यों नहीं छोड़ रहे, और ऑफिस में तो फिर घर क्यों खाली किया?
हाँ, तो इस पर जवाब ले लीजिए. देखिए, उन्होंने सीधा संदेश दिया है कि जो विधायक हैं वो आकर के उनके सामने बैठ करके बात करें. उन्होंने इस बात का साइन दिया है. अब कोई गुजरात के विधायक थोड़ी ना है जो वो गुजरात के अंदर जाके बैठे हैं या गुवाहाटी में जाकर के बैठे हैं. गुवाहाटी में या गुजरात में उनको कैद कर रखा है, क्या कर रखा है, क्या पता.
कंफ्यूजिंग साइन है, मुझे समझ में नहीं आया कि भाई अगर आप मुख्यमंत्री रह रहे हैं तो मुख्यमंत्री आवास छोड़ने का क्या मतलब है? पद पे है पर आवास छोड़ दिया.
मुख्यमंत्री आवास छोड़ने का ये संदेश है आपका. अब सवाल खत्म हो गया. फिर आप मुख्यमंत्री आवास छोड़ने का सीधा संदेश है कि वो चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफिस भी छोड़ देंगे अगर विधायक वहां पर आकर के उनके सामने बैठ करके बात करेंगे तो. लेकिन सिर्फ एक दूर बैठे हुए विधायकों के उनके किसी को वीडियो, कोई उनकी कॉल नहीं है, कोई किसी तरह का इंटरेक्शन नहीं है, जब तक कि मुंबई में आकर के सामने बैठ करके वो नहीं कहते तब तक चीफ मिनिस्टर भी गए छोड़ दें। पता चले उनको तो कैद कर रखा था, अपहरण कर रखा था, बाद में वो आगे गए कि जी हमें तो, अब जैसे एक विधायक ने संदेश है कि हम चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफिस भी छोड़ सकते हैं, अगर घर छोड़ सकते हैं तो
घर का क्या मतलब है?
आपकी समझ में ये
मुद्दा तो ऑफिस का है ना, घर छोड़ने का क्या मतलब है? कहीं भी रह लीजिए, मातोश्री कौन सा कोई बड़ी छोटी सी घर है? मातोश्री तो और अच्छा और सुंदर है।
छोड़ दिया है
वर्षा से भी
समझ के भी समझना नहीं चाहती हैं। जो घर को छोड़ सकते हैं वो ऑफिस भी छोड़ सकते हैं।
नहीं छोड़ सकते ना सर, जो घर छूटे तो छूटे, सत्ता छूटने में बहुत दर्द होता है। घर तो आते जाते रहेंगे, सत्ता थोड़ी ना आएगी ऐसे।
वरुण सिंह बनना चाहते थे चीफ मिनिस्टर कभी भी,
वरुण सिंह,
उद्धव साहब कभी भी।
क्या लगता है आपको इस मैसेज के बारे में? हाउ डू यू डिकोड दिस डीप मैसेज?
Actually, he's just what I can tell you is he's just what is that practice run कहते हैं? Now he has to leave the CM office also, so it's a small practice run. I don't know which MLA came and told him, Baba, you leave the CM office or CM house. Did any MLA, यानी अगर वो सिर्फ MLA से सुन रहे हैं तो किस MLA ने कह दिया बाबा देखो ये शिवसेना वो शिवसेना नहीं रही,
गुवाहाटी के हैं।
2 दिन लग गए, 2 दिन। I have covered शिवसेना for 15 long years. If one MLA बगावत करता है तो सड़कों पे लोग होते हैं 2 दिन बाद। आज सड़क पे लोग जमा हुए हैं। Just imagine the situation. Just imagine when more than half of MLAs of Shiv Sena are leaving the party.
एक MLA के पीछे 200 पुलिस वाले, एक MLA के पीछे
एक एक करके संजय जी, एक एक करके। हाँ, वरुण सिंह को बोलने दीजिए, फिर आप जवाब दीजिए। हाँ,
and they had to
आप बात पूरी नहीं होने देते हमारी। आप
they had to force people to come on ground today. Just imagine what is the situation of Shiv Sena. I have been telling since morning, Patanjali, I told you also in the evening, that with Eknath Shinde, the Shiv Sena has also lost the muscle power that it used to have, it used to enjoy. And I'm not I don't mind mincing words. The Shiv Sena that was there, the Shiv Sena that is there today, there's जमीन आसमान का फर्क। ये संजय जी माने न माने, महाराष्ट्र में कितने दिन रहे हैं, कहाँ देखा है क्या नहीं देखा है मुझे नहीं पता, हमने तो बचपन से शिव सेना को देखा है। इतनी सी आवाज होती थी छगन भुजबल when he left, he couldn't, he had to hide in the washroom.
Yes.
When Narayan Rane left, his cars were attacked. When Raj Thackeray, I am telling you, when 35-40 people from Shiv Sena are not there, it takes you 2 days for the Shiv Senics to wake up. I'm telling you, Shiv Senics are those Shiv Senics who wake up and they don't even need a single person to tell them कि भैया कुछ हो रहा है आओ, वो आ जाते हैं सड़कों पे।
Interesting you mentioned that because yesterday Chhagan Bhujbal, who ironically was trying to tell Shiv Senics कि आप लोग सब साथ में रहिए, ये सही नहीं है, बिखराव नहीं होना चाहिए, वो सेम ब्रेथ में ये भी कह रहे थे कि जब मैंने छोड़ा था तो मेरे को सिक्योरिटी रखनी पड़ी थी because Shiv Senics were threatening to attack my house। और आज ये हो गया कि थाने में संजय गुप्ता पोस्टर छप गए, पोस्टर जिसमें बीच में थे खुद शिंदे, दूसरी तरफ उनके गुरु और तीसरी तरफ बाला साहेब ठाकरे। ना उद्धव ठाकरे थे पोस्टर में, ना आदित्य ठाकरे थे पोस्टर में, ना कोई और था। ये हालत हो गई है कि एकनाथ शिंदे निकल करके गए और पोस्टर से उद्धव ठाकरे को हटा दिया संजय गुप्ता।
पोस्टरों में लगने और हटने से कोई पार्टी के चीफ नहीं बदल जाते, पार्टी के चीफ वही रहते हैं। अभी तो शुरू हुए सिलसिले, अभी कई दरमिया बाकी है। अभी तो जो विधायक दूसरी स्टेट में बैठे हैं उनका मुंबई में आना बाकी है। देखिए महाराष्ट्र का फैसला महाराष्ट्र में होगा, गुजरात या गुवाहाटी में नहीं होगा। अभी जब तक विधायक बॉम्बे में नहीं आ जाते तब तक इस बात का कोई फैसला नहीं किया जा सकता कौन किसके साथ है, कौन किसके साथ नहीं है।
काफी क्लियर है कौन किसके साथ है। एक चिट्ठी है जिसमें नाम है और एंड द अनकाइंडेस्ट कट। जस्ट अ सेकंड संजय गुप्ता जी, आप बिलीव करें या ना करें, यहां पर सड़कों पर निकलना तो दूर, उद्धव जी ने अपना भाषण दिया मुंबई में और आधे घंटे के अंदर अंदर रतन शारदा लोग सड़कों पर नहीं निकले, 5 MLAs निकल गए गुवाहाटी के लिए, 3 इंडिपेंडेंट और 2 शिव सैनिक और चल दिए।
दिखाई देते मातोश्री के बाहर कितने सारे लोग हैं, कितने शिव सैनिक हैं, मतलब हजारों
संजय गुप्ता जी बड़े अच्छे आदमी है।
संजय गुप्ता जी, शिव सैनिकों से मेजोरिटी नहीं प्रूव होती ना, एमएलए से प्रूव होती है। अब आप मानिए ना मानिए कि उद्धव ठाकरे वहां पर कह रहे थे कि मैं बात करने को तैयार हूं। गुलाब राव पाटिल जो कि मंत्री हैं, उन्होंने कहा टाटा मैं जा रहा हूं गुवाहाटी। गुलाब राव पाटिल 1 घंटे के अंदर अंदर गुवाहाटी पहुंच गए।
जाने से प्रमाणित क्या होता है?
निर्मला गावित वहां पहुंच गई, एमएलए है वो।
आएगा क्या फ्लोर टेस्ट वहां पे होगा? क्या गुवाहाटी में जाकर के अब महाराष्ट्र की सरकार बनेगी?
गुवाहाटी में नहीं बनेगी।
बताइए गुवाहाटी से ताल्लुक क्या है?
चलिए,
गुवाहाटी जाना आना, घूमने गए, किस लिए गए, उनको मनाने गए, आपको क्या पता?
भाई इसलिए पता है क्योंकि वो चिट्ठी लिख रहे हैं ना सर, शायद आपने पढ़ी नहीं होगी। उस चिट्ठी में क्या लिख रहे हैं वो मैं आपको अभी 10 सेकंड के बाद बताऊंगी। पर पहले रतन शारदा जी से पूछ लेते हैं कि ये क्या मैसेज था कि उद्धव ठाकरे ने कहा आइए मुझसे बात कीजिए, और 5 लोगों ने और कहा थैंक यू नॉट इंटरेस्टेड। रतन शारदा।
देखिए, संजय गुप्ता जी बड़े प्यारे आदमी है, शिवसेना के खराब दिनों में
लगातार उनका साथ देते हैं, उनके साथ आर्ग्यूमेंट नहीं थी तो भी बोलते रहते हैं प्यार से, तो अच्छी बात है, ऐसे लॉयल लोग चाहिए। लेकिन देखिए, पहले तो जो स्टंट उन्होंने किया वर्षा छोड़ने का, इतना एप्टी स्टंट, आप गवर्नमेंट छोड़ने को तैयार नहीं है, लेकिन आपने सिग्नल दिया कि मैं घर छोड़ रहा हूँ, मैं मतलब हार रहा हूँ, मेरी सरकार गिरने वाली है, लेकिन फिलहाल मैं इस मामला और घसीटूंगा और खींचूंगा ताकि कुछ लोगों को तो मैं वापस शायद तोड़ सकूं। ये मैसेज है, देयर इज नथिंग एल्स। कुछ हद तक वो भावुक करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन भावुकता ऐसे नहीं होती। आप रिजाइन करते हैं जब पता चला कि आपकी मेजोरिटी कम हो गई, और फिर वहां से अकड़ के निकलते वर्षा में कि मैंने रिजाइन कर दिया। अरे संजय जी, आपकी मैंने शाबाशी दे दी, अब थोड़ा बोल दे दीजिए मुझे। मैं आपसे डरता हूँ बहुत, शिवसेना से डरना चाहिए। कब आके थप्पड़ मार दे, कब सिर गंजा कर दे पता नहीं, हमारे तो वैसे बाल कम है। और आप देखिए
बात 1 to 1 क्या कीजिएगा, 1 to 1 भी रखा कीजिए, कि सवाल का जवाब भी लिया।
एक सेकंड संजय जी, 1 सेकंड। रतन शारदा,
देखिए आपने जो कहा, यही मैं बार बार कह रहा हूँ 3 दिन से कि शिवसेना जो है उसको, शिवसेना के एमएलए को डर लग रहा है कि जनता उनके साथ नहीं रही, शिवसेना के सपोर्टर उनके साथ नहीं रहे, दे आर लूजिंग सपोर्ट, दे विल नॉट बी एबल टू विन अगेन। दैट इज द मेन फियर। वो एनसीपी के साथ करके, जिनके साथ उन्होंने कई सालों तक, दशकों तक दुश्मनी निभाई है, उससे साथ दोस्ती करके कैसे जीतेंगे? सेक्युलरिज्म, हिंदुत्व की तो बात ही मैं नहीं करता हूँ, सब कर चुके हैं, लेकिन ये जो बिल्कुल एक एंटागोनिस्ट व्यू था, उसको एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाने का जो प्रयोग था, सफल नहीं होना था। आपके पास मिनिस्ट्री थी, सब कह रहे बात करते सामने आके, भैया एकनाथ शिंदे वेंट टू हिज होम। अरे यार रुको 1 मिनट यार, रुको। एकनाथ शिंदे वेंट टू मिस्टर ठाकरे's home. You have made to wait 1 hour outside, like Mr. Hemant Biswa Sharma at PD, and finally there was a big showdown. Is this the way you want to talk? Who will talk to you when insult your senior leader? ये मुझे बताइए।
संजय गुप्ता बताइए।
आपसे कोई करता नहीं, आप सड़कों में महिलाओं को उतारते रोते हुए, जब आपने बीजेपी को धोखा दिया था तो कोई सड़क पर रोया नहीं था। मैंने चैलेंज किया था कि आप कितने
कौन सीनियर लीडर है, क्या जवाब, कौन से सवाल का जवाब?
ये तो रतन शारदा कह रहे हैं कि शिवसेना का पिद्दी मूवमेंट हो गया। संजय गुप्ता,
शिवसेना, देखिए ऐसा है कि रतन शारदा जी जो है वो बीजेपी के कट्टर समर्थक हैं, और जब से बीजेपी से शिवसेना अलग हुई है तब से इस तरह की बातें की जाती हैं जो होती नहीं है, जो होती नहीं है। देखिए पालघर के साधुओं के मामले में आप लोग कहते हो कि शिवसेना ने कुछ नहीं किया, हिंदुओं ने मारा था उनको। सुशांत सिंह राजपूत केस में क्या निकल के आया? जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन मुंबई पुलिस की थी वो सीबीआई की आई। आप उन बातों को कहते हो जिन पे से शिवसेना हटी नहीं। हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे पे आप बार बार कहते हो कि शिवसेना हट गई। कौन सा मुद्दा ऐसा है कि कांग्रेस से हाथ मिला लेने से, किसी से दोस्ती कर लेने से कोई अपने मुद्दे से नहीं हटता?
संजय गुप्ता इंस्टेड ऑफ आंसरिंग द टॉपिक, एक सीधा सा सवाल है, इसमें इतना गोल गोल जलेबी बनाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। सिंपल सी चीज ये है कि आज एकनाथ शिंदे और उनके साथ जो 40 लोग बैठे हुए हैं वो सिर्फ एक चीज कह रहे हैं, कांग्रेस को छोड़िए, बीजेपी से नाता जोड़िए। करने को तैयार है तो सरकार बचेगी, नहीं तो जाएगी। अब शिवसेना क्या करेगी?
अब इसका जवाब लीजिए, अब इसका जवाब लीजिए। देखिए इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है कि आज ही नहीं बल्कि पहले भी, आज से 2.5 साल पहले भी हमारी पार्टी के बड़े लीडरांस भी इस बात को चाहते थे, आज भी चाहते हैं कि शिवसेना बीजेपी के साथ गठबंधन करे। इस बात पर मनोज जोशी साहब ने भी अपनी स्टेटमेंट दी थी कि हमारा नेचुरल अलायंस जो है वो बीजेपी है। प्रताप सरनायक साहब ने भी इस बात को कहा था कि हमें बीजेपी से नजदीकियां बनानी चाहिए। आज भी एकनाथ शिंदे साहब की इस बात का मैं समर्थन भी करता हूँ।
तो आप क्यों बैठे हैं?
हमें बीजेपी से नजदीकियां बनानी चाहिए और बीजेपी से दोस्ती करनी चाहिए। हमारा नेचुरल लॉन्च हो गया। एक मिनट रुकिए ना रतन शारदा जी,
शिवसेना के
एक मिनट रुकिए ना
कि बीजेपी के साथ आओ नहीं गए।
मेरा स्टैंड तो मैं देता हूँ, अपना स्टैंड देता हूँ।
आप किसके साथ हैं?
स्टैंड लीजिए ना, आप पूछ भी लेते हैं, बोलते रहते हैं आप, यही आपकी कमी है
कि आप किसके साथ हैं?
आप अपने व्यवहार को ठीक कीजिए। मेरा स्टैंड यही है जो एकनाथ शिंदे साहब कह रहे हैं, इस पर गंभीरता से विचार होना चाहिए।
आप समाइल कर, आपको पता है बोलने को कुछ नहीं है
हमारे स्वरूप में ना, आप धमकी
पर गंभीरता से विचार हो नहीं रहा ना दोस्त। संजय गुप्ता जी, गंभीरता से ही तो विचार नहीं हो रहा है, क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम ये है कि उद्धव जी ने सब कुछ बोल दिया। उद्धव जी ने कहा कि नहीं आप चीफ मिनिस्टर बन जाओ, मैं इधर से भी चला जाता हूं, मैं आपको अकोमोडेट भी कर लूंगा। बट दूसरा आदमी कह रहा है कि मेरे को चाहिए ही नहीं, आप जो ऑफर कर रहे हैं वो मेरे को चाहिए ही नहीं। मैं कह रहा हूं दैट दिस इज द टच ऑफ डेथ। आई डू नॉट वांट द टच ऑफ डेथ। नहीं तो सीएम छोड़िए, कल ना सीएम रहेंगे, ना पार्टी रहेगी, ना सेना रहेगी, ना सत्ता रहेगी। सिंपल सी चीज बोल रही है आज, और यही किसी को समझ में नहीं आ रही है।
2/3 लोग निकल गए। आप सोचिए,
समझ में आना चाहिए और इस पर गंभीरता से जवाब लेते नहीं। आप सवाल पे सवाल 36 तरह से आप सवाल पूछ लेते हो, छोड़ देते हैं हम डिबेट को फिर।
अच्छा चलिए,
36 तरह से
नहीं आप नाराज मत होइए। तो आप अच्छा ठीक है, आप भी मान रहे हैं कि गंभीरता से विचार होना चाहिए, मान लिया आपको, पर आपको लग रहा है विचार हो रहा है?
देखिए विचार होगा, हर पार्टी के अंदर बहुत से मामा शकुनी होते हैं। हमारी पार्टी में भी और इनकी पार्टी में भी बहुत से ऐसे शकुनी है, मामा शकुनी। बीजेपी में भी जो नहीं चाहते कि बीजेपी और शिवसेना गठबंधन हो। आप नारायण राणे को ले लीजिए, किरीट सोमैया को ले लीजिए, और बहुत से नेता ऐसे बीजेपी के भी हमारी पार्टी में भी हो सकते हैं ऐसे कि जो नहीं चाहते बीजेपी और शिवसेना का गठबंधन फिर से हो। अब
देखिए संजय गुप्ता जी, अच्छा नहीं लगता कि आप अपने नेमसेक को शकुनी बोल रहे हैं, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है। वो बहुत सीनियर नेता हैं, पत्रकार भी रहे हैं, उनको इस तरीके से बोलना अच्छी बात नहीं है। लोकेश जिंदल भी हमारे साथ हैं, उमेश पाटिल जी भी हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं। उमेश पाटिल जी, शिवसेना के सामने एक ही रास्ता है, आपको छोड़ेंगे और अगर बीजेपी के साथ जुड़ेंगे। क्या आपको लगता है हो जाएगा?
देखिए ये अब
हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में
नहीं, अभी वो उद्धव जी ठाकरे जो डिसीजन लेंगे हम उनके साथ है, ऐसा हमारे पार्टी चीफ ने कहा है, पवार साहब ने भी वैसा कहा है। अभी जो सिचुएशन है वो हम ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हैं उसको, और देखते हैं कि क्या नतीजा आता है उसका। अभी उद्धव जी ठाकरे ने तो कह दिया है कि आप अगर शिव सैनिक जो होता है वो मुख्यमंत्री होना चाहिए, ऐसी भूमिका उन्होंने अभी सबके सामने रखी है। अभी जो बात चल रही थी कि वर्षा निवास स्थान जो उन्होंने छोड़ा है, ये एक प्रतीकात्मक होता है कि मैं छोड़ने के लिए तैयार हूं, ये उन्होंने दर्शाया है। ये इसका मतलब ये है कि मैं सीएम पद भी छोड़ सकता हूं। पार्टी इंपॉर्टेंट है, शिवसेना इंपॉर्टेंट है, शिव सैनिक इंपॉर्टेंट है। अभी देखिए ये एमएलए तो उनके साथ गए एकनाथ जी शिंदे जी के साथ, लेकिन पार्टी ऐसे कभी नहीं जाती, उसकी एक एफिलिएशन होती है, इमोशंस होते हैं। पूरे महाराष्ट्र में अगर शिवसेना के अंदर प्रक्षोभ हो गया और वो सभी शिवसेना पूरे राज्य से अगर रास्ते पे उतर गई तो ये मुश्किल हो जाएगी एकनाथ जी शिंदे को इमोशनली हैंडल करने के लिए। ये टेक्निकली तो वो हो जाएगा उनका, मतलब वो पार्टी के नेता भी बन सकते हैं, वो खुद पार्टी प्रेसिडेंट बन सकते हैं, या खुद ही वो अभी बीजेपी को सपोर्ट के लिए पत्र भी दे सकते हैं।
थोड़ा सा ये थ्रेटनिंग साउंड कर रहा है, इमोशनली हैंडल नहीं कर पाएंगे का क्या मतलब है? कोई उनको इमोशनल चिट्ठियां थोड़ा ना लिख रहा है। आप क्या ये कह रहे हैं कि शिव सैनिक उनके खिलाफ सड़कों पे आ जाएंगे?
अरे देखिए, ये मेरी बात रखने दीजिए, मुझे बोलने दीजिए ना। वो हार्डकोर शिव सैनिक है। जब शिवसेना हार्डकोर शिव सैनिक है, पूरी लाइफ जो है ना शिवसेना बनाने में और खड़ी करने में उन्होंने भी अपना खून पसीना बहा है। और ऐसे में अगर पूरी शिवसेना उनको गद्दार कह के अगर रास्ते पे उतरेगी तो उनको इमोशनली उनको हैरेसमेंट तो होगी उनकी। अच्छा। खुद को उनको जो है ना इमोशनली एक तरह से वो खुद भी परेशान हो जाएंगे कि पूरा कैसा होता है ना, नेता जो बनता है वो कार्यकर्ताओं से और मतदारों से बनता है।
अगर ऐसी बात है, अगर वो इतने हार्डकोर हैं और उन्होंने ज्यादा समय शिवसेना में बिताया है एज कंपेयर टू उद्धव ठाकरे, तो उनको ही मुख्यमंत्री बना देते। इतने हार्डकोर शिव सैनिक को साइड क्यों कर दिया फिर?
नहीं, अगर उनको देखिए, मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव जी ठाकरे को बनाने के लिए उन्होंने खुद ही समर्थन दिया है। कौन है सूचक उनके मुख्यमंत्री पद का? उनके मुख्यमंत्री पद का सूचक
हैंडल नहीं कर पाएंगे इतना इमोशन।
और जब उद्धव जी ठाकरे को सीएम पद का उम्मीदवार चुना गया,
दो बातें, एक तो एनसीपी वाला ने
चुना गया, 2.5 साल मंत्रिमंडल में तो रह गए ना।
मुख्य एकनाथ का मुख्य विषय क्या है कि मैं कांग्रेस इकोसिस्टम के साथ अलायंस नहीं कर सकता, शिवसेना बर्बाद हो जाएगी। वो उनको ठाकरे में इंटरेस्ट नहीं, खुद को सीएम बनने में इंटरेस्ट है। उनका इंटरेस्ट है कि हिंदुत्व की ताकतें एक साथ चले, कांग्रेस के साथ रह के शिवसेना बच नहीं सकती। उसका उत्तर आपके पास नहीं है। आपने जो इमोशनल ब्लैकमेल की बात की है, वास्तव में ये ऐसा ही है जैसे महाराष्ट्र में पिछले कुछ सालों में कोई ना कोई जातिगत दंगे करवा के, कोई ना कोई जातिगत मोर्चे निकलवा के कुछ नेताओं ने यहाँ शांति भंग करनी चाहिए क्योंकि उनका पॉलिटिक्स चल नहीं रहा था। कृपया ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स लड़ा के महाराष्ट्र में अशांति मत फैलाइए। मुद्दा यह है कि शिवसेना का भला होगा, कांग्रेस के साथ नहीं होगा। ये क्लियर है, उनके सपोर्टर्स को भी क्लियर है। इसलिए इतने दिन कोशिश करने के बाद भी आपके कहने के अनुसार सड़क पे लोग नहीं उतरे। आप इसमें गौर करिए।
Okay, in fact, we're just getting in big news from Mumbai right now. 6 more MLAs, Lokesh Jindal, of the Shiv Sena are expected in Surat tonight itself. That's what sources are telling us. We already have, if we have the Shiv Sena and independents together, about 41 MLAs are there in Guwahati. And now we are being told that 6 more MLAs of the Shiv Sena are expected in Surat. 7 rooms have been booked in the hotel. One person has already reached, one more has crossed the Gujarat border, and 4 more are slated to come there from Mumbai. How? Let's get a lowdown on that from Shivani. Yes, Shivani, quick update. Who are these people?
Well, definitely this comes at this particular hour of time that there are 6 more MLAs of Shiv Sena. Those are expected to reach Surat tonight, and in fact 7 rooms have been booked in a hotel, and several names have also come in. That is the Mangesh Kujalkar, though one has reached, one more crossed Gujarat border as of now, what we are learning. 4 more are stated from Mumbai. In fact, 2 private jets have already been booked at the Surat airport, and just like previous night, as I was reporting from the ground at 2:20, all of those MLAs, including Eknath Shinde, had landed at Surat airport, and then they took a flight around 3 o'clock, and then they reached out to Guwahati, and that is the same kind of a repetition that we are going to see tonight as well, where all of these MLAs will be reaching to Surat at one particular hotel, and then from there they will be moving to the Surat airport at late in the night, and from there they will be reaching out to Guwahati to join Eknath Shinde along with those MLA. And as Eknath Shinde was rightly pointing out that he is very confident about 40 MLAs being in his cadre, and few more will also be joining him. So it clearly seems that more people from the court and from the boss of Uddhav Thackeray are now shifting to Eknath Shinde's cadre.
But how is it that after Uddhav Thackeray's speech also this movement is happening? Do they not believe in Uddhav Thackeray's assurances?
Well, definitely the way the CM has clearly mentioned and has somewhere, in fact, shown his disgrace as well, that people should not have moved to Surat or any other place. Rather, they should have taken a chance to meet him in person and sit and talk with him. Padmaja, let's very clearly remember from our sources we are learning last year, a few months back, it was Eknath Shinde who went to CM Uddhav Thackeray along with 18 MLAs and had a word with him regarding their disgrace with respect to the MBA alliance. So it is not the first or second time where Eknath Shinde has opposed the MBA alliance or has not reached out to CM Uddhav Thackeray. That is why we are seeing that after that particular emotional speech as well, it seems that the people, those have faith in Eknath Shinde's strategy with respect to Hindutva ideology or any other plannings that Mr. Shinde is making at the moment with regards to formation of a party or formation of an opposition against to Uddhav Thackeray seems even more stronger than the emotional speech.
All right, so the Shinde Sena ranks are definitely growing at this point. Lokesh Jindal, first reaction.
How are you so sure that the MLAs who are going, they could be also supporters of Uddhav Thackeray, and they could be simply going and getting things sorted out, and it could happen. They might be telling what is happening at the ground level. Don't you think there is a lot of adrenaline rush that I'm seeing around so as to simply have some form of a destruction of MVA government? But let me tell you, this will not happen. ये नहीं होने वाला।
There is no adrenaline rush. Just by the way, let me assure you, everything is and everyone is very, very calm. Everyone around me is extremely calm. There is no adrenaline at all. That being said, I want you to, you're absolutely right. What are they doing there? They could be there to convince Eknath Shinde also. But let me just show you. 1 hour ago, the MLAs who reached Guwahati and going by the looks of it, मुझे लग नहीं रहा वो किसी को मनाने गए हैं. वो वहां पर जाकर के गले मिलके जुड़ने जा रहे हैं सर. वो कोई ऐसा कोई वो SWAT टीम नहीं लग रहे हैं कि अभी हम सबको वापस लेके जाएंगे. वरुण सिंह.
I just, I want to tell you small things. Did you see the young MLA called Kadam? He is the son of Ramdas Kadam, a veteran Sena leader who has been unhappy for almost 2 years or 1.5 years. And this Kadam fellow, the younger Kadam I'm talking about, he is a close aide of Aditya Thackeray. He's not a close aide of, he's not part of the coterie of Uddhav Thackeray. So even the younger generation who we used to think is, with Uddhav, with
Yogesh Kadam, he's on screen right now. Yogesh Kadam, he's there, yes.
Yes. So Yogesh Kadam, and they are part of his older coterie, and they have started leaving. Mangesh Kodalkar, all these people, and I'm telling you, they are hardcore Shiv Sena. And anybody who thinks that they are leaving for Guwahati to convince Eknath Shinde, then probably they do not understand even a bit of Shiv Sena. Sorry.
Lokesh Jindal.
See, Shiv Sena and legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. I am in Maharashtra. I've grown up in Maharashtra. I know how it is. And the manner in which today Uddhav Thackeray came out of the CM residence, he upheld the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. Balasaheb Thackeray was never interested in becoming the chief minister. And the manner in which he came out was graceful. He simply said, okay, I was the chief minister for the party, for Shiv Sena. If the Shiv Senics want me to be the chief minister, I will be there. If they don't want me, I'm happy to leave it. So the message that he gave was graceful, the message was clear, and he also stated that nowhere...
So tell me, all the Shiv Senics wanted him to become the chief minister, so he became chief minister. Did all the Shiv Senics also say, we insist you make your son a minister?
Let me complete. It was in 2018 that the first time Shiv Sena went apart with that of BJP. The split happened in January 2018. And in 2019, when the elections occurred, at that point of time also, Shiv Sena, it contested the elections without BJP. So there was no opposition from Eknath Shinde then. When the MVA occurred, there was no opposition from Eknath Shinde when Citizenship Amendment Act happened. There was no opposition from Eknath Shinde when there was this Azan issue, Hanuman Chalisa Road. No. But suddenly, after the MLC elections, there is this opposition happening.
Actually, that is not true, because that is exactly what Shivani said right now. That as far back as 1 year ago, the same Eknath Shinde had said that, listen, what we are doing is suicidal. Pratap Sarnaik actually wrote a letter saying that if after COVID is over, you want to go back to people with any kind of support, then you must go back to the BJP. I can show you number of statements that people have given from within the Shiv Sena, people who are grassroots leaders saying this is headed towards disaster. But before we go any further, I actually want to ask you, Sanjay Gupta ji, आज शाम को मुख्यमंत्री ने बोला मुझे कोविड है, तो फिर वो शरद पवार जी से कैसे मिले?
नेगेटिव रिपोर्ट आ तो चुकी है उसकी, अब उसमें नेगेटिव रिपोर्ट हो तो गई है, RT-PCR के अंदर नेगेटिव।
कहाँ आ गई नेगेटिव रिपोर्ट? मुख्यमंत्री ने खुद प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बोला, अपने फेसबुक लाइव में बोला कि मैं कोविड पॉजिटिव हूँ।
हाँ,
उसके आधे घंटे बाद शरद पवार, सुप्रिया सुले, जितेंद्र आव्हाड उनसे मिल रहे हैं।
4 घंटे में इलाज, बढ़िया दवाई, हमें भी बता दो।
उसके बाद भी रिपोर्ट एक दूसरी आई थी, उसमें नेगेटिव आया। इसमें
ये कौन सी रिपोर्ट है भाई?
टेस्ट होता है, उसमें पॉजिटिव आया था।
एक दिन में 2-2 टेस्ट।
RT-PCR की रिपोर्ट में नेगेटिव आया था। मेरे पास तो यही सूचना है कि उसमें उनका नेगेटिव है।
आपके पास एक गुप्त टेस्ट की गुप्त सूचना है। वरुण सिंह, क्या कोई दूसरा टेस्ट हुआ है? क्योंकि
कंपाउंडर मस्ट हैव इशूड द रिपोर्ट। There's a big joke about doctor and compounder.
एंटीजन टेस्ट था वो जिसमें पॉजिटिव आई थी, उसके बाद दूसरे टेस्ट में नेगेटिव आई है उनकी।
Well, I certainly hope उनकी नेगेटिव आई है, क्योंकि ना सिर्फ उन्होंने जाके शरद पवार जी से फिर मुलाकात की, उसके बाद जो आप विजुअल्स देख रहे हैं उसमें आदित्य ठाकरे उनके बगल में खड़े हुए हैं। फिर वो जब वो वर्षा से बाहर निकले तो सैकड़ों लोग उनके आसपास घूम रहे हैं। बट वरुण सिंह, कैन यू प्लीज जस्ट क्विकली क्लैरिफाई दिस? ये अभी लाइव विजुअल्स वी आर गेटिंग ऑफ देम रीचिंग मातोश्री। एक नेगेटिव रिपोर्ट भी आई है क्या, क्योंकि अब एक कंप्लेंट हो गई है उद्धव जी के खिलाफ फॉर वायलेटिंग कोविड प्रोटोकॉल्स एज सीएम। वरुण सिंह,
I'm not aware about any negative report, because whatever, as a journalist, we go with the official statement, and at 5 o'clock, that was this first line. That my face is dull, my face might not look energetic because I'm suffering from COVID. After that, there has been no statement from any official Shiv Sena party leader that his report came as negative.
There is an official release that the CM has tested COVID negative.
कौन से प्रदेश?
When? What time? What time?
जाएंगे मिलने 5 विधायक तो गले तो मिलेंगे पुराने साथियों से।
So at 5:30 he was holding a press conference.
तो उनके गले मिला जाता है।
There was a press release that he is COVID negative.
I don't know. We are journalists. We never received any official. We received.
ये लोकेश जिंदल जी प्रेस रिलीज था या कोई व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप था?
नहीं, प्रेस रिलीज था। We are not from the WhatsApp university. We are not BJP.
नहीं, इट्स ओके, फैक्ट्स आर फैक्ट्स। आई एम श्योर आपके व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे सही सूचना आती होगी। चलिए, नेगेटिव है, बहुत अच्छी बात है, हम भी चाहते हैं कि मुख्यमंत्री नेगेटिव रहें, पर एक बात तय है कि राइट नाउ देयर इज ओनली वन वे आउट फॉर उद्धव ठाकरे। द इंडिकेशंस आर क्लियर, Varun Singh, that there is no going back for the rebels unless there is a rapprochement between the two parties. Realistically, do you see that happening? कि बीजेपी और शिवसेना साथ आएंगे under उद्धव?
No. I may be completely wrong. You may crucify me for saying this, but whatever I hear from all the MLAs I have been talking to for the last 2 to 3 days, and I'm telling you, I was sitting with BJP MLAs when they gave me the info that Sena MLAs or MVL MLAs have gone back or gone out of city, and I tweeted it at 10 on Monday while everyone woke up at like 12:30 or 3 in the night. I don't see in any form that this government will continue and this government will fall. It is imminent. I don't see it going to the floor test also. I see it before that it may Uddhav may resign. And not only that, the second thing is the BJP is silent. The BJP, the stock silent. Do you see from them? None of their leaders are speaking except for the Ranis. I don't see any other leader coming anywhere and saying anything. The BJP is assessing the situation, and I'm told by many BJP leaders that they want a midterm poll. That would be the best thing for them. A midterm poll will be the one that will help them in coming back, because there's a lot of negativity. A lot of water has flown under the bridge between the Sena and the BJP. There's so much of angst amongst the workers of Sena and BJP, the way things have happened. They coming together under Uddhav Thackeray will not help or will not be beneficial for the BJP in the long run. And I clearly see that there has to be. And this is the reason why you see, I'm telling you, in the end, there would be only one MLA or 2 MLAs left over here. One MLA would be Aditya Thackeray, the other could be a Sunil Prabhu or someone else. But remaining all, as the numbers are coming in, they have left. And all, as I said earlier also to you, most MLAs who are here, they are in body over here, and in by heart, most of them are in Guwahati, because they represent Hindutva. When they saw that their alliance Congress was running banners of Savarkar, and the Sena over here was silent, party with whom they are having an alliance over here, used to threaten people if they would say anything against Savarkar, they would be bashed. And yesterday or 5 days before, we saw in Delhi, people from the Congress were trying to, being sarcastic about Savarkar. Yeah, and that's
how fellow panelists, that one of the policies of Balasaheb Thackeray was that of as a socialist. And Congress as a political party was also inclined towards socialist objective. So don't think that there is no bridge available between Congress
Balasaheb was socialist. Balasaheb was socialist. Ratan ji, मिलिएगा हम लोग
get your facts right. Yes, he was a socialist conservative. In fact, he was against the capitalist culture in Bombay. Get your facts correct, sir. And I'm saying it with all responsibility. Yes, Balasaheb Thackeray was a leader who stood for the downtrodden, who stood for the laborers, who stood for the peasants, and he was the one who stood for a socialist conservatism.
Bala Saheb was the original Samajwadi. Anyhow, sometimes coalition makes you change your politics. Apparently, it also makes you change your history, according to Lokesh Jindal. Thank you very much. On that note, I'm going to have to thank all you gentlemen. But these are interesting times indeed. Now, the Chief Minister has reached Matoshri. These are the live visuals that we are getting. He's already left the Chief Minister's residence. Large number of Sainiks have gathered in support of Uddhav Thackeray. There is still suspense about whether he is COVID positive or not. The last we have heard is that, in fact, a complaint has also been filed against him by BJP leader Tejinder Bagga, saying that there has been a violation of COVID protocols. We'll keep a very close eye on what happens. Right now, everyone is in watch and wait mode. The last we heard is more MLAs are headed towards Guwahati. Draupadi Murmu, a self-made leader, a former governor, and an activist who's worked her way up, has been picked as the BJP's presidential candidate. Her credentials definitely make her a fit choice and a historic choice for the top job, because it will be for the first time that a lady who has been from an Adivasi background will occupy the highest office in our country. Even as accolades poured in for the lady who has faced adversities, personal setbacks, and she humbly accepted her nomination, the Congress was quick to cast aspersions and doubt her integrity and the intent of this decision. From deriding the outgoing President Ramnath Kovind to calling Draupadi Murmu a dummy president even before the presidential race picks up pace, the Congress went on a slander spree. Uddhav Raj, former member of parliament, was leader of the pack. Listen in to how he justified his insult.
Campaign that, look, nobody has made Adivasi as president of India, make vice president, but they should not be rubber stamp.
You're watching the News Hour at 10, debate number 2 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
Now, the slander aside, in a sense, the BJP has thrown down the gauntlet for the other parties. Remember, Yashwant Sinha is the nominee for all the other opposition parties combined. Now, questions are being asked about whether Sinha will step back for a unanimous election of Draupadi Murmu to the office of president. Joining us, Shehzad Poonawala, national spokesperson of BJP. Lokesh Jindal continues with us. Vikram Nair, spokesperson of VCK, is also with us. My first question is to Saket Gokhale, national spokesperson of the TMC. Do you think that it's good form that Yashwant Sinha should step aside for Draupadi Murmu?
No, why should he? I mean, this is a democracy and everyone's allowed to contest elections. That's the point behind contesting an election. So why should he step down? I mean, he brings to the table a certain ideology. The opposition brings to the table a certain ideology. And
what is the ideology of Mr. Sinha to make him fit for the highest office?
The former finance minister, I mean, seriously asking me that? He's the former finance minister of India. He's the former defense minister of India. This is the person with a proven track record of governance. You know, there is no tokenism here. Sorry, we're not trying to make a, we don't use the president office for virtue signaling. The president is meant to be the guarder, the protector of the constitution. And Mr. Sinha brings all those capabilities to the table.
But Mr. Sinha occupied those offices while in government for a party which you say is antithesis of everything that you hold dear. Democracy and secularism.
No, he was under Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee's government. And ever since Mr. Modi took on the mantle of the BJP, Mr. Yashwant Sinha said that Mr. Modi is a disaster for this country, and he left the BJP after that.
Okay, so his impeccable credentials versus tokenism of Draupadi Murmu.
Cabinet, he was not in Modi's cabinet.
Okay, Shehzad Poonawala. So you're saying that Atal Bihari Vajpayee's cabinet was the good cabinet, right? Versus the bad cabinet now.
Is that how you guys measure? I mean, what's the IQ of this show? Like 11 right now? Because
exactly, of the people who are present here. It adds up. But anyway, that is not the point. That is not the point, sir. That is not the point. We are not into a juvenile method of debating.
You're asking me a very juvenile question.
You might think so, but you gave a juvenile argument. If you really want to get into such adjectives, a juvenile question was prompted by a juvenile argument. That being said, you're accepting that his credentials are impeccable, which means you're saying, all right, so the Vajpayee cabinet was a good cabinet, where you had impeccable credentials and impeccable ministers, right?
So are you saying that Mr. Yashwant Sinha was a creation of the Vajpayee cabinet? That he had no history before that? That Mr. Yashwant Sinha was born, became a cabinet minister and that got him qualified? I mean, how juvenile is this question really?
As juvenile as the argument that preceded it. But anyway, let me take it across to Shehzad Poonawalla. Shehzad Poonawalla, no tokenism of having a Draupadi Murmu. It is somebody who has professional credentials, like Yashwant Sinha. Why should he step back?
Padmaja, I'll just take 30 seconds on your show and then I want to end my statement with a video. But before I do that, let me just tell you that personally, how happy I am that the NDA and the BJP and its parliamentary board, which was chaired by the Prime Minister and the Honorable President, has elected somebody like Draupadi Murmu ji, a single woman who raised her children, faced adversity, came from the most challenging backgrounds, got elected at a young age. She worked in the irrigation department. She got elected at the Nagar Panchayat level, then got elected twice as an MLA. She served in various capacities as minister, went on to become the first woman governor of Jharkhand, completed her entire tenure there.
But
she is going to be the first woman president candidate for the tribal community. One second, Padmaja, may I please complete? Padmaja, please let me complete. Let me, as a son of a single mother, please let me express my feelings for this great lady and the person who has a spotless track record in administration, in handling constitutional positions, and she will be the first tribal woman president and the first president candidate from a state like Odisha. So let me express my great thanks for the people who have backed her, including Naveen Patnaik ji and others also who are coming to support her. But let me just end by saying couple of things. I don't want to go into the kind of statements and the language Yashwant Sinha ji has used in Twitter and on public forums. I don't want to show that video of him, but I want to show a very important video because Congress party is also here. The following video is of Shri Chidambaram ji on Shri Yashwant Sinha ji. Please hear it. You will be delighted. Hamara IQ bhi badh jayega.
Mr. Yashwant Sinha today is a distant memory for the people of India, and I hope he remains where he is, a distant memory.
Yashwant Sinha has become a distant memory, and Chidambaram ji said he should always remain a distant memory. By the way, Digvijay Singh had accused Yashwant Sinha ji of a 25,000 crore UTI scam and had demanded his resignation and a CBI inquiry.
Okay.
And Yashwant Sinha in turn returned the favor by asking Mr. Chidambaram to be jailed in Tihar.
Okay,
so I want to ask the dear friends
memory,
from Congress
and he was called one by Mr. P. Chidambaram, who fights your cases in Calcutta High Court. Saket Gokhale.
Correction number one. Mr. Chidambaram in Calcutta High Court was representing Keventers. He was not representing the government of West Bengal. He was the attorney for Keventers. He was not representing the government of West Bengal in a PIL filed by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of his own party, which the West Bengal government won. Number one. Number two, going back to your point about impeccable cabinets, let me remind you that my party chairperson, Mamata Banerjee, was a railway minister in the same cabinet.
The question is not that. The question is, Mr. Chidambaram says Yashwant Sinha as a part of memory should stay there.
You know, I'm trying to bring a little bit of facts here because evidently nobody does their homework here before coming. So my party chairperson was a minister in the same cabinet, as was Mr. Yashwant Sinha. I did not interrupt this gentleman. Please tell him. Again, this is absolute garbage.
Okay, please let him respond to that. Let's respond to the video though, of what Mr. Chidambaram says. Yes.
Why should I defend Mr. Chidambaram?
Padmaja, because we have to improve our IQ. Tonight we have to improve our IQ, Padmaja. Please, Padmaja, I want my IQ to be improved, ma'am. Please, answer le lo iska, please.
Saket Gokhale.
I am not the Congress spokesperson. Mr. Chidambaram's views should be asked to the Indian National Congress, not to the Trinamool Congress. There's a big difference between the two parties if you don't know that.
Okay, I'm unfortunately out of time. My apologies to Mr. Vikraman and Lokesh Jindal both. However, there is still some time before a final decision is taken. I'm sorry, Shehzad Poonawalla and Saket Gokhale as well. I'm going to have to end it here. But I promise you, we're going to pick up where we left off. We're going to pick up this thread. For the time being though, thanks very much for watching and enriching us with your wisdom.
The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break.
The Shiv Sena, they're camping there under the leadership.
स्थिर है, ना वो स्थिर है, ना तीसरा दल से। तो आपस में जब ना तालमेल है, ना एक विचारधारा है, ना एक सिद्धांत है, ना आपस में एक साथ चल
The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break.
Opposition's presidential
कि जनता का विकास करने की एक चिंता है, तो ये स्थिति जरूर उत्पन्न होगी। हमारी सोच और विचारधारा है केंद्र में स्थिर सरकार, प्रदेश में स्थिर सरकार।
The most pressing issue.
Let's get you breaking news.
The most informed minds. Free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
The Shiv Sena, they're camping there under the leadership of Eknath Shinde. And getting in a bit of breaking news update, the TMC has now said that the BJP has always played cross bat. So that's another reaction, an allegation coming in from the TMC, just as has been said by the Congress and the Shiv Sena as well in the past. We have Kirti Azad joining us on the phone line. Mr. Azad, what do you make of this allegation coming in from the TMC this time around, saying that the BJP has always played cross bat?
Well, what did they do in Madhya Pradesh?
But isn't it really directly related to, you know, the particular government's concern not being able to keep their flock together? BJP will use this as an opportunity, yes, if the Mahavikas Aghadi is unable to keep matters in their hands.
Correct. Money, ED, IT, NSA, they all can be used to BJP's advantage.
And how is that, Mr. Azad?
Haven't we seen it?
No, in this particular case, how is it that any of the agencies is being put to use as you're alleging?
Well, haven't you seen what has happened in the past? A few months ago, on the various leaders, and every time they can't convict anybody. You've seen approximately more than 3,000 cases by ED has been framed on lots of people.
So, Mr. Azad, are you implying that all of these 9%. MLAs have decided to part ways under some sort of pressure?
Well, it's quite evident. It's very evident. What happened in Madhya Pradesh? Can you tell me that? Didn't they try the best in Bengal? Didn't they try the best in Rajasthan? Rajasthan, they almost had them.
Well, all parties involved, including the Congress and the Shiv Sena, currently in damage control mode, Mr. Azad. Let's see how this plays out. Too soon to really come to any sort of conclusions. I'll have to leave it at that. Thank you for joining us with that perspective. Let me go across to my colleague Vaishali, who's joining us from Surat. Vaishali, क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं? कितने विधायक अंदर होटल में हैं? हमें क्या कंफर्म्ड है कि सारे शिवसेना के हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, जैसा आप देख रहे हैं, सवेरे कल रात से ही वो लोग यहाँ एयरपोर्ट पास की एक होटल में रुके हैं कल रात से ही, और आज सवेरे से ही सूरत के आप जो भी है मीडिया जगत के सारे लोग वहां पे पहुंचे हैं, और वहां पे जो जानकारी हम लोगों को अभी तक मिली है तो उसमें यही है कि ये जो सारे विधायक हैं वो 22 जो विधायक है वो सारे ही शिवसेना से जुड़े हुए हैं, और उनके नाम का लिस्ट भी जैसे मैं आपको भेज चुकी हूँ। मतलब वो कहा जा सकता है कि वो सारे शिवसेना से ही जुड़े हुए हैं।
शिवसेना and netas are now being dispatched to get in touch with the roughly 30 rebel MLAs. Meanwhile, even as we speak, the chief
the Shiv Sena, they're camping there under
of NCP, Sharad Pawar, along with his chief lieutenants, are there holding a press conference. We'll get to hear what the status of the NCP MLAs are. After all, most of the people who are believed to be holed up in the Gujarat resort are there from the Shiv Sena. Let me in fact go across across to Arunil, who's joining us. Arunil, Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar also had a last-minute meeting last night over the phone. What do we expect to happen now?
Well, a last-ditch effort being made by the Uddhav Thackeray camp, that is in the Shiv Sena. We understand that 3 leaders basically...
And in fact, that is the reason why I am here. So after that meeting, definitely I have to meet media, and what is the outcome of that meeting, we will explain there.
सर, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में जिस तरह से राजनीति तेज हो गई है, शिवसेना के विधायक जो है कई सारे सूरत में पहुंच गए, आपको लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट को खतरा सरकार
बात ऐसी कि ये जो कुछ महाराष्ट्र में हुआ, ये पिछले 2-2.5 साल में दिस इज द थर्ड इंसिडेंट। इससे पहले 2 हुए थे। मुझे याद है कि जब उद्धव ठाकरे जी का सरकार बना, इससे पहले कुछ हमारे एमएलए को उठाकर यहाँ हरियाणा में गुड़गांव में कुछ एरिया में रखे गए थे, मगर बाद में वहाँ से निकलकर वो वापस आ गए, सरकार बनाया। सरकार बनने के बाद पिछले 2.5 साल सरकार ठीक से चल रहा है। कल वहाँ इलेक्शन था और जहाँ तक एनसीपी है कि एनसीपी के 2 कैंडिडेट थे और दोनों कैंडिडेट को जो वोटों का कोटा हम लोगों ने दिया था वो पूरी तरह से मिला। एनसीपी का एक भी वोट इधर से उधर नहीं गया, बिल्कुल डिसिप्लिनली हमारे एमएलए ने वोटिंग वहाँ किया। और इससे वो जो कुछ कल का इंसिडेंट था, इससे हम किसी में हम नाराज़ नहीं है। एक बात सच है कि हमारे फ्रंट का एक कैंडिडेट जीत नहीं सका, वहाँ कुछ वोटों की कमियाँ वहाँ आ गई, मगर ये अन्य पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का जो कोटा था और अन्य पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की जिम्मेदारी थी उनका कैंडिडेट जिताने के लिए, उसमें कामयाबी नहीं आई। मगर हम वापस जाने के बाद ज़रूर
Opposition's press
हमारे साथियों के साथ बातचीत करेंगे, ऐसे क्यों हुआ और हुआ तो कैसे करेक्ट एक्शन ले सकते हैं, इस पर हम ध्यान देंगे।
We are getting back-to-back news breaks right here on Times Now with the NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar is said to be in a huddle. He is the one who is leading the MVA in a way, and what is being said that his role remains crucial to keep the flock together when it comes to the NCP leaders, the Shiv Sena leaders, and also with the Congress party. Let me straight away go across to Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan joining us. Madhav Das, the role of Sharad Pawar remains all the more crucial because we are looking at defections that are happening probably within the Shiv Sena and the Congress. Madhav, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm at Sharad Pawar's residence here. Several top opposition leaders are currently at his residence. We have left leaders Sitaram Yechu and D. Raja who are present over here. From the side of the Congress, Mallikarjun Kharge as well as Jairam Ramesh present here as well. And of course his own party's senior leader Praful Patel, who is also here at the residence of Sharad Pawar. Now what it appears is that we were earlier expecting that there would be post 2 o'clock a meeting of opposition leaders inside the parliament. That is what was scheduled as of yesterday, as of this morning. But now, given the sudden developments in Maharashtra, it appears that Mr. Pawar is consulting with all of the opposition parties, and it appears that this meeting could be, what he has to say as far as the opposition presidential candidate is concerned. The name of Yashwant Sinha was proposed at yesterday's meeting, is what sources have indicated to us. And now, of course, with Yashwant Sinha himself tweeting that he would want to work for a larger cause of the nation, for opposition unity, is what we understand, is the meaning of that. And therefore, in fact, the name of Yashwant Sinha being proposed, something that perhaps the TMC also might not have objection to, given that Yashwant Sinha has been a vice president Trinamool Congress. So how things transpire at this meeting remains to be seen. But in the midst of this crisis, Sharad Pawar, of course, was in the national capital to actually host and invite all political parties for that all-important opposition meeting. But it does seem that opposition leaders who met yesterday, and now, of course, another meeting that is currently underway to decide on what the opposition strategy as far as the presidential candidate is concerned.
Now, Ashok Chavan, the Congress leader, is chairing an emergency meet of the Congress camp. Like I said, the top brass of the Congress, the Shiv Sena, the NCP, all in a hurdle now, in a damage control mode as well. Sanjay Raut claims they are in touch with Eknath Shinde. So does Nana Patole of the Congress. And now there's an emergency meeting taking place as well. Let's listen in.
This may not be any reason for any worry for us.
Sir, after the MLC poll results, you also said that this should be looked after and looked upon very seriously. How does it look for the Maharashtra government now?
As regards cross-voting of any party is concerned, we should introspect and see how the things can be appropriately settled.
Sir, the Member of Parliament from MVA, Sanjay Raut, also stated that there is a conspiracy to topple the Thackeray government.
See, BJP is making these type of efforts in every state wherever Congress is ruling or oppositions are ruling. It is they who engineered Operation Kamala, you know, and they don't believe in democracy. This type of activities, they are fully involved. And now people have started understanding that. I don't think they will dare to do again the same wrong, same bad tactics in Maharashtra.
So last question, how are things going to be from now on, and also considering that NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar also called upon an emergency meeting?
Repeat the question.
Sir, NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar also called upon an emergency meeting. How are things going to be from now on? And you are, considering that you are also in charge of the Maharashtra IICC?
Yeah, any leader, every leader will call for immediate meeting. They will take stock of the situation, because we have to discuss and take precautions if there are any to be taken.
Opposition's presidential candidate and...
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is News Now Overnight and I'm Poonam Burde. It's been a hectic day of political parlays and massive drama in Maharashtra. It has spread over to Guwahati in Assam as well, and the trouble is mounting for Uddhav Thackeray. That is the big breaking news that we are getting to you on this broadcast. Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has now reached Matoshri in a symbolic move. He left his official residence of Varsha and has now reached Matoshri. A sea of Shiv Senics have thronged the residence of the Sena leader. Aditya Thackeray is there on your screens there, waving to the supporters that have gathered this late at night there. Look at that fist of triumph, the victory sign that Aditya Thackeray is showing there to the supporters who've thronged Matoshri, residence of the Thackerays. Even as the government, the chief minister, faces an instability hurdle, an obstacle that he is confident he'll overcome, but the numbers do not look that great for the Shiv Sena leader. Aditya Thackeray there. A sense of gratitude coming in from the Thackeray's for all the supporters that have gathered for them on the streets of Mumbai this late in the night. Their supporters thronged not just Matoshri but even Varsha, from where the Chief Minister left just a few minutes ago. All across from Varsha to Matoshri is where the streets were lined with Shiv Senics, and there you see a glimpse of Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister, thronged by Shiv Senics, the Mumbai police having a hard time to keep them in control, making his way to his residence in Bandra. Arunil is with me for more on this. Now, Arunil, a sea of supporters. This optics does really well for the Shiv Sena there, because they have a feeling that it's not just a few rebel MLAs that Eknath Shinde has taken away to Guwahati, but a major chunk of their party. But these visuals where the show of strength is evident for everyone to see, this definitely is going to give them some confidence. Arunil, I believe you've muted yourself. Just unmute yourself and give us the latest as far as what's happening there at Matoshri, where the Chief Minister, Aditya Thackeray, his wife, have just about reached. We'll try and reconnect with Arunil there, who's getting us the very latest. But these visuals on your screens are of Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray there. Arunil is back with us, and these visuals on your screens are testimony of the love that Uddhav Thackeray and the Thackeray's face even now, even in times of uncertainty and rebellion. It is something that the Shiv Sena chief and the Chief Minister of Maharashtra spoke about during his Facebook Live, that for him it is the love of the people that matters, and these scenes on the streets of Maharashtra are only going to give them that confidence, isn't it, Arunil?
Well, a very tactical move by CM Uddhav Thackeray and his core team, which also comprises Aditya Thackeray, because this is the same Matoshri which has a kind of an emotional connect with the Shiv Seniks. This is the same Matoshri where late Bal Thackeray, during his heydays, used to command authority from here. This is the same Matoshri where all these rebel MLAs used to go and meet Bal Thackeray at his residence. Same was the case with Uddhav Thackeray as well. So it is a very tactical move if one has to look at it, because he is vacated from his official residence. That is the Varsha, moved to Matoshri, and there a show of strength being seen from the Shiv Seniks, basically pouring at Matoshri, giving their love and support for Aditya Thackeray and mainly for CM Uddhav Thackeray. Now, what exactly transpires, that will be extremely crucial. How many MLAs does Eknath Shinde have? Because all these are, to a very large extent, emotional appeals being made by the CM Uddhav Thackeray camp. Facebook Live was all about that, basically telling Eknath Shinde's camp that if you had any grievance, you should come to me, directly speak to me. If one MLA also has any problem, I have no problem in vacating my chair. The chair is not important, but the love of my people is important. Now, this another emotional appeal being made from the doors of Matoshri by CM Uddhav Thackeray and the Thackeray family, basically giving out another signal to Eknath Shinde. However, with respect to numbers are concerned, we understand that yes, 3 MLAs today reached, 3 Shiv Sena MLAs reached Eknath Shinde's camp, and if more MLAs are expected to reach tomorrow as well. That's what claims for Eknath Shinde. Claims from Eknath Shinde's camp are, but if that happens and if Eknath Shinde's camp reaches 37 MLAs, which is the magical number, then we can expect the BJP and Devendra Fadnavis to swing into action.
Absolutely. The numbers may not be on their side for now because the rebel camp numbers are swelling, but this is the scene that now is being seen outside Matoshri in Bandra, in Mumbai there. Those are the scenes coming in of Shiv Seniks lining up the streets. That definitely gives Uddhav Thackeray and the Aghadi confidence that the support of the people still lies with them. But is it the support of MLAs still with them? And that is something that is going to be imperative in determining whether or not he can keep his Chief Minister's chair. For now, he's vacated his official Chief Minister's bungalow to return to Matoshri in a symbolic gesture. The residence may have been left, but the chair is still his, and that is something that the BJP says is completely immoral. But there's also more breaking news now coming in, because the troubles do not end there for Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister. BJP has now filed a complaint against Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray for violating COVID-19 protocol. Remember, it was in his Facebook Live at about 6 p.m. this evening when he came out and said that my demeanor is dull. I look not in the pink of my health because I am COVID positive and not because of the recent ongoings. And despite that, we see the kind of crowds that he is surrounded by outside his residence. Is he jeopardizing lives of people for his power, for these optics? That's what the BJP is asking, and they've now officially filed a complaint in that regard as well. What has prompted this complaint is, of course, the admission coming in from the Chief Minister himself that he tested positive for COVID-19 this morning.
पहिल्यांदाच एक खुलासा करतो की आजच्या माझ्या या फेसबुक लाईव्ह नंतर काही जण टीका करतील किंवा टिप्पणी करतील की मुख्यमंत्र्यांचा चेहरा पडलेला होता, त्यांचा आवाज असा भारदस्त किंवा नाकातला येत होता. तर साहजिकच आहे, त्याला कारण आजच सकाळी माझी जी कोविड टेस्ट केली ती कोविड टेस्ट पॉझिटिव्ह आलेली आहे. त्याच्यामुळे हा काही इतर कशाचाही दुष्परिणाम नाही, तर तो कोविडचा जो काही एक दुष्परिणाम असतो तो आहे. असो.
BJP leader Tajinder Bagga now with us live. Mr. Bagga, you have filed this complaint against Uddhav Thackeray. We of course are seeing the kind of crowds that he's surrounded by. What exactly is it that you are now seeking?
जिस प्रकार से आज सुबह से एक खबर पूरे देश के चैनल पे चल रही थी कि महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री किसी से नहीं मिल पा रहे हैं क्योंकि वो कोविड पॉजिटिव है। सबसे पहले सुबह 10 बजे इस खबर को अगर किसी ने कंफर्म किया तो वो उन्हीं के नेता कमलनाथ ने किया जो उनके अलायंस के पार्टनर है। शाम को 5 बजे जब उद्धव ठाकरे लाइव आए फेसबुक के ऊपर, उन्होंने खुद उस न्यूज को फिर कंफर्म कर दिया और उन्होंने कहा कि हाँ मैं कोविड पॉजिटिव। लेकिन 2 घंटे के अंदर ऐसा क्या हो गया कि उद्धव ठाकरे अपने आप को रोक नहीं पाए और हजारों की संख्या में जो जनता वहां पे जमा थी उसके बीच में पहुंच गए। अपनी शक्ति प्रदर्शन दिखाने के लिए मुंबई की जनता से महाराष्ट्र की जनता की जान के साथ लोग खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं। ये कोविड प्रोटोकॉल कहता है कि कोई भी कोविड जो पॉजिटिव पेशेंट होता है कम से कम 1 हफ्ता उसको आइसोलेशन में रहना पड़ता है, 7 दिन रहना पड़ता है, लेकिन वो 7 घंटे भी आइसोलेशन में नहीं रहे और जनता के बीच में निकल पाए। जब तबलीगी जमात ने ये किया था तो पूरे देश में ये कहा गया था कि तबलीगी जमात के लोगों ने ऐसा किया। जब कोई आम आदमी ऐसा करता है तो उनके खिलाफ एफआईआर होती है। तबलीगी जमात के लोगों के खिलाफ एफआईआर हुई थी तो मैंने यही कहा ये देश का कानून सबके लिए एक है। आप कोविड पॉजिटिव हो और महाराष्ट्र की मुंबई की जनता की जान के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हो, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है। मैंने मुंबई पुलिस को कंप्लेन फाइल किया और मैंने कहा है कि उद्धव ठाकरे के खिलाफ एफआईआर दर्ज की जाए और जो भी सजाएं बनती है उन पे लगाई जाए।
जी, लेकिन तजिंदर बग्गा जी, शिवसेना का ये कहना है कि उन्होंने सुबह एंटीजन होम टेस्ट लिया था जिसमें वो पॉजिटिव निकले थे, उसी बेसिस पे उन्होंने अपने फेसबुक लाइव में इस बारे में जिक्र किया, लेकिन शाम को जब उन्होंने आरटी-पीसीआर टेस्ट लिया वो नेगेटिव था, विच इज व्हाई आफ्टर दैट नॉट ओनली इज ही मीटिंग हिज सपोर्टर्स लेकिन वो अपने अलायंस पार्टनर से भी जाके मिले।
पूनम, ना ये एंटीजन टेस्ट था ना ये आरटी-पीसीआर टेस्ट था, ये पॉलिटिकल कोरोना था जो कभी उस व्यक्ति को हो जाता है जिनको ईडी के पास जाना होता है तो कोविड हो जाता है। ये उसी तरीके का कोविड था कि जब पॉलिटिक्स कहती है कि नहीं होना चाहिए तब हो जाता है और होना होता है तो जब मिलना होता है तो निगेटिव हो जाता है। ऐसा कौन सा कोविड टेस्ट होता है जो सुबह तो निगेटिव बताता है और शाम को पॉजिटिव बनाता है, और वो भी मुख्यमंत्री का? क्या मुख्यमंत्री के टेस्ट में इतनी लापरवाही हो सकती है कि सुबह नेगेटिव पॉजिटिव है और शाम को नेगेटिव है? ये निश्चित रूप से पॉलिटिकल कोरोना था या सच वाला कोरोना था, ये मुंबई पुलिस अब जांच करे। और अगर उन्होंने झूठ बोला था कि उनको कोविड है तब भी उनके खिलाफ कंप्लेन होनी चाहिए, और अगर उनको सही में कोविड था फिर तो वो वैसे ही निकल सकते थे, उनके ऊपर फिर भी एफआईआर होनी चाहिए।
जी बिल्कुल, तजिंदर बग्गा जी धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए हियर ऑन टाइम्स नाउ। द बीजेपी gunning for Uddhav Thackeray, the chief minister, for jeopardizing lives there in Mumbai a few hours after he himself admitted that he had tested positive for COVID-19. He said that in his Facebook live at about 6 p.m. but just hours later he was seen not only meeting his alliance partners to get the government back on track but is also now in the midst of hundreds of Shiv Senics who've come out on the streets of Mumbai to show their support in this time of instability. Gaurav, my colleague, now joins us from outside Matoshri. Gaurav, वहां का माहौल क्या है? काफी सारे शिव सैनिक वहां जमा हुए हैं अपना सपोर्ट दिखाने के लिए ठाकरे परिवार को।
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये रात बहुत भारी है और खास करके मुंबई के लिए और खास करके शिव सैनिकों के लिए। लेकिन तस्वीर हम दिखाना चाहेंगे मातोश्री के बाहर की। लगातार आप देखें यहाँ पर तमाम शिव सैनिक जो हैं वो पहुंचे हुए हैं और थोड़े ही देर पहले आदित्य ठाकरे यहाँ पर नजर आए थे जब उन्होंने समर्थकों को विक्ट्री साइन दिखाया था। और लगातार देखिए समर्थन में जो है वो नारेबाजी जो है इस वक्त मातोश्री के बाहर चल रही है। और मातोश्री समझ लीजिए एक यहाँ आने वाले शिव सैनिकों के लिए तीर्थ स्थान समान है जब यहाँ पर हर शिव सैनिक पहुंचता है। लेकिन अभी फिलहाल जो तस्वीर और मौजूदा माहौल है वो ये बता रहा है कि कितना भावुक क्षण है। और जिस तरीके की विदाई वर्षा बंगलों से जो है वो हुई थी उद्धव ठाकरे की, वो ये दिखाती थी कि अब कहीं ना कहीं शायद अपने पेपर जो है वो डाउन कर सकते हैं, वो इस्तीफा दे सकते हैं उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री के पद से। लेकिन आप तस्वीर इस वक्त जो है लगातार यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं और ये तस्वीरें मातोश्री के बाहर की हम आपको दिखाने की कोशिश जो है वो फिलहाल लगातार कर रहे हैं। और तमाम समर्थक जो हैं यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, हम उनसे बात करते हैं और समझने की कोशिश करते हैं। क्या नाम है आपका, कहाँ से आए हैं?
हम लोग मलाड से आए, कांदोली विधानसभा से। बोलो
क्या बोलेंगे आप, जिस तरीके से एकनाथ शिंदे ने पार्टी तोड़ी और अब उद्धव जी हैं जो है वो बंगला छोड़कर यहाँ पहुँच गए, क्या सोच रहे हैं, क्या समझ रहे हैं आप लोग इस मामले को लेकर?
अभी मराठीत बोलो क्या, नहीं
हिंदी बोलने की कोशिश करिए।
देखो क्या है मालूम है, जिसको ईडी की डर है वो भाग चले। हम लोग को ईडी का डर नहीं, हम लोग को बाला साहब के शिवसैनिक है। जहाँ उद्धव जो निर्णय लेंगे वो हमारे भगवान के माफी थे। हम लोग ये दल बदलू नहीं है, दल बदलू होते हैं भाग जाते हैं। हमें ईडी से फिडी से कुछ से डर नहीं है। हम लोग बाला साहब के शिवसैनिक है। हम जहाँ शिवसेना रहेगी वहाँ हम लोग रहेंगे।
बाला साहब के शिवसैनिक है। क्या नाम है आपका?
बिपिन डांगे।
आप कहाँ से आए?
मैं भी मलाड से आया हूँ।
मलाड से आए हो, तो ये बताइए कि क्या वजह लगती है कि शिवसेना में दो हिस्से हो गए, एकनाथ शिंदे ने एक अलग पार्ट बना लिया, क्या वजह रही होगी, क्या माहौल लग रहा है आप लोग को, अब क्या आगे होने वाला शिवसेना?
अभी जो भी किया उन्होंने गलती किया उद्धव साहब से, जो भी शिवसेना से बड़े हुए वो नेता एकनाथ जी, लेकिन उन्होंने जो भी किया है गलत किया। अभी हमें अरे वो तो बस उन्होंने गलत ही किया है हमारे उद्धव साहब से। अभी जो उद्धव साहब निर्णय लेंगे वही हमारा निर्णय रहेगा। जब तक वो आदेश देते, जो आदेश देंगे हम उसका पालन करेंगे।
जो आदेश देंगे पालन। क्या नाम है सर आपका?
शैलेश कदम।
क्या बोलेंगे आप?
मुझे यही बोलना है कि बीजेपी ने जो गेम किया वो सब गलत है। उन्होंने ईडी का सीबीआई का जो वापर किया है अभी तक करके है, इसके आगे भी उन लोग ही कर रहे हैं क्योंकि केंद्र में उनकी सरकार है और उनका वो गलत इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। ये डर दिखा के एकनाथ साहब को हमारी तरफ से और हमारे बाकी के विधायक है सबको उन्होंने इधर से लेके गए हैं।
ठीक है, क्या नाम है आपका?
रुपेश कदम।
यहाँ पर क्या उद्देश्य से आप लोग पहुंचे हैं, जो आपने तस्वीरें देखी, क्या?
जय महाराष्ट्र।
Sena there reaching Matoshri just as the Thackeray Parivar entered Matoshri. They left their official CM's residence Varsha. They reached Matoshri even as hundreds of Shiv Seniks lined up the streets to show the Thackeray Parivar that they stand with them. But has the Chief Minister put all of those hundreds of lives into jeopardy by his careless behavior? Well, the BJP really likes to believe so. And Dr. Sanjeev Bagay, Chairman of Nephron, is with us. Thank you so much for speaking with us this late at night, Dr. Bagay. Whether or not his RT-PCR test is negative or positive, whether it was an antigen test, that still remains to be seen. But even if there are doubts, why not just be careful? Why walk into a crowd of hundreds of people when you know you could be symptomatic of a virus that has wreaked havoc in the city of Mumbai in the past?
Good evening. I think there are separate set of rules for these kind of politicians and separate set of rules for the rest of the public. I think this is not only callousness but complete colossal failure of maintaining as a front face of the COVID fight. Haven't we seen enough of death, misery, tears and pain and so many amounts of casualties and fatalities all over India and mainly in Bombay? Whether he's positive or negative, if he has symptoms, we treat it as COVID. So the first thing he should be doing is he should be isolating himself, not meeting anyone. And if indeed in the last 4 to 5 days he has met anyone, those people should be contact tracing. So what have we done in the last 2 years? We've not learned our lesson at all. None of the people are wearing a mask. I'm seeing it on screen right now. There are not even an inch of social distancing between one to another. If a person is positive, he's going to become a super spreader event. So I think this just defies the complete purpose. And we know that this Omicron, what we are seeing as the new sublineages of BA.2 is highly invasive. It transmits very quickly. It is going to have more amount of immune evasion, even the vaccine evasion. So what this particular gentleman has done is he's just destroyed everything what we have done for the last many months up to a year or two. Completely unacceptable and wrong. And I think these kind of people should be hauled up. What have we done to the COVID protocols? Nothing.
Absolutely. And Dr. Bagai, it's ironic because today while he was addressing that Facebook Live that he did while talking about his... stay on with me. BJP's Amit Malviya is also with us on this broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us this late at night, Mr. Malviya. But the visuals are proof there of what the Chief Minister should not have been doing, even if he had the slightest doubt that he could have had COVID.
Well, there is an official communication from the Maharashtra government that the Chief Minister is COVID positive. The notification came about 3 hours ago, and that was given as one of the reasons why he would address the cabinet meeting through a video conference. He has since met Sharad Pawar and other leaders of the NCP at his residence, and then he's moving amongst people, thousands of them perhaps at this late hour, and he's likely to be the super spreader in Mumbai. Is this what a responsible politician is supposed to do? And this is exactly the reason why Sena MLAs have revolted against him, because his politics of being too clever by half, becoming Chief Minister by deceit, is what has led to the unrest in his own party.
And Mr. Malviya, don't you think it's ironic because this evening when he did that Facebook Live, he was talking about how he was one of the top 5 chief ministers who was accorded that honor of having fought COVID-19 in a city like Mumbai efficiently?
Well, if you ask anybody in Mumbai, and for that matter Maharashtra, COVID was handled in the worst possible manner. The number of deaths per million is amongst one of the highest in Mumbai as far as Indian cities go. Therefore, Uddhav cannot claim any great achievement. If at all something was done by the BMC Commissioner, Uddhav Thackeray did not even come out of his house, let alone managing COVID.
Right, Mr. Amit Malviya, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. The BJP upping the ante against a CM who's been extremely careless when he has himself admitted that he has COVID-19. Even then, right after that Facebook Live that he did this evening, he went ahead to meet his alliance partners, and now he's in the midst of hundreds of Shiv Seniks, the armed Janata of Mumbai, whose life he has put in danger, and that cannot be pardoned, is what the BJP says. A complaint to that effect has also been filed by a BJP leader, Tajinder Bagga. But the crisis in Maharashtra is never ending. The show of strength of the people, of the supporters, is one part of the optics, but as far as numbers are concerned, it definitely does not bode well for Uddhav Thackeray, perhaps not for his alliance partners as much, but definitely not good news for Uddhav Thackeray. And an acceptance of that came from him when he tried to say that I don't want to get into the nitty-gritties of the numbers while he addressed that Facebook Live, because perhaps the fact that he has 16 or less MLAs left with him, and close to 40 now are in Guwahati, including his own party members and several independent MLAs as well. Uddhav Thackeray perhaps does not want to get into the specific